ムクロって男関わらん方がいい。焦んだったらここを出よう。Sometimes people ask me what makes my soul flow. Actually, it's the question I ask myself, though, but that one's easy. It's traveling and seeing the world grow, tapping into the past of every place I go. What happened and how did they become who they are now? What historical lessons made these people so proud? Sometimes I can't avoid the noise that is too loud, the sound of beliefs that keep me down in perpetual cycles of vices and devices. Might this world be different since it birthed we were told we're gifted? Lift the spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift the spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift the spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift the spirit up high. Out of the slums of the darkness, through the tunnel I will travel. I see light, a blurred line between what's wrong and what is right. What is wrong? What is right? What is good? And what's evil? An upheaval to be committed to my own healing. This anxiety I'm feeling, spent lifetimes in a world that never existed. I forgot I was acting. This world of free will scripted. So give me the pen, so I can write it again. So that I can create a happy end. So my soul I can mend. So that I can find some peace, some zen. A long journey and a lot of pain. Sometimes I feel exhausted and drained, wishing for the cosmic rays to wash over me like rain. I'm done with the cycle of this game, a slave to the matrix. My brain has been wired this way. Change my perspective, my frame. Shift the channel frequency in a lane. Every day is a new day. Yes, it is. Is a new day. Lift the spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift the spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift the spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift the spirit up high. To start over and click that reset button. No more fussing, time to make moves. Create my own pathway and grooves. Spit flows to these tunes. Feeling body let loose. Bring heaven down to earth. Well, that's why we're all here. We do it in our own way. It's been a hard road, but soon the traffic will clear. So we can stare with clarity, see clear. That fear is just a misunderstood, disconnected, neglected part of ourselves. We deflected from thinking that we're less than what we really are. Have you ever stared up at the night stars, wondered who you are, and why the suffering happens to humanity, to the world? Why does it have to be so hard? In this game of duality, we get to experience both. It still exists when we die, transcend and become a ghost of a memory of a life once lived, clocking in experiences to the central sun. No need to escape or run, joy, anger, lust, and fun. We felt it all. Are we done? Are we done yet? One day we will soon wake up, son, and realize we're all part of the one. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Lift the spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift the spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift the spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift the spirit up high.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Good to be here with you all. You guys just heard a debut of a song that I created. That was me. That just made a few days ago in the studio here in near Barcelona. Thought it would be a good way to start everything out. Hope you're all doing beautifully. We have lots of people that are going to be tuning in today. And go ahead. I already asked in the chat, where are you all tuning in from? Go ahead and put your energy in the field. Happy welcome to the portal day, everybody. Officially welcome to this day. And we're going to speak about how incredible this day is and what it really represents in a little bit here. But I want to tune in and see how you guys are feeling. And I need to be honest with you guys. There's been so much happening that I made so many mistakes in putting this together. You guys won't even recognize it if I didn't tell you. I told all the speakers that we're starting at 10 a.m. Pacific. I sent them the schedule for 10 a.m. Pacific, but I put 8 a.m. in the chat. I mean, in the on the website, in the replays, in the emails. I put 8 a.m. I thought it was 8 a.m. the whole time, and I wasn't even looking that I put 10 a.m. But I've been calling speakers. We're going to make some moves and shift things around. I'm going to do a little presentation too, so it's going to be longer than we thought it would be. And I literally realized, like, 1 minute after launch time that I messed up on the schedule, but there are no mistakes, and we're gonna go ahead and that just means we have 2 extra hours for today And that means that we have more time for some of these speakers because, we're doing 25-minute slots, but now we're going to go even longer with some speakers. I believe Laura Eisenhower is going to be coming in a little early. She's going to join us and do an hour talk rather than her 30 minutes. Bridget Renee Holiday might be tuning in as well. But we're going to have some fun, and let's make this a good one, okay? And I want to read what you guys are saying. Let's have a conversation. I want to see how you guys are feeling. Thank you so much, Celeste. And let's go ahead and read out. Let's go ahead and read out where you guys are tuning in from. And we'll do a little intention setting. Yes. Okay. So the song, thank you guys. I literally just created 11 songs in 1 month here in Spain. 3 of them with my brother Flo Karuna. And we're going to launch it on Spotify in a few weeks after we have mixed and mastered. But it's some of the best work that I would say that we've ever done. I'll play another song on the way out when we're done with today. And so that'll be launched. And if you guys want to tune in more to the Spotify music, my name on Spotify is MC Resonance. All right. So let's see who is the farthest away in the world from the location I'm at now. Anybody here from Antarctica? Let's see. All right. We got Delaware in the house. We got New Mexico, Serbia, Devon, UK, welcome, welcome. Daniel from Boston, Philadelphia in the house, Southwest USA. I know I saw Serbia somewhere. We got Serbia here. Wilmington, Serbia might be the farthest. Connecticut, Georgia, Ontario, Canada, Pennsylvania. What else we got? What else we got? We got Andromeda in the house. Okay, Belgium, Victoria, British Columbia, New Jersey, LA, south of Seattle, Bosnia, Cali, LA, Michigan. Beautiful. We got Kismet, and we got another Andromedan. Texas and Paris. This is what I'm thinking for today. Well, as we start out, first I want to talk about why this day is important, okay? Any of you guys want to share why you think this day is important? I'd love to know your opinion, input. And something that I've shared, we got Sirius representing here too. Something that I have said in a lot of presentations I've done is, guys, believe it or not, I'm a skeptic. I'm a skeptic at heart. Well, a healthy skeptic. I used to think I was an unhealthy skeptic, but now I realize I'm a healthy skeptic. That's a good way to put it. So much so that portal days, right? 11/11, 10/10. What does this actually represent? Is there actually a portal on that day? Is there, well, we know the Lion's Gate, there's an astrological alignment, but we have synchronistic days all the time. What's the difference between 11/1, 11/2, and 11/11? And is there an actual astronomical, astrological event occurring? Well, when it comes to 11/11, we don't really hear too much about if there is an alignment on that level. So for me personally, whether something's happening in the cosmos or not goes beyond the point. For example, on 8/8, there is something happening in the cosmos. It's aligned with our Earth and our experience on Earth. But when it comes to this specific day, have you guys heard of the Maharishi effect? I think a lot of you have, and I'm probably going to butcher it. And I was supposed to get some articles on it to show you guys, but I forgot. But the Maharishi effect, in a nutshell, is when they did a study on a group of people that were meditating. I believe it was in Washington, D.C., and the Maharishi effect. And they were meditating, and they tracked the crime rate in that area when those individuals were meditating together. And they noticed that there was a drop in the rate, that their meditation affected the collective frequency and what was being cultivated on the planet, the collective harmony that was happening in that localized area, that literally shifted things. So beyond this just being a portal event day, this is a day where millions and millions of people are getting together in order to set a collective intention for the upliftment, the harmony, the awareness, the information of Earth. Have you guys noticed that over the last few years, there's been 11/11 events, but over the last few years, it's almost become like a spiritual holiday, in which we are now doing all these events. So many more are coming about. Millions of people are being involved. Mass meditations are occurring across the planet as well. And even myself, I've been a part of 1111 events for years. But guess what? This is the first time I've ever done a Portal to Ascension 1111 event. So the question is, why did I do an 1111 Portal event? Well, it's the exact same reason why I just told you. As we are moving forward and more people are doing this, I am realizing it's a collective opportunity for us to create our own Maharishi effect and us to get together with millions of people. I even texted some of my family members, hey, it's 11:11 today. Go ahead and meditate. Spend 5 minutes and connect with millions of people around the world today for us to set the collective good for our own well-being and for the rest of the planet, right? So beyond any like metaphysical concept, there's a super scientific reality going on right now that they are definitely, I already know so many different events occurring. One's going on for 24 hours just straight. So we are literally creating a shift with our awareness. This is a collective opportunity for us to come together to create harmony, peace, and unity on Earth. And we should make every day an 11:11 event. If we can all set our collective intentions, right? So what I want to do is I want us to start with our intentions in just a moment here. I'm going to go ahead and ask you to do it. But as we're doing this, I created this event and I called it, as you can see in the subtitle and on the text on YouTube, Cultivating Unity in a World of Polarity, right? Just think about that for a second. Cultivating unity in a world of polarity, a world of duality. We can't deny polarity exists. We can't deny division exists in this world. And duality, this is definitely a world of duality. I feel that part of the human intention, or our goal, if you will, on Earth, is for us to figure out, for lack of a better way of explaining it, how to be in unity, how to be in oneness, even though duality and polarity exist outside of us. How to be the stillness in the storm. And what better time than today to even talk about that, right? I'm not going to go, I'm sure people today are going to speak all types of topics, but what's been going on lately? Hardcore division. Look at the politics in the US, right? Hardcore division. I remember something from what Bashar had said once a long time ago. Daryl Anka was channeling Bashar, and he called something the rubber band effect, right? And pretty much the rubber band effect is that you have the rubber band, you pull the rubber band all the way back. Duality, duality, polarity, polarity, division, division, separation, separation. The further you pull it back, and when you're done pulling it back, what do? You let go. And after you let go, you go back into that oneness. What is happening right now is the epitome of separation. We came to this earth to experience separation, did we not? And guess what? The gift of separation has been given. The gift of duality has been given to the extreme, maybe more so than any time in our recent history. And I would say more so because even in our past, 1,000 years ago, Roman Empire, Alexander the Great, with all these armies traveling across continents in unison, in unity, to go and defeat the other, right? Like, that's not even dualistic. They had this collective identity even. But we're seeing now that separation and the crumbling of society. And as it crumbles, we become so dualistic. And in that duality, we see our commonality. Because it's interesting, as we split and we become more separate, we realize all we ever all want is the same thing. All we want is the same thing. We want love, connection, friendship, safety. When it comes to hardcore separation and duality, when someone is hating on the other, what does it normally come from? A lack of feeling safe. A lack of feeling seen, heard, and secure. We all want that. Even when it comes to racism, or when it comes to someone not accepting your political ideology, what is that person that's the person committing that crime, if you can call it that, what do they really want? They want to feel safe. So it's beautiful when you really look at these basic needs that we all have as humanity. We all want the same thing. And because there's been that lack of it, because we've been programmed that we're in scarcity, because we've been programmed that that we've been followers to a system, an outdated matrix that no longer serves us, it's really hard for some people to see themselves in the other. So today is the portal day in which I would set the intention for this event for us to extend our hearts and our love to all of humanity, especially those that we disagree with. They're an advanced soul too. People saying they're Brahmin in here, they're saying the Syrian in here. Do you think these people came from hell? Or did they come from somewhere as well? And because we have amnesia, because we have ignorance, because we have disconnection, we don't remember who we truly are. We're here on this planet trying to figure it out every single day, trying to do our best, and we're indoctrinated from our system. The process of unwinding from that system is happening now. The trust in the system has gone. It's gone. We are in unprecedented and amazing times. Whether there's chaos in the world, the chaos is only a necessary growing pain for us to move into a greater understanding of what we are, what we want, and how much we have in common with each other. Okay, so that's my personal beliefs, and I would love to just say that I'm excited for what's going to happen, and I feel that we only have amazing things in store for us in the future. But the way to get there is to go through that pain, of that collective pain. You know, it doesn't have to be suffering, but there is a collective trauma that has happened. There is a disconnection that has occurred. And all of us need to sit with that disconnection, go through that tunnel so we can emerge into a greater experience on Earth. And now, so with that being said, I'm going to take a look at some of your comments here because lots of comments coming in. And then I want to do this. And maybe you can start thinking about it now. Let's just take time as we start, because we've got some amazing things going to happen today. Lots of great people going to be joining us. Let's take a moment to start tuning in to an intention, okay? And we're going to have some fun with this one. We're going to do 2 intentions. What is your intention for yourself? Okay, first one. So all 300 people on right now, in 3 seconds, let's all take a big breath, okay? In 3 seconds. Big breath into your lungs, outside your heart. In 3, 2, 1, big breath in. Let it go through your heart. Relaxing into the moment. Now tune in. What is an intention you have for your own well-being? What do you want for yourself? We'll get to the planet soon. But as a lot of us here know, that there is no healing outside. There is no unconditional love outside. There is no compassion outside unless we can love, heal, have compassion for ourselves. Systems, religious, organized institutions have created it that it's almost selfish and sinful to even want that for yourself. Let's break free from that mold today. And go ahead, guys, and start dropping it in the comments, because we're going to actualize all of this. All of you guys are putting this in the field. Not only are all of us tuning in here going to be able to do this together, but we're also going to have the collective intention of the whole planet, of everybody doing this with us, to also put it into the field, to amplify all these intentions. So go ahead and start dropping it in the comments, everybody. What is an intention you have for yourself? What do you want to cultivate, curate, expand into? Go ahead and start putting it in the chats, and I'm going to read them out and put them up on screen, because we're going to do some so it is. We're going to do some so it is together. And we're going to make all of this into a reality. I'm going to read some of these here. Matthew said, I call out to my soulmate today, the universe, to connect us all. I am so ready to be in love with the spiritual way this time. Lauren says, compassion is essential. 1111 portal. Open your heart to one infinite creation. Love is an expression of unity. Leaping forward with love in my heart and lamp at my feet. Bridget Wolf says, I see the new earth rising and I'm practicing embodiment with loving compassion, love, and gratitude. Sandy says, peace, love, light, and freedom. Freedom to all. Kahilil says, to create more, to give. Salir says, know myself and love myself. I love that one. That's where I'm at too. I embody unity consciousness and anchor it on planet Earth. Helena says, health. Irene, love, peace, and wisdom. Grow in consciousness, spirituality, and abundance. Richard, to be here, present in the moment and more. Mystic Danny's, service to others. Hypnicity, it is my intention to nurture myself so that I can be healthy enough to serve others with compassion. Discipline, abundance in all areas of my life, financial and physical, emotionally. As I'm reading this, guys, take in the words, okay? We are beacons. We are frequency beacons. I think all of you know this. We are frequency beacons. We can amplify intentions. And together, we're like all individual crystals coming together collectively with our own crystalline energy. And we have the potential to send this out to the universe. What does the universe do? Universe is non-judgmental. I call the universe one big Xerox machine. It just gives you whatever you put out there. We put out a lot of lack and scarcity for so long. So today we have an opportunity to put out energy that can balance that. We have discernment here, health and happiness for myself and others, connection on a soul level, compassion for my healing, embody the Christian consciousness, to learn, understand, to heal, healthier eating and deep grounding, love myself and stop doubting myself and abilities, clearing my blocks as I move into divine alignment, health, wealth for myself and for all the new earth, to open myself to full unconditional self-worth, abundance in all of life, wholeness of body and mind and spirit. See this, guys? This is really amazing. Like everything that, look at how many words of amazing, incredible intentions, passion, ambition is streaming right now. Releasing what no longer serves me. Learning about the energy portals to release from all fears. Deepening spiritual soul embodiment. Abundance for all with love, wisdom, and connection and compassion. Healing in gratitude, enthusiasm to regain my sovereignty. And that's what we're all collectively doing. Seeing the divine when I took look into the eyes of everyone I meet and interact with today. I like that one. That's a good homework assignment, everybody. Can we see the divine when we look into the eyes of everyone and meet and interact with? Would that mean that we need to see the divine within ourselves first? Can you see the divinity in your own self? And then go outside, connect with others, connect with those that, yes, as I said, disagree with, connect with your family members you might have some challenges with. Abundance, wisdom, health, and love. My heart is so filled with love for all the intentions of this beautiful gathering. I visualize myself in a toroidal field sending out love and healing. Wow, this is incredible. Thank you so much to all. I really needed hope and love. Whew. Thank you so much for sharing that, Irene. Sending you lots of love. Heal my trauma so I can get to help others do the same. I'm getting like chills right now. It would be so incredible if we can do a mass meditation to embody 5D unity, consciousness, and anchored on planet Earth. And we will. I'm going to have other speakers that will be doing that as we're here today. And if you want, I mean, you've already been saying intentions for Earth, but if you haven't said your intention for Earth humans, and all the animals and species and plants upon it, Go ahead and put that in the chat. What is your intention for planet Earth? Earth is listening. Gaia is listening. Sacred Enzyme said, light a candle. Let's create this today as a ceremony. We're in an all-day ceremony together. Go ahead and do what feels right for you to be in that ceremonial space. Light a candle, light some incense, set the energy, put on your salt lamp, get a cup of tea, and let's just chill out together in this ceremony where we get to really express and to be the truest versions of ourselves. Heal the earth as we heal ourselves. Century loving, thriving abundance, unity consciousness for all life. So as everything comes in here, yep, that works too, Corey. As everything comes in here, I just want to express just a few things that have been coming up for me lately. I've been going through. No, I've been here in Spain for the last 2 months. I've been having a good time. It's Mediterranean city. My uncle's here. My parents just came to visit my uncle, and I was here for 3 weeks with Flo Karuna, who you guys know, been on Portal to Ascension many times, with one of my brothers. And now I'm here with Beck, who's going to be on here today. She's living here. And, you know, things are pretty chill. Life is pretty good over here. Like, it's really like slow-paced life. I'm loving it. I'm leaving in a few days. And at the same time, there's this thing going on with me where I'm feeling a deep sense of sadness at times, a deep sense of sometimes anxiety and fear washing over me. And I'm realizing that for most of my life, guys, you know, for when I was a child, it was not okay to be myself. It was not okay to be authentic. Very quickly as a child, I was shamed, hardcore shame as a child. And then I was also told that being who I am is not okay. You know, many different ways, whether I was told off, whether I was smacked, whether I was told to shut up. And just the expression of that hindered so many things within me that I got to a point eventually where I didn't even know who I was, what my I had so many inhibitions with being myself that I didn't even know what authentically myself is. Who am I when what I was always told was not good enough. It was never safe enough to be who I am. You know, then I went, you know, lived my life, and a lot of times these traumas don't come up until later in life. And then I got married at age 29, 29 to 39, right? I got divorced 3 years ago. And when I got married, I merged myself with my ex-wife, and so much of who I was merged in with her. And because I had her, I didn't have to really address a lot of my own pains and a lot of my own anxieties and feelings that I had in that relationship. So then 3 years ago, we separate. For the first 2 years, I'm traveling the world, hanging out with Alan Steinfeld, doing events, doing San Diego event, doing all these conferences. And I was just on the go, that I never took time to really heal from all of what had happened. And now for the last year, all of a sudden, I've taken a moment where all these things started coming back. And many of the things that I haven't dealt with, a lot of the anxiety, a lot of my depression, and my lack of self-worth, and not feeling comfortable being seen and heard, and my toxic shame started coming back to me, which is interesting because it's happening almost on a global level with institutions, systems, celebrities, music industry. All this stuff is coming to the surface. And I've got to a point where sometimes I use vices and devices in literally to disconnect and distract myself from feeling. And just recently, I made a decision that this world is created in a way where we've given so many distractions to move away from feeling the pain and the suffering, the challenges. Maybe you don't call it pain or suffering, but to feeling the suffering that you may have experienced in life. We have so many ways to put that away. And what's happening on the microcosm within ourselves is happening on the collective. And so what my intention really is, it's a long way to explain my intention, is to sit with the feeling of discomfort, to lean into the discomfort. And to know that true joy, true excitement, true light comes through going through it rather than going around those experiences. Just recently, and I love what you're sharing, guys, keep sharing. Just recently, I was at Vipassana, which is a 10-day silent meditation retreat. I've done it a few times. I was in Bali a few months ago doing it again. And when I was there on the 6th day of meditating, I remembered a moment in 2016 when I was doing plant medicine in Peru, where the shaman told me that if you see the light, don't follow the light because the light is a distraction. Because when you're doing psychedelics, all these things are happening, right? Sacred geometry, blah, blah, blah. Don't do the light because the light is the distraction. And then all of a sudden, on the audio tape, Goenka, who's like the guru for Vipassana that was on audio tape, said, do not open your eyes. Whatever you do, use strong determination. Do not open your eyes. When you open your eyes, you will be easily distracted. And you know what came to me? The light is a distraction. The growth is in the darkness. And the darkness is not talking about good and evil here. I'm not talking about light being good, darkness being good. It's a literal persona. It's a literal manifestation. When you meditate, if you open your eyes, all the light distracts you from the meditation. When you meditate and you close your eyes, we literally go into the darkness, that the growth is the darkness, right? And think of that as you will, but I'll say this to add to that. What happens when you have amnesia and you go to a planet? What happens when you go have amnesia and go to the planet and come to the planet? We forgot who we are. We forgot our connection to source. We forgot our past lives. We forgot our extraterrestrial lives. We became so disconnected that the fact that you and I were still remembering our connection in a place where our minds were wiped is one, incredible, right? But we literally came into this world, this density, and we wiped our minds clean. Could it have been that we've been such masters and have achieved such greatness within the cosmos that all of a sudden we're like, what's the next experience? How can we experience something different? How can we experience something new, right? And the best way to experience something different and new is to wipe our minds from knowing what we've experienced and come into a place where we have all these challenges so that we can remember who we truly are. But the best way in that situation to remember who you truly are is by going through the darkness. The only way to get to that light on this earth is literally going through that tunnel. And another analogy that came to me in that moment when I was in Vipassana was the analogy of there's always light at the end of the tunnel. But you need to go through the tunnel to get there. You need to go through the tunnel, the dark tunnel, to get there. And what happens when you're in that dark tunnel? It doesn't have to be hardcore evil, hardcore challenges, but it's on this earth, tell me if you've never had a challenge before. Tell me if there's nothing that you've ever grown from. Tell me if there's been some experience that has been so challenging and dense for you that you did not receive an enlightened experience after that, or achieve some sort of growth, some sort of lesson, some sort of expansion. Because in this world of duality, we can be one of two things. We can be one of two things for every experience we receive. We can be the victim, or we can be the master. So many people go through challenges and they become the victim to their own challenges. Hurt people. And if you continue to hurt, you're a victim to it. But now you become the perpetuator. Or you can go through a situation, right? Learn that lesson and then become the master when you heal it for yourself and have the opportunity to teach others. A good example for me, and I've shared this a few times, and just because I feel very vulnerable today, and I think is a very good event for all of us to be very vulnerable, is that, as a child from age 3 to 7, I was molested, from 3 to 7 years old. And I spent my whole life trying to figure out how to heal. Even when I didn't even know, I remember that it happened to me. And when I started remembering what had happened to me, I started realizing that I was acting like a victim to that for a long time. And yes, I was a victim to it. But if you're a victim forever, you will always be a victim to it and continue to live that life. Continue to live a life of shame, of guilt that you don't even own, right? Not even talking about past lives, but you don't even own that, right? So by going, then I had to make a choice in my life. Do I want to continue to give stories about why I am not who I truly want to be? Or do I want to do what the tools, the techniques that I really want and desire for me to move to it and become the master of that energy, right? So we all have that opportunity. I often say as well that when you go, say that you're like somebody's an ex-drug addict, right? And they go and get therapy and counseling. Do you think they would have more of a benefit if they went to someone who just got a degree in therapy and now is helping them out? Or are most of these counselors ex-drug addicts, ex-alcoholics, the people that have had the experience and learned how to transcend through that experience are literally the ones that are able to assist us in moving forward into our own empowerment. And the reason why I'm telling you this is because I want to take it to the universal level now. That is what we are doing on planet Earth. I'm talking about the situations that we have within ourselves individually, but we're all collectively doing that. And as we all collectively doing that, we bring a healing to planet Earth and to the oversoul of what Earth is. And eventually we get to a point where we become the masters of this experience of duality and bringing it all full circle now. And that, when we become the masters of duality, that is how we create unity in a world of polarity. That is how we create oneness in a world of duality. That is how we create singularity in a world of duality. How does that make sense? Singularity and duality are paradoxical to each other. The universe is a paradox. We are here to embrace and embody the paradox. How can we all live in oneness while the world of polarity still exists with us outside of us? And as we're doing that, so many different pains, hidden truth, ugly truths of society, of the system that's been created, the corruption, the lies, the manipulations, all need to come to the surface. The time for us to push things under the rug have completely gone. There is no hiding the dust under the rug anymore. The dirt needs to be cleaned out. And as they're cleaned out, we're going to see a lot of different things happen in the world, a lot of belief systems, paradigms, hierarchical situations, celebrity stardom crumble. And as it crumbles, our admiration and our ambition to be like those that we perceive as above us crumbles as well. And then what's left? The self. That when we eliminate the hierarchical nature of this reality, we start seeing that we all have that beauty within ourselves. And that is what this whole ascension process, in my opinion, is about. And that's what we're going to be bringing forward today. So I just wanted to share that with you all. And I'm going to read some chats here, and then we're going to do a little presentation. I'm going to do a presentation, and then we'll start with all the speakers today. And I want to go over the schedule, let you know what's going on here, what we're going to experience. And I would love to just see some of these chats. And Hypnicity says, mushrooms thrive in the dark. Yes, they do. And it's interesting because mushrooms spend 75 to 90% of their life underground. And then the last amount of their life, they go into the light. Bridget says, the mighty seed grows in the darkness. From seed and soil, the seed contains everything needed. You are the star seed. I love that. To also recognize that the consciousness itself is looking back and experiencing itself and each other as well. I'm also dealing with myself. I almost have no friends now. Relationship is only showing me my trauma. Yes, relationships are the best way for you to see your own trauma. And it gives you the opportunity to move through it. One of my friends a while ago said to me, many people think they're healed until they get into a relationship. Because that's when the deeper work starts, you know? I choose not to go into the light. I am reincarnation again. I'm turning around to the 90% of the void where all knowledge is. Oh, that's deep. Light piercing the darkness. The seed cannot grow without the darkness. Experience is king. Hey, you know what's really cool, guys? You guys are, this is amazing. This is the community right here. What you guys are saying, how you are showing up and what you have to offer into this field is really, really inspiring me. And I'm just loving the fact that this is the people that we're all like, that this is the community that has been created here. Mark is saying, this is one of my guidance the last few years has also been saying. Yeah, and my friend Mariah just messaged me. Think it would be great to bring Michelle Castro to your panel for some deep subconscious healing work. I'm going to give Mariah the link to the webinar if you're listening, Mariah, and if she's around, go ahead and give it to her. She can come and join me, so I don't have to tap dance by myself. The spirit realm in a natural state of isness. I'm glad so many people have learned over the last 5 years processing trauma is the key. Superiority versus inferiority. All right, so since, as I shared, I did not know that I had the schedule wrong, and we have now an hour and 15 minutes before we officially start. But Laura Eisenhower is coming in early. She'll be here in like 25 minutes, Laura Eisenhower, and she's going to start us out with a longer presentation. And this is who we have today. We got Laura Eisenhower herself. We have astrology and so much more with one of my favorite people, Raquel Spring. We have Beck Milonis, who I'm living with here in Spain. She's going to probably bring in some dragon codes. We have Geraldine Roscoe, always bringing some amazing awareness. Brooklyn Rain. We have the Alan Steinfeld himself. We have Jody Sirota. We have Phil Gruber, Bridget Renee Holiday, and Jehan Satar for an amazing 6 to 7 hours from now together. So to start out, and there will be a meditation, I'd rather have someone else do the meditation, but I think what we will do though, just to start out, we'll take 3 breaths together and breathe it out of our hearts as we create a synergy field. But now what I want to ask you guys is, because I'm going to present, and a lot of you here have seen a lot of my presentations, I'm going to give you a choice, okay? A choice on what to present. And let's do it number 1, 2, and 3, okay? 1, 2, and 3. Let's do number 1. Do we want a presentation on a whole new world, which I know, Bridget, you've seen that one, and which is basically what systems are going to change in the world. I don't know how many people have not seen that presentation. What systems we can change in the world, right? And about the prophecies of this time. Okay, 1. Number 2 is sound, the sound frequency, sound and frequency. Okay, 1. So we got 1, which is a whole new world, which is prophecies of the now, of this time coming up, and then also what institutions are going to shift and change. And 2 is sound and frequency, and 3 can be create, which will be this one's more of a fun one. Creation stories of ancient civilizations. Okay, whole new world, institutions, systems change now. 2, sound and frequency. 3, origin stories of ancient civilizations. Let's get the vote in. Let's get the vote in. Give you guys 2 minutes to cast your vote. This is the real vote. And as you notice, there's a 3-party system here. There's not a 2-party system. So I gave you 3 choices because 2-party system does not work. All right, what do we have? We got, Marina said number 1 the 20 times. So I think she just knocked it out of the ballpark right there. We got lots of 1s coming in. We got a couple of 2s. We got a 3, 1, 2. Oh my God. All right. I'm going to assign one of you to count these numbers. Okay. Actually, not that many 1s. There's a lot of 2s, actually. Okay. Let's do number 2. Let us do it. which is actually, this is cool because I'm going to give you guys a shorter version. Little plug here. On November 16th, November 17th is my birthday, and November 16th and 17th on my one day is my birthday. I'm doing a 2-day presentation, which is a 2-day workshop called the Ultimate Sound and Frequency Workshop. And we're going to spend 4 hours with each other, 2 days, where we're going to do this presentation over 8 hours with chanting, humming, seed sounds, listening to the sounds of different planets and all that stuff. So I'm going to do this presentation now. Obviously, I'm not going to do the whole thing because I don't have that much time. But if you guys are interested at any point to join that presentation, you will get a link. You will get an email. And if you're new to Portal to Ascension, please click subscribe. Please like this video. Please give us some love. And if you want to join Portal to Ascension's email list, go to portaltoascension.org, and you can sign up there, and you get hundreds of hours of free presentations, and you'll get on our email list, get all the cool stuff that we're doing. So let's do this. Let me see here. All right. Okay. Let's do it. Sound is where it's at today. I'm just going to text Laura Eisenhower to tell me to text me when she's on, because I won't be able to see her. So give me a second. Let me just text Laura. Laura, text me when you're on. So this presentation, everybody, is called the Ultimate Sound and Frequency Webinar. And this is the first, I've created many presentations, but this is the first presentation I've ever done. I created it a while ago now, and it's been, growing and evolving ever since the first moment I created it. And the reason why, this is some of what we're going to cover today, and I'll get into the reason why I created this webinar in a second here. Is sound and frequency utilized in ancient civilizations. We're going to do an introduction to sound healing instrument and toning. There's, in this presentation, chanting, experiencing meditation practices, the science of sound frequency, misinformation regarding sound frequency awareness, because there's a lot of just this does this does that, but no real evidence. Psychedelics and frequency, extraterrestrials and frequency, and what does this mean for our future? We won't get to cover everything, but if you want the whole thing, November 16th and 17th, we'll get into it all. So the question is, why sound? Why do a presentation of sound? And even more so, why is this the first presentation I ever created like 8 years ago? I think this quote says a lot. The forms of snowflakes and faces of flowers may take on their shape because they're responding to some sound in nature. Likewise, it is possible that crystals, plants, human beings may be in some way music that has taken on visible form, right? So this quote right here really shows that, could it be that all things that are physical are sound that's taken on visible form? And before I go to the next slide, I just want to say out there, because Bridget, Renee, Holiday is in the room. Bridget, if you come in early as well, please text me on my phone, okay? Because I won't be able to see it. And Laura is not going to be here for a little bit. So text me if you're coming in early so we can get you on. Nikola Tesla also stated, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And I love to start with really laying down some universal ground facts, right? What are the facts that we can not only metaphysically accept, but what are the facts that we can now also scientifically prove? Well, one would be, we are vibratory energy beings. That's literally what quantum physics shows. That we used to think some time ago, not too long ago, that the atom was the smallest thing that exists. The atom. You know what's interesting? So many people in the world still think that, because they haven't got the memo, they haven't got the update. But now we've realized that the atom is actually made of smaller particles. What are these particles called? Well, they're called subatomic particles. And that's where we get theories like string theory, which has its flaws as well. But it basically is that everything is like some static energy, if you will, and some sort of vibratory essence, that these subatomic particles aren't even really technically physical. They're vibrating energy strands. So we have now shown that what we've been considering in the metaphysical world is now provable through through quantum physics. Our brains produce electricity. The way our brains work, and I'll show you a graphic in a second, is that we have some type of acid, I forget the name of it now, in our brain. And this acid creates a chemical effect that then creates an electrical current fueling our brains through electricity. That electrical current goes down our brainstem through our spine, and it fuels with an electrical current all the organs in our body. Vibration and frequency is measured in hertz. Okay, so that's something that we measure in. The universe is singing, and we'll get to that later. How can we even say that? Humans have lived on Earth for hundreds of thousands of years, more than widely accepted. There's more than enough evidence, and if you're at all into what we are into here at Portal to Ascension, you'll probably believe the same thing, that the timeline goes way further back than what we have been told. And one thing with science that, philosophy used to be science. The philosophers used to be scientists, the scientists, the original scientists. They would think like, what was there? What if? What's next? What does this mean? What's the meaning of that? What's deeper than that? Well, what's behind this? That was like the premise of science and philosophy. But then we got to a point where science became its own religion, its own dogma. Oh, the oldest human we found is 300,000 years old, the oldest Homo sapien. Therefore, that is as old as we are. There's nothing older, right? Oh, the smallest item that we can discover is an atom. Therefore, the smallest thing that exists is the atom. There is nothing more. So one of the flaws in the scientific world is that so many people use as dogma and doctrine their discoveries, whereas in the past it used to be like, what is there deeper? Is there something behind this? What else is possible? Rather than this is the only thing, this is the end all be all. So when it comes to the ancient Homo sapiens and the Homo erectus species that existed before us, the reason why there is, talking about how old and how ancient Homo sapiens are, how our human template is on this earth, one of the reasons why we would even say that there's evidence for genetic manipulation, that we've been seeded by extraterrestrials, that something along those lines have occurred, is because we cannot find any evidence of transitionary fossils in the fossil record. So we were Homo erectus, whatever species we were before Homo sapien, if that's who we really were. And then all of a sudden, as if overnight, the Homo sapien exists and emerges. There is no transitionary fossils of any species that was over time, over a periodic time, moving from one species to another. We just became a whole other one. So there's two theories within this. Were we genetically manipulated, right? And or do species sometimes experience quantum leaps in evolution? Instead of millions of years, hundreds of thousands of years, could something occur that creates a quantum leap, a mutation in a species' DNA to shift them into another species? Darwinism is still a theory because it's not been proven, and researchers have been searching for over 150 years. Researchers have been searching for transitionary fossils. So Darwinism, there's a lot of stuff is true in Darwinism. There's a couple of things that are just not vetted out, and one of them is this whole concept that there is no transitionary fossils. So Darwin saw evolution. Of course, you see evolution on Earth. So then that also comes to Homo sapiens. We must have evolved. And ever since he came out with this theory, researchers and archaeologists have been searching for the fossils that connect us from whatever we were before to becoming Homo sapien. And 150 years later, we still have not found anything. There's something called creationism as well, right? So we have evolutionism, we have creationism, and this is the world of extremes. when you believe only in evolution without looking at the holes within that, you start making yourself, again, scientifically dogmatic to one aspect of reality, and you don't accept any anomalies within that. When you become a creationist, like a lot of fundamental Christians are, and other religions, you then don't look at the evidence that there is natural selection and there is evolution. So what happens in this world of duality is we become very extreme. The truth is always somewhere in between. There's Darwinism and there's creationism. Those two things don't have to exist separately. They exist simultaneously. In my opinion, there was evolution, and then there was also creation that took place within that evolution. There were quantum leaps in consciousness, there were quantum leaps in the evolution of our DNA, and there's enough historical evidence and scriptures that suggest that we were possibly genetically altered at an earlier stage in our history. When it comes to sound, all ancient religions and origin stories talk about sound. They all talk about it. The universe is full of frequency. There's vibration everywhere. We know that we only hear and see a limited frequency range. Obviously, the light spectrum. The light spectrum is a frequency bandwidth. We can only perceive things within a specific bandwidth of frequency. And because we only perceive a fraction of the light spectrum. But we're now in an age where we know that that whole spectrum exists, and we know that before we only thought what we saw is what we saw. Now we know what we see isn't what it is all out there. We've expanded our consciousness to the awareness that other frequencies exist. You and I, we cannot hear a dog whistle, right? But a dog can hear it. Well, it's a frequency range that is only audible to the dog. So there's countless inaudible frequencies around us. So that's why it's important to explore sound. If there's countless inaudible frequencies around us and we can utilize them, whether it's to call a dog or whether it's to heal somebody or do something along those lines, can these frequencies affect us? Should we be exploring what these vibrations are? And then sound healing, of course, is just like adjusting a piano or tuning a guitar, your body can also be tuned. Ancient instruments utilized to heal and align humanity, and utilizing these sound tools can instantly alter your body's biochemistry. And in the metaphysical world, it aligns your chakras, emotional, physical, and spiritual well-being. So some of the benefits of sound healing can help reduce stress, increase blood flow, fully integrate body, mind, and spirit, transcend to higher levels of consciousness, heal dis-ease, and enhance the immune response, create an alkaline environment within your body, like the didgeridoo actually has that effect, and produces theta waves. Now, this graph here are the different wave functions, the brainwave functions that we experience. Let's go through them really quickly. So we'll start at the delta wave. This one is 0.5 to 3.9 hertz. Deep, dreamless sleep, deep relaxation, loss of body awareness, accelerated physical healing and growth hormone released, access to a collective unconscious mind, empathy, inner peace, spiritual insights, and mystical out-of-body experiences are all within this state. Now we have the theta wave. Theta is intuition, flashes of inspiration and creativity, light sleep, and is vital for self-cleaning of metabolic brain toxins, like brain fog, learning. This is associated with lucid dreaming, deep meditation, or trance. So when we go into delta wave, that's almost, you can go into that in a sleep state. Maybe some people could do that in a waking state. They can move themselves into it in meditation or even through astral travel experiences. When you're doing a regular meditative experience, that is normally you go into a theta wave state. Then we have alpha wave. Relaxed productivity, creativity, visualization, mind relaxation. And the beta wave is linear analytical left brain thinking. So right now, my eyes being open, speaking to you, communicating with you, that's beta wave. And then the gamma wave, which is the genius brain wave. Whole brain activity, higher consciousness, hyper concentration and focus, insights, flow, super learning, mystical out-of-body experiences, critical for elevated awareness and self-responsibility, achieved through frequent meditation and regular exercise. So that's where we're going, okay? We're going to the gamma wave. But interestingly enough, the theta wave and the delta wave states leads us to a gamma wave state more in our waking life. There's a book, and if you guys attended the Awakening of Humanity conference we did last month, the 11-day event, Jonathan Goldman was on there, and he's, I don't really think I have any heroes. I'm not into like that hero mentality, but I would say if I was to have a hero, it would be Jonathan Goldman, because this one kind of inspired me to start going into sound. And if it wasn't for sound and frequency and this awareness on this presentation, I would never have even created Portal to Ascension, because the sound and vibration and the science of sound is what really led me into the deeper understandings of so much of what we share on this platform. Now, a few slides ago, I was telling you about the brain producing electricity. So here we have a map of the body's chakra systems, yes. But the brain here, and I think it's on the next slide, here we go. Okay, we're getting to that. So here's the chakras right here. I'm not going to go through what each represent. And I want to say first the origin of the word chakra, right? Chakra was actually originally known as kakras. There was no H. And can be found in the early Vedic texts, the Rig Veda, believed to have originated from around 1500 to 1000 BCE. But that's when it was written down. And as we know, a lot of these things that are written down are actually pursed down verbally for many, many generations before. And the term chakra with an H can also be found in the Upanishads around 100 BCE to 300 CE, which is around 1500 years after we first discovered it. Now, this one right here is interesting because I was sharing with you guys a few slides ago how the brain produces electricity. So this is how it works. You can see here the brain, and you can see the brainstem and the spinal column and all the organs that are connected to it. So the neural foramen is the opening between every two vertebrae in the spine. The nerve roots travel to reach the rest of your body. Without the foramen, nerve signals could not travel to and from the brain to the rest of your body. Without nerve signals, your body would not be able to function. So this one is very interesting because this is the scientific evidence that the chakras are not metaphysical areas that we just talk about in the metaphysical world, like portals to other dimensions, even though that is the case. They're actually physically in existence in our body. Every two vertebrae through our spine, there is an opening. Guess where that is? Oh, one of the chakra centers, right? And we actually have this. So the brain produces an electrical current, and then through the nervous system, the electrical current goes through our brainstem into our spine and out at every of those neural foramen over those every two vertebrae, the opening, nerves come out of that area, and guess where they go? Well, they go to all the organs that are connected to the chakra. So what is happening is there's an electrical current flowing down the spine, going through these nervous system and fueling like a battery, plugged-in battery, and our brain being the battery, the electrical current that is needed for all those areas to work. And as it's being given this electrical current, we now have a frequency emerging through it, and this connects us with the frequencies that we listen to, the chakra bowls, the Pythagorean scale, where each letter represents a different chakra, and how that affects different areas of our body. It's actually a physical thing that occurs. And I don't know if you guys have ever heard this thing, but they say that you're not dead until you are brain dead. The reason why they say that is, first of all, like that's our personality identity is there for sure. But when the brain stops functioning, the electrical current coming out of our brain stops. And when that stops, the electricity going through our spine to all these organs also stop. And at that point, our organs are no longer able to function. So that was the introduction. Now we're going to get into some cool stuff here. This is part 1, ancient civilizations. So the use of sound in ancient civilizations. Well, first of all, there's sound and resonance in all creation stories. It's pretty interesting because not only is there sound and resonance in all creation stories, but in many creation stories, when you don't even think they're using the word sound, they're using sound. Actually, you can, if you dig a little deeper, there's a lot of metaphors in there that actually refer to sound that, unless you dig a little deeper, you're not even aware fully of what they're speaking about. Many creation myths begin with God speaking or singing the universe into being. In conventional science, we have, of course, the Big Bang. Have you ever thought about how the Big Bang is literally the representation of a sound? We're not saying what occurred, we're literally saying what effect it had. Is the Big Bang what occurred, or is the Big Bang the effect that occurred from some situation? The Big Bang is a sound. A bang is a sound. The universe was sung into creation. The Egyptians say the universe was sung into creation. In Hinduism, we have Om and the seed sound for each chakra, and Om being at 432 hertz, and each chakra sound correlates to the frequency of that chakra. And here you can see the chakra seed sounds. And so a few of you asked me, are we going to do meditation? And what we will do, I think, is a great opportunity, is for us to chant together a little bit. And we'll do a meditation as well a little later. And go ahead and give me a yes in the chat if you are open to chanting these with me. Give me a yes so I can see that you guys are doing it, and I won't be silly just chanting for myself, And I think what we'll do is we're going to do these sounds here from Lam to Om. And then we're going to do, you can see it goes like this. This is the root sounds, okay? So the root chakra is Lam. And so after I've done this, I'm going to check the chat, see if you guys are with me. We're going to do the root sound Lam, the sacral, which is Vam. We're going to do the solar plex, which is Ram. We'll do the heart chakra, which is Yam. We're going to do the throat, which is Ham. We're going to do the third eye, which is Om. And then we'll do the crown, which is Om as well. You can see on the right-hand side, all the vowels are actually a representation of the sounds as well. And this presentation talks about the introduction of vowels and how they're implemented for spiritual reasons. But you can see that each corresponding vowel also connects to a specific area in the body. And even when you chant this, maybe take a print screen of this, a screenshot, utilize it later. If you're feeling any disempowered, any anxiety, feeling like you need to cultivate more confidence, or you just want to do routine practices to really help empower yourself, these are really good sounds to work with. And we're going to do the ones on the left, which are the seed sounds, in just a moment. And I'm going to stop this so I can tune in with you guys. Let's see if you're saying yes. All right. So yeah. Oh, lots of yeses. So let's get this back on here then. Okay, we're going to chant, as I said, Lam, Vam, Ram, Yam, Ham, Om. And I invite you all, hopefully, I'm not sure how this microphone is going to work when I'm actually chanting. It might cut off some sounds, but as long as you can hear yourself, that's all that matters. And we're going to take a deep breath in, into our stomach, through our lungs, into our stomach, and then just a full expression out. And I'll give you an example. So it's Lam, Vam, Ram, Yam, Ham, Om, right? And it goes like this. I'll just do the first one for you. We're going to do it in a moment. And again, just a reminder that there's thousands of events, millions of people around the world. And it's cool that we have literally an image of the world behind this graphic. And as we're doing this frequency we're sending out into the cosmos to amplify and be spread around the whole entire world. As we're doing this, centering ourselves and connecting with the rest of the people in this grid, not only first starting with all of us that are tuning in here together, but then the rest of the planet as well. So go ahead and just get comfortable right now. And I want you to close your eyes in a moment. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and close your eyes. And just breathe normally. And what I'll do is I'm going to say the sound and then we all chant it. So you don't have to open your eyes. You don't need to see what's next. I'm going to tell you what the sound is. And then I'll guide us through the breath. And then we let it out. Okay? So begin to breathe a little more deeply. On the next inhale, we're going to start with the root chakra, Lam. Inhale deeply, inhale. Exhale, Lam. Next chakra, breathe in, Vam. Sacral Vam. Breathe in deeply. Next chakra, Ram. Breathe in deeply. Solar plex. Ram. The next chakra is Yam. Breathe in deeply. 3 yams for the heart. 3 yams. Deep in. 1. Deep breath in, Yam. One more time for the heart, Yam. Next chakra for the throat, Ham. Breathe in deeply, Ham. Breathe in deeply, releasing all blocks in the throat. Now just sit for your eyes with your eyes closed for a second before we go into the third eye and the crown. Feel the vibration in your body. Feel the vibration in your body. You can continue to chant the Ham one if you want as we're feeling the frequency. We activated the root, we activated our groundedness, the I am presence, the self, the survival instincts of earth. We've entered the soul, the sacral, our sexual organs. We've gone into our willpower, Ram, the solar plexus. We've aligned with our heart to amplify everything through the heart. We have gone into the throat to release the blockages of communicating to the world, the way we speak, not only to the world, but the way we speak to ourselves through our throat, releasing those blockages with the Ham sound. And now the sound for the third eye and the sound for the crown are both Om. Just for the sake of the frequency experience and for us to go deeper here, we're going to do the third eye 3 times. We're going to do the crown chakra 3 times. So that's 6 ohms. So breathe normally right now. Keep your eyes closed. And in a moment, we're going to start with the first of 6 ohms. Deep inhale now. Again. Inhale. Fourth Om. Again. One more time. Now sit in silence and receive the frequencies, the codes from the cosmos to you right now. As you've opened up and aligned your energy centers in your body to receive the frequencies and to unlock the doorways to many different dimensions. Sit in that vibration. Observe the thoughts. Feel the vibrations in your body. Feel the pulsating of your heart. Feel the long or short breath. Feel what it is to be human. And since we're in this mode now, just keep your eyes closed, and I'm going to do some dragon light language. And as the dragon frequencies come through, just stay in the vibration, tuning into your own body. Insana koneate nea o. Insana koeate ana asi o hana tiana o. Ina ko hana ta a. Usni hakiana ana wa. Io no anae no ko antina na leta o kumpala itana o ati na a. Insa no ko na tiana ha. Iana ko ana iana mo te harana si kanda. Inta no te kana aiwa. Izana o kana kumpala tina warani na ta sakana o na sina na patina. Wuni kana na asani oro wata niana kana a untina iana fo. Insana hoanaka. Ianoa na waneanaka. Ianotoana tia. Uanaka. Just stay in silence. All of us, the hundreds of us that are tuning in, the thousands that will tune into this later, the millions of people around the world, setting their intention and joining in the celebration of unity and receiving the frequencies today. For all of us, a part of this Enter the Portal 1111 stream, we send our collective intentions, all the intentions, all the love, all the harmony, all the merits that we create that we have spoken into existence from being here together today, into the amplification of this frequency into the world, to join forces with all the other millions, to truly set the intention for harmony and peace on earth, truly set the intention for compassion, understanding, unity, connection, oneness, transparency, truth, wisdom, to be the new default setting of planet Earth. We ask that this be actualized. We feel the frequency of what it means to realize this existence. Take a deep breath in, everybody. Deep breath in. Keep your eyes closed. I'm going to do a count of 3, everybody. And on the count of 3, we're all going to do 3 and so it is. Okay? So it is. That's what we're going to do together. In 3, 2, 1. And so it is. And so it is. And so it is. All right. Wow. All right, and go ahead and open your eyes if you don't have them open already. Guys, I literally feel like I left my body. Whoa. The last like 30 seconds, I felt I was leaving my body. That intention of all of us coming together, like there was something in that frequency. How do you guys feel? Go ahead and just leave some comments here in the chat. We're going to continue in a moment here. I need to take a second after that, actually. Whew. That was intense. For me, at least. Seriously, that was intense. That was actually, well, I can't even believe that, actually. That's like, normally I don't feel that kind of level of like, what the heck just happened, but I literally just did. I think like just all the people together doing this in the world, I think we just like tapped into that stream. Yeah. Okay. Back to the linear mind and presenting mode, okay? If you guys want to join me, I'm going to shake a little bit. Let's just shake it off. Maybe we need like some music and some ecstatic dance or something. All right. When we do the thing on the 11, 16, 11, 17, we're going to do all this. We're going to do each of these 3 times. I'm going to go deep. At least I now know like how deep it could actually be. So I think this is a good quote to, this is a good quote to kind of just like say without having to go into too much of an explanation because it's so beautiful. When I found this quote like 10 years ago, and when I was going into sound in creation stories, and I have a presentation called Creation Stories of Ancient Civilizations. It's really fun. It's just like a 2-hour thing of me dissecting different origin stories of like 100 different civilizations, and I categorize them. These ones talk about ETs. These ones talk about wars, galactic wars. These ones talk about sound. And when I was doing that, I found this one, and this is from an indigenous tribe in Laguna Pueblo, indigenous tribe from the Americas, and listen to this and let's break this down. Okay, let's dissect this. So I invite you in this place of openness and expansion and vulnerability today to really listen with your heart. Really listen with your heart. In the center of the universe, she sang. In the midst of the waters, she sang. In the midst of heaven, she sang. In the center, she sang. Her singing made all the worlds of the spirits, the worlds of the people, the worlds of the creatures, the worlds of the gods. In this way, she separated the quarters. Singing, she separated. Upon the face of heaven, she placed her song. Upon the face of water, she placed her song. Thus, she placed her song. Thus, she placed her will. Thus wove she her design. Thus sang the spider. Thus she thought. This is honestly my most favorite quote of all time. What this is saying here in poetry, in the center of the universe, she sang. This is the beginning. This is the Big Bang. This is the word. In the center of it all, she sang. In the midst of the water, she sang. Ancient civilizations considered space to be ocean, a continuation of the ocean. The waters in the heavens, the waters on earth. In the midst of heaven, she sang. A beautiful song, her voice. She was there in the center. But what did her singing do? Her singing made all the worlds, the dimensions / worlds of the spirits, the dimensions / worlds of the people, the dimensions / worlds of all the creatures. And check this one out. Her singing created the world of the gods. Do you know how deep that is? Her singing created the gods. The word, the frequency pre-existed the personification of a deity or a god. In this way, she separated the quarters. This is the dimensions, separated the dimensions. Singing, she separated. Upon the face of heaven, she placed her song. Upon the face of water, she placed her song. Her song is everywhere. And they're talking about a she, the creative energy of the she, of the feminine. And then this is really cool too. Thus, she placed her will, intention, agenda, motivation, her will to experience herself more than what she already was. Thus wove her design. Wove and spider. Thus sang the spider. What does spider create, guys? A spider creates a spider web that is literally fractalized geometry. The center of the spider web is the center of the universe, the center of the black hole, the center of the eye of the storm, and the spider web outside of that is the geometry. They're literally talking in the most poetic, beautiful way of a spider, literally God and creation being a spider that creates geometry from a central point of creation, which for every galaxy is the center of the galaxy, the supermassive black hole. But in the universe, it keeps going. How many times bigger does it go? How many fractalizations are we from that original source? And then how amazing to end it with this. Thus, she thought. Thought creates reality. Reality creates manifestation. She sang her song. All these things happen. And then what does she think about? What else could I be? Could I be something other than me? What is the opposite of me? How do I experience that? And then the spider continued to create fractalizations. So I think that is just such a beautiful, beautiful quote. And we have, as I shared, sound in so many origin stories. We have the Australian Aborigines. They speak of the sacred songs, the song paths sung by the primordial ancestor spirits who walked across their landscape singing its landforms into being. We have the 6 days of creation that represent the 6 aspects of Om, the 6 solfeggio frequencies, the 6 aspects of the all-seeing eye of Horus. And we have a very interesting quote here that you may see is very similar to one at the bottom. In the beginning was Brahman, with whom was the Word, and the Word is Brahman. Well, that's not just from the Old Testament. That comes from the Krishna Ayurveda that predates the Old Testament. But isn't it interesting how it's almost verbatim. If not verbatim, it's just, it says Brahman instead of God. And then of course we have, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. Too often do the Abrahamic religions that have this, in the beginning was the Word and the Word was God, first not look at the fact that other civilizations speak about this, but second, don't recognize what the word really means. And they say a lot of times that the word is the name of God, and that name that shall not be said, right? That's been shared as well. But if you break this down, the Bible, John 1:1, if you break down, in the beginning was the word, we start looking a little deeper into what they could have been speaking about there. In the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. We have just been introduced to the universal paradox. We're solid, we're also frequency. We exist, but this is also an illusion. This is real and an illusion. We're all frequency, but we're all solid beings. We're in a finite universe, but we're also an infinite creation. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. Two separate entities, the Word being with God. And now we have the Word was God. It's very paradoxical. And you can relate that to, I am with God. Let's call God creation, source, universe. It took me years before I could even say the word God, because I was like really anti that. I was all, you guys know this story, universe, source. I was all about that, and still am. And the word was with God, right? So we have, you and I, people say they walk with God. God is with me. I'm channeling God. I'm channeling these beings, these ETs that are connected to source, right? We're doing that. We're with that energy. But the word was God. Well, could you also represent and recognize that you are God incarnated into physicality? You're a fragment, a fractal of the reality of God. That's paradoxical. We're walking with God. We're walking with the universe. We're listening to the universe. We're listening to ETs that have a better understanding of the universe. But we are the universe. He was with God in the beginning. Now, this is where the Abrahamic religions start going off the rail, if you ask me. Oh my God, we have a man, God, sitting on a throne. He was with God in the beginning. Well, what is he? Go back to the first line. He is the Word. The Word was with God in the beginning. Oh, in the beginning, the Word existed with God? Through him, all things were made. Without him, nothing was made that has been made. What is him? Him is the sound. Through sound, all things were made. Without sound, nothing that has been made has been made. We're still talking about sound here. Very similar to the quote that I just said. And now him again, but we'll change it for sound. In sound was life, and that sound was the light of all mankind. That sound was where light came from. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. So then you get into the duality that comes from the sound. So all of this is talking about what sound was doing in the beginning. And then the fifth part here talks about the light shines in the darkness, the sacred dance of the light and the darkness. And the darkness has not overcome it. They are in unison, but they all come from that sound. Now we're going to jump over to ancient Egypt. And we're going to start out with a presentation here from my good colleague, Robert Schock. And let's go here where I want to start. This is from the Portal to Ascension conference in Irvine, California in 2018. And here he speaks about Egypt. So I think what we'll have time to do is we're just going to go through Egypt, and then Laura Eisenhower will be on in around 15 minutes, and then we'll get into Laura. And so we'll end off with the Egypt part of the sound presentation here. And we'll talk about this after we watch it. So let's go ahead and hear from Robert Schock.
On a steel plate, this is Boris.
Little context here, because I'm starting a little bit into it, because I want to start at 12 minutes, 50 seconds. He's talking about the Sphinx. So Robert Schock, if you guys don't know, looking him up, watch his Joe Rogan shows. Those are pretty good. and he's a geologist that was dating the Sphinx, brought by John Anthony West to Egypt to look at the geological erosion around the Sphinx. And as he was doing that and doing geological studies, he realized that the Sphinx is much older than what we've been told based on these studies here. So we're going to watch around 2 minutes from him in which he explains some of that science.
Saeed, this is Thomas DeBecke, a geophysicist who was working with us at the time. This is the early 1990s. John Anthony West, the subject of study, the Sphinx, my young me. And what we found is that we had uneven weathering around the Sphinx. What this suggests, doesn't just suggest, I mean, it's very evident to me, the Sphinx was actually carved out initially on 3 sides. Then it was later fully carved in the back. This level of weathering, which is much more shallow in the back, is compatible with and compares well with the subsurface mineralogical changes. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about subsurface weathering that we have for other Old Kingdom, dynastic, 4th dynasty tombs and structures that are supposedly contemporaneous with the original Sphinx. Does everyone follow? The fact that you have much, much deeper weathering around the other 3 sites indicates that this was carved out earlier. The body was carved out earlier. And actually what happens when you look there is that initially, you see how you have the older weathering here? The Sphinx was only carved down to this point approximately initially, so it emerged out of the bedrock, and then I believe in the 4th dynasty, about 2500 BC, they were not carving the Sphinx originally, they were recarving parts of it.
Pausing real quick, they were not carving, I just want to reiterate what he said, they were not carving. So when we see the hieroglyphs of it being the Sphinx being made and all this stuff, which is what they attest to the dating of the Sphinx, they say that it was made around the time that he's saying, I think 2500 BCE, but he's saying that no, they were actually recarving it. It was an ancient structure that they were updating, fixing, maybe modifying some way.
Including the head, sometime in dynastic times, along the back, etc. So initially, the Sphinx actually emerged from the bedrock, which is interesting because in the age of Leo, about 10,000 BC, when the Sphinx sits due east, at that time in the age of Leo, what rose on the horizon due east on the vernal equinox? The constellation Leo. And when you view it from this vantage point, arguably it rises that way with the rump. You see how the rump sort of attaches to the horizon initially as it comes up. Now, I am not basing my dating on Leo and when Leo rose, but I think it's interesting that it's compatible and seems to tie in with my dating. My dating currently for the core portion of the Sphinx, the core body of the Sphinx, is about 10,000 BC. Why? What I've done is calibrate how quickly, or slowly, I should say, the subsurface weathering will take place. So it's really based, the core dating for me is based primarily on the seismic evidence and calibrating that. And you can read about that if you want to in Origins of the Sphinx. I'll show a picture of that book shortly.
So if you want to see that whole thing, it's on the Portal Ascension YouTube. You guys are on it. You can type in Rubber Shock on our channel. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I'm going back to the first point that I made in the first couple of slides. Humanity's been on Earth much older, much longer than we've been told. And we have been more advanced in our ancient past than we have also been told, right? We say that the Sphinx was created around 2500 BCE. Well, the cradle of civilization, we're told, is around 6000 BCE in ancient Mesopotamia and Sumer. And even though those guys were incredible and they brought a lot to culture and humanity and Earth, that is not it doesn't start there. It goes back even further. There's also a deliberate misdirection of how old our civilization is going to Sumer and Mesopotamia rather than Egypt. Because if we were to look at Egypt from the lens of people like Robert Schoch, Graham Hancock, John Anthony West, Robert Bauval, if we were to look at Egypt from that lens, all of a sudden we got to think like, wait a second, how was humanity that advanced that long ago? And is there maybe some sort of even older civilization that they inherited their information from that has been lost to time through the cataclysms that have occurred on the planet, including the impact during the Younger Dryas period that happened when? 13,000 years ago, right before the dating that Robert Schoch just gave us of the Sphinx, right? So more questions arise from speaking the truth. And those questions can obviously lead to a greater understanding of our ancient past, which, I don't know, you tell me, maybe there's some people out there that don't want us to know that, right? So this part here is on the Pyramid Code on Netflix, which is a great show. I've been there for a long time now. And on there, this show, now we're getting to the sound and frequency, ancient civilizations, that the pyramids in the Giza Plateau, most likely many other pyramids around the world, and the Great Pyramid is definitely designed with sound and frequency in mind, that it seems like it was utilized for many different things. And just the anomalies of the pyramid just keep unfolding. It's just so mind-blowing. And anybody that tries to say that this was just done by some basic tools, and someone even said, some archaeologists said they built pyramids in the way they built it because that was just the easiest way to build houses, you know. And some mainstream archaeologists is just saying that randomly. But when you look at it, the way it's designed, it seems like they had frequencies in mind. When you go up to the King's Chamber and you go up that stairway, it looks like literally octaves. It looks like you're inside a musical instrument. So underneath the Great Pyramid, there are aqueducts. And if you've ever been there, you go to the King's Chamber, you go to the Queen's Chamber, and you can see some water seeping in through the Queen's Chamber below. Side note, earlier, we only gave the name King and Queen's Chamber recently. The King's Chamber, we don't know what it was called, and to call it King's Chamber makes it seem like, oh, this was for the king and the queen was below and smaller. That's just all made up. It's not like, oh, this one's for the feminine, this one's for the masculine. That's just recently made up, okay? All right, Laura Eisenhower is on. So Laura, I'll bring you on in 5 minutes. I'll end with this. And so when you look at the history, so now we're going back 13,000 years at least, right? And Billy Carson thinks he has evidence that the pyramids in the Giza Plateau are 36,000 to 40,000 years old at least. The Nile River, through geology and through time, has actually moved from the location it used to be. The Nile River actually used to be on the other side of the pyramids on the Giza Plateau, and it was much closer to the pyramids. And during specific seasons out of the year, the Nile, back 13,000 years ago, Egypt and North Africa was a lush oasis. It wasn't a desert yet. It would overflow, and then the water from the Nile River would go into aqueducts that are built under the pyramids on the Giza Plateau. The aqueducts, the water would rush underneath, and then there's copper rods coming from the bottom of the pyramids into the aqueducts. The aqueducts go in underground. They create an electrical current, creating a frequency. The frequency then goes into the copper rods, and the copper rods go up into the pyramid, into a hollowed out tube, converting the frequency into what? A sound. So not only did all of these things have all this incredible technology and reasons and intentions and purposes, multifaceted technology here, but they were also designed in a way to harness not only the natural frequency and the ley lines of the planet, but also the aqueducts and using the water to create a frequency that will then convert into a sound in order to create a frequency within the pyramid that who knows what it was used for. Communicating with the stars, communicating with the ancestors, going into different states of consciousness, healing chambers, many different theories. All we do know is that it was definitely created using sound in mind. And I'm going to end it on this slide here. Egypt's sound use possibilities. So could sound have been used to create megalithic structures? There's a papyrus from 2600 BCE that states the Great Pyramid of Giza was created in 20 years. So the pyramid this is one great anomaly here. The pyramid contains 2.3 million individual blocks of stone, meaning one block would have to be laid every 5 minutes of every hour, 24 hours a day for 20 years. But what's the problem with that? Each block weighs at least 2 tons. So that's 1,764,000 pounds of stone being laid every day for 20 years, based on how long it said it was taken to create. And, over 20 years goes past a generation now. We have other, so how was it built? Could there be levitation? Could there be a technology that we don't recognize because we have a different type of technology? If there was another technology, would we even recognize it as technology? Even the Egyptian language, even Sanskrit as well, was created in a way to emphasize specific frequencies. Sound frequencies, as I shared, generated by aqueducts turn into frequency in the pyramid. So could these have been some type of energy generating devices sending frequencies into the structure? And for what purpose is that occurring and has that happened? And I'm going to leave us with this video here of Brian Forrester, just to kind of drill home that these structures actually did have sound in mind. So take a look at this. After these messages. Okay. Here we go.
And we're going to go into these incredible rooms,
which
are
pyramid.
Acoustic chambers. Forget about the idea of tombs, think sound, and vibrational technology.
So this is actually inside, about 20 feet, more than 100 feet to go. Okay, now we're maybe a third of the way in. And Yusuf Awiyan, the dark figure, is about to come past me. Okay, maybe halfway down now. And the heat is already starting to pick up in here, as well as the heat generated by anticipation and awe. Okay, so we're at the bottom of the descending passageway. It's got to be 90 degrees Fahrenheit in here right now. And now we're going sideways.
Look at the way that's structured in there. Perfect for sound.
So we're inside the first of the main chambers of the Red Pyramid, and it is tuned to A. That seems to be the sound that it likes the best. So I've just walked through a short tunnel into the second of the chambers here, and the sides of them taper in with these almost baffle-like stones. And of course it could be actually an acoustic cone filter of some kind. The lighting's pretty terrible, but you can see there is a massive crack in the solid stone. And that's part of the theory, again, that this was an energy generating device. As were some of the others of the pyramids on the Giza Plateau. And that they actually became overloaded at one point, partially exploded, and then shut down. And as hard as it may be imagined to believe, we could be talking about that explosion occurring about 12,000 years ago at the end of the last ice age.
All right, we're going to end in a second here. 3 things or more. 12,000 years ago, what date is that? Around 10,000 to 10,500 BCE, the same as the finding with the Sphinx. And the sound came out to A equals 432 hertz in that chamber. These individuals were not deliberately trying to chant A. Whatever frequency that they created with their voice, the chamber was created in a way in order to shift the harmonics to give you back A, right? How amazing is that? And then the last thing is, I've now come to the awareness that pyramids are created around the world on these grid line structures in order to do many things. But one thing also was to create a grid around the planet to stop the Earth from falling deeper into the ages of forgetfulness. And I feel that a lot of these devices were created in order to amplify and kind of protect energy fields and civilizations from falling from grace. And it seems that many of these pyramids overpowered and exploded from within. And the red pyramid literally has a burn mark inside. There's no one put a bomb out in there. No one bombed it from outside. An explosion occurred, electrical explosion occurred inside some of these pyramids. And you could see the scars of those electrical currents in there. And then they shut down. And now is the time where we are learning a lot of this information and getting to a point where we're going to bring this technology back online. So there we go. That's my presentation for you all. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for watching that and tuning in with me. I think I did a successful tap dance for 2 hours, and we now officially started. So we're going to bring on our speakers in just a second. Laura, I don't see your video working, so just can you make sure that your webcam is on? And then let's bring your webcam on, Laura, because I don't see it there. And it's going to tune into your comments and chats. So guys, if you want to go deeper into that presentation, again, on November 16th, and then on my birthday, November 17th, we're doing 8 hours. We're doing 4 hours per day of that presentation. And we're going to do it in a way that we really use the chakra seed sounds. We're going to do the humming effect. We're going to do Jonathan Goldsman's technique. We're going to listen to a lot of information, and we're going to be practicing going from left and right brain hour after hour. Right brain information to experiential information. So portalsascension.org, you can tune in there. It's the next one coming up. So Laura, I want to bring you on. I'm going to bring you on because I don't know if your video's on here. There we go. Hey Laura, you're muted.
Hey Neil. Happy 11/11 and Veterans Day, everybody.
Happy 11/11. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. Looking forward to the cruise.
I know, right? That's coming up. And for all of you who don't know, we're doing a cruise in about a month, and that's at galacticoriginscruise.com if you guys want to tune into that. So Laura, what are you presenting on today? Do you want to just talk, or do you want to
I
bring
do
up
have
PowerPoint?
a PowerPoint. So
all right, let's do it.
Okay. And I do present, right?
Yep.
And
present
share
entire screen.
And
go to entire screen.
Yeah, right. Entire screen.
And you have 45 minutes.
Okay. I'm trying to see it there. Okay. Shoot. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Do you see it?
It's coming, it's coming. Yes. Okay, go ahead and get to your PowerPoint.
You see that?
Yeah, we got it. All right, you can make it full screen. Okay, it's all yours.
All right, everybody. Happy 11/11. It's great to be here with Portal to Ascension on this portal day. And I'm going to talk about the astrology kind of going on and what 11/11 represents. And you can kind of skim through this to see where my background information and just experience comes from. And yeah, I just kind of tie a lot of different things together based in all of this kind of background. Okay, so let's just jump right into it. So Monday is today. And today, Venus happens to enter Capricorn. And you see the quincunx, a more minor aspect, but the planets are still in communication with each other, and it can be somewhat of a tense aspect with the Mercury square Saturn that we're moving into, Saturn being the ruler of Capricorn. So this Mercury square Saturn is very much about feeling your ability to communicate is blocked. So I think a lot of people are feeling encouraged that recently Mr. T talked about the end of censorship. And there's a lot of conflicting news stories going on, though, that are causing a lot of conquer and divide. So it just looks like this aspect is where people just don't know what to say and maybe are not sure what to do. And it's kind of a waiting period to see how it all unfolds. Venus moving into Capricorn, amplifying the Capricorn energy, will really help establish, commitments and bonds with those that you love or want to collaborate with, making, solidified plans perhaps. So yeah, it's right before a big full moon happens on Friday. And that's going to be a full moon in Taurus. And it's very influenced by the planet Uranus, which I'll get into. And Saturn will station direct. Currently, it's been, retrograde. So a lot will begin to move forward. Pluto, that has retrograded back into Capricorn, is going to be going direct mid-month. So if you feel like you've been sitting on something and waiting on something, it's like launch time. And on an 11/11 day, allow that, magic of this master number to, be that portal of trust and faith in yourself to really access your dreams, your visions, your, higher awareness, so that you really, can speak these things into reality. With the square Saturn, if you feel like you're being blocked or stopped, just write it down, be patient with it. The squares to Saturn always require, patience, but, don't let it make you feel defeated, especially if there's a lot of disruption going on with friends and family. I mean, the polarization is increasing almost to the point where it's going to crack, and unity is going to be what rises from it. I think, the more polarized, this gets, the more ridiculous it feels. That I think eventually people are going to start to realize what the greater priority is, which is the unity. But some, maybe won't join us in that. So that full moon, I'll talk more about Uranus and the power of that planet coming up. And also this weekend, we've got Venus squaring the nodal axis. And the nodes are shifting into North Node Pisces, South Node Aries. And with a Venus square, as this shift is, kind of taking place in the sign of Capricorn, which is a very grounded energy. Saturn rules the law of structure. Also, every planet has different octaves and levels of its expression. So the lower expression of Saturn would be dark Saturn, tyrannical Saturn, controlling Saturn, and the higher octave being self-mastery and being a teacher, working with the law of structure as a container for the fullness of all that we can be. So the Venus square will put a lot of pressure on the changes we need to make, the connections we need to drop, how we need to move forward, especially with the conjunction with Uranus. Uranus is all about activation. I'm going to get a little bit more into that. But first, 11/11, strength, justice, master number. Certain tarot decks have the strength card as the number 11. Some have justice. They're both very, very connected. The 11th house in astrology is Aquarius. So, if you constantly see 11/11, that is very significant. And when we look at how it relates to DNA and the particular location on the planet that holds the stargates of the 11 is the Stonehenge, Michael Maryline's area that has been targeted for thousands of years with reversal technologies. So it's important to, really feel into the activations that are pulling you out of the reversal matrix, the inversions, the dependency bond with a system that is collapsing, to really feel into the explosive quality of the electrical energy of Uranus that is helping to set us free. If we block it, it's very uncomfortable for our bodies. So this is an overview of what the chart looks like right now. So North Node is still in Aries, moving into Pisces. So the eclipses in 2025 are going to be activating North Node Pisces, South Node Virgo. And this is going to really put a lot of emphasis in the collective on body, mind, spirit communication. And South Node is all about reflecting on foundational energies and sitting with those foundational energies and feeling into where they're at. So as it moves into Virgo, it's going to be about our physiology, being in service to others, physical health and wellness, our routine, our work, our everyday kind of lifestyle. And as we move through growth periods to help us to integrate the opposite, which is the North Node, that Piscean energy, which has the strong Neptune that's moving into Aries and also Saturn, and how that will impact the North Node, it's asking us to look at our dreams and visions. Where has that been infected with propaganda, with indoctrination, with fear tactics, with maybe even projections and assumptions that are coming from conspiracies that haven't quite been fully, researched, but they're just kind of going around almost like a psyop. Well, they are psyops. There's a lot of that are implanted, that some conspiracy theorists run wild with. It's sort of like, how can we keep ourselves in check so that what we're enabling and manifesting is bringing in the highest level of our dream energy, our visions, our hopes, what we want to see manifest on the planet. And one of the hardest things about being in this human realm is the intrusion on that vast terrain. And that intrusion, gets into that unconscious space, that unseen multidimensional space, that when we bring attention to it, we recognize, whoa, this isn't unconscious anymore. We can begin to uninstall the programs, the fears, the unconscious, tendencies that we are now shedding light on in order to purify it and clear it. And then that integration into Virgo helps our physical body to heal and really be a container for manifesting heaven on earth. So the polarity of Pisces Virgo is very much about bringing that dream energy, the multidimensional, into the physical, which means that the physical is a lot more changeable than how it feels sometimes, the heavy density, or, being, just grappling maybe with an illness or an injury, just the heaviness that sometimes makes one feel stuck. This integration will help us to feel, wow, we can manifest our dreams, but we have to be patient because the physical realm moves slower than consciousness. Our dream energy can go to all sorts of places, but the physical, has its limitation. So that relationship informs the physical to begin to, upgrade. And in that, we're able to work with the activating initiatory energies of Uranus and Pluto. And the beauty is that all three outer planets are in harmony with each other. And, throughout our history, there's been a lot of squares. At certain times in history, we'll see some of these planets, conjunct each other. But to see all three, working well with one another is definitely, going to help us. One of the hardest things is the Pluto square Chiron. It's that really, really painful wound connected to death pictures, the fear of death, the fear of transformation, the fear of our power. Also the fear of the powers that run the world, that we think run the world. We have to understand that we are the powers that be. The inverted matrix cabal stole those energies to manifest artificial timelines. And as all this collapses, it puts a lot of pressure on us to step up, transform, and manage those wounds and traumas in an accountable way, so that they're not just being pushed back and denied or medicated without understanding what the root is. So a lot of wounds are coming up to the surface. And in this period of scorpionic energy, it's so important that we just go into that dark night and we really do that clearing work. And so Uranus and Taurus forming harmonious aspects is really helping to activate that creative imagination into connection to the higher realms. So Uranus is amazing in how it does connect us to the higher realms, but is not very comfortable. So I'm just sharing this from North Point Journal, and I'm going to share some of my thoughts as well. But I love what she put about Uranus. The lunation is in close proximity to the planet Uranus. We're talking about the full moon coming up this week, highlighting the destabilizing energies of the sideways spinning planet. The energy is highly electric and changeable, stimulating the nervous system and affecting the mental state. The involvement of Uranus increases the likelihood that we will experience surprising, sudden, life-changing events around the time of the full moon, symbolic and sometimes literal. Lightning strikes and earthquakes can occur as well. So that's the power of Uranus. Uranus is the electrical energy that stimulates the nervous system, but it also, connects with PTSD and nervous breakdowns and, the discomfort of Uranus, shock and upheaval that isn't so comfortable, that if we don't know how to process, can feel incredibly destabilizing and, really, really difficult. When we look at the electric energies, in the magnetic, that's Pluto, the electric magnetic spectrum, and the planetary ley lines with a positive and negative charge, with each zodiac sign holding a positive and negative charge. That is, all about the integration of polarity. When you jumpstart a car in the morning, you got your positive and negative. You got the light and dark, and it's not to cancel out one for the other, just like the masculine and feminine. The goddess energy is rising, but it doesn't discount the masculine, right? It's all about the integration of polarity. So Uranus in Taurus, the shock and upheaval connected to all things that rule Taurus. That has to do with abundance and self-worth and what we value. It's ruled by Venus. So, what we accumulate that feels beautiful to us, beautiful environment, the aesthetics, the things that stimulate our senses. It's an earth sign. So Uranus in this house, lots of upheaval connected to the currency and the money system. A lot of changes in this arena have been very destabilizing for people, especially after pandemic. So Uranus shaking everything up. Well, what they want to do is keep us in the inverted expression and harness that energy to begin to steer it into transhumanism, which is the shadow side of Uranus, dark technology, mind control, being a part of the grooming process for people to consent. So the shadow side of Uranus can manifest as panic attacks, PTSD that's not resolved, nervous breakdowns, and we lose connection to our higher guidance because we're too busy having an anxiety attack. We're not trusting, we're not letting go, we're not receiving the download. We're just more like, oh, why is this happening? And the most important thing is, no matter what events happen on the world stage, that we are able to kind of like back away and see what's coming through. Because, the cosmic and natural laws and the cosmic alignments and everything that's happening on this ascension timeline trajectory is all about these initiations that help us to wake up and find ourselves again. So all these engineered events and everything happening on the world stage is to really distract us away from, this process. So, we're seeing some changes in the world, hopefully for the better, depending on what you feel and think is going to really determine a lot of what you experience. But then there's going to be the proof being in the pudding, the words that create the actions that create the manifestation that is operating outside of us, but we have influence over it from within, the thoughts and energies and intent that we hold, not sitting back and hoping somebody else saves us, just stepping up as best as we can and not allowing the madness of the world and the duality of it all get the best of us. And hopefully we'll see, and I really do feel we're going to see some tremendous positive change because of this election. But there's red flags, there's sabotaging influences. And, so we need to just recognize the importance of our consciousness and how we assist in steering things. Neptune in Pisces, consciousness freedom in its highest form. And with Neptune moving into Aries and Saturn moving into Aries, in 2025, that's a super strong manifestation of, the divine human, the Mars energy not being so compartmentalized and so groomed and programmed that is able to, move out of the 3D and move into a much more creative place, as far as not just creating as in music and art, but being creative as far as, how you manifest things in your life. So that's going to come easier for some than others. When it's in its shadow version, people are infected by fear viruses, mind viruses, disinfo, confusion, all designed to infect our creative channels. And of course, we know where that comes from. Programming and what we see in the news, everything external that infects that place and brings us down, drops our energy. So we want to keep that space clear, and just focus on the dreams that we can reach, that we can bring in. That's what we're here to do. Pluto and Capricorn moving into Aquarius. It's actually going direct on the 19th, and the death of matrix control. And we're revisiting, Pluto and Capricorn, and it's been a bit of a pullback for us to, revisit all of this. And we're seeing a lot come to the surface in the world as well with the Diddy stuff. And moving into Aquarius, this rebirthing of the sovereign self and the importance of maintaining that and holding strong to that instead of allowing that to be captured into dark tech and manipulative tactics that, want the awakening to be something that is provided outside of ourselves, some outer savior, some outer solution. Now, there are going to be outer solutions. There are going to be incredibly powerful forces rising, benevolent contact, and strong leadership, but it's not in the version that we've seen of hierarchical, control and engineered events that keep us stuck in, survival responses to a false solution. But we have to be very discerning about how we navigate this and who we align with. Start with yourself. We have to live our truth to be able to navigate and see through the lies, and really strengthen that intuition. So what happens if we resist these energies? Our immune system is lowered. We are easily hijacked. Our energies get siphoned. We feel hopeless, lost, and confused. We're in survival. We're reactive. We're ungrounded. So you take a planet like Pluto, you put a square to Chiron, and it's really constantly pushing this trigger. And unresolved, it can really, lead to some health complications. And we're seeing that with, just the ramifications of what we've inhaled in our environment, spike proteins, things that have been injected in our bodies, GMOs, all of this stuff. So that's sort of the breaking point of like the toxic world that we need to leave behind so that we can move into healing that's based in like frequency, sound, and color, epigenetics, it's shifting our thoughts and beliefs, deprogramming, all of that stuff, because we are the most advanced technology. So there's a deep place within us where we have always known who we truly are. Our inability to call it forward has created lists of conditions and diagnoses in the medical world that seem to undermine and label the efforts put forth by the soul to be free, to feel loved, and to be living as one's true, authentic self. So I've personally been very familiar with the whole concept of engineering events so that one fails. It's been said to me many times that this is what my targeting has been about, that many events in my life have taken place that were set up in order to break me down and defeat me. There's a whole bunch of us out there that have contended with this in our lives. The whole planet is contending with this, and we all are to varying degrees. There are engineered versions of our traumatic experiences that come from the global villains that are vampiric. And then there's facing your maker and karma and agreements to experience something so that a transformation and upgrade can occur. And the two, kind of work simultaneously as well. The artificial that is trying to control a narrative, a timeline, using geoengineering, indoctrination, psyops, weaponizing elements in consciousness in order to control the trajectory of life and destiny is the vampiric harvesting methods that infect our creative channels into manifesting a future we don't want. But we de-weaponize the weapons when we clear and purify our inner elementals and we are in divine consciousness. We support one another and know what to do. The death and tower archetypes reside within our soul to rebirth and rebuild, heal, awaken, and restore. The death is the Pluto. The tower is Uranus. Neptune is the creative imagination, the divine consciousness. So those all are working together. But, different times of the year are going to, put personal planets in our chart. And the sun and Venus and Mercury and where those planets are, Jupiter and Saturn, at odds, as we see with Mercury square Saturn, even though that's not an outer planet. But, it's just really helpful to know what's going on with the transits, what's going on with your own chart, what's going on with your progressions, because we're moving into the alteration of the zodiac because of the 13th sign of Theicus, which really marks the bifurcation of time. So there's the descending hub, which I look at as, staying with a toxic partner or parent, a false parent. And that shows up in the pillars of society, that shows up in our relationship to, the false matrix, that dependency bond. That is a very low frequency. When we look at 3D all on its own is digressing. And that separation from the soul, which transhumanism and these artificial intelligence signals are attempting to do to a person, the 3D becomes even more 3D to the point where the soul matrix completely disconnects and that human becomes bioengineered into a different form that's not even human. That is what they've been attempting to do. I feel that there's a huge, huge opportunity now for the whole of the collective to wake up and rehabilitation being available on a really massive scale. But I look at the bifurcation of time as a breakup with the old inverted system, like you breaking up maybe with a partner who's been an energy vampire, an abuser, and a deceiver who has tried to cover that up and tried to convince you that it actually loves you. So the ascending hub is high frequency and it's stable. Even though Uranus, which is destabilizing, brings us into this stability, it's what needs to break down and crack down so that, you know, truth can rise. So lies and deception are embedded in our culture. So, you know, a lot of, you know, what we see crumbling is also a lot of what's crumbling within people that have, you know, formed a belief around it. We see that in religion. We see that, you know, with people idolizing celebrities and their political stance, which didn't go so well this election. We see that in the medical industry. We see that in the school systems. And, you know, there's a lot to rehabilitate and heal from that people really aren't willing to do just yet. I mean, they're saying, you know, Trump is going to take us away from women's rights, but where are women's rights when a man wins a beauty contest in the place of a woman, right? So anyway, there's all these memes everywhere that I'm sure everybody is seeing. And the well-intended visions of the people that have been captured by this dark agenda, you know, is very criminal. It's terrible. And I'm not saying it's all about Trump. I don't want to make it about him at all. But what are these energies? What is available to us? And when we're in alignment with it, what is manifesting on the world stage in response? Because the world responds to us. If we're under mind control, we're stuck in that bond. If we're awakening, you know, the world is going to change in accordance with that. So are the elementals, because we're elemental beings. So our distorted and rewritten history, current and past mind control dogmas, mutations within all nature, endless wars and conflicts in general are all products of the invader ET's quest for the Holy Grail. Earth civilization has been thoroughly programmed via the resident on-planet Illuminati representatives to believe such chaos is natural and to occlude any memory of our true heritage. So that's inspired by Noel Hutley. And I know I've talked about this in previous webinars, and I'm kind of revisiting it again because there's always more to bring in, you know, looking at where we're at, this 1111 portal. Just really tune into every house on the zodiac wheel. Every house represents a sign. The first house is the house of Aries, Mars. The second house is the house of Taurus, Venus. Third house is Gemini, Mercury. Fourth house is Cancer, Moon. Fifth house is Leo, Sun. Sixth house is Virgo, Mercury, with all elementals connected to it. So fire, earth, air, water, fire, earth. So Virgo, Mercury. Seventh, Libra, Venus, and that's air. Eighth house, Pluto, Scorpio, and that is water. Ninth house, Sagittarius, Jupiter, and that is fire. And 10th house is career, Saturn, Capricorn. 11th house is Aquarius, Uranus, and 12th house is Pisces, Neptune. So if you look at all these different houses, we all experienced these houses. So even if you have planets that are, you know, predominantly in one particular part of your chart and not another area of your chart, it doesn't mean you don't live these other areas of your chart. It just means that there's not a whole lot of focus on this area. So you might actually attract people into your life that hold a lot of energies in a place that you might not. So all these pillars of society have been infected to a certain degree, to massive degrees, depending on where you're at, in order for our DNA upgrades to not be successful so that we stay enslaved. So we see this massive attack on self-appearances, beginnings, first impressions, you know, just social media, trigger events, self-appearances with the pronouns and gender confusion, you know, second house, money, values, work environment, daily routines. These aren't the way I define the houses so much. Daily routines to me is more sixth house, but that's just me. But anyway, money, values, work, abundance, right? Having our self-worth all wrapped up in that has been very targeted since childhood. What it means to be successful, what it means to be abundant. So, you know, if you have a lot of challenges in any of these houses, it's because of the mind control. It's because of ancestral patternings. It's because of, you know, some kind of toxicity or some sort of distortion that you are here to heal and clear. So on and on with all the houses, you can kind of, you know, see how that all works. Home, roots, family, your emotional foundation, the epidemic of divorce, just instability in the home, ancestral patterning, and all that kind of stuff. Romance, play, self-expression, creativity. This tends to be, just something that we want more of. And so you definitely want to give that part of your life more attention, period. Yes, that can be targeted when you look at, the entertainment industry and the music that's put in a different frequency, the subliminal messages, just there's infiltration in everything: health, fitness, organization, acts of service. Well, we know that a lot of these organizations that claim to be acts of service are connected to human trafficking and pedophilia, and health. My gosh, where do I even start with that? Right. So if you look at the opposites, you got the 12th house, endings, healing, closure, spirituality, opposite the 6th house, health, fitness, organizations, acts of service. So we want to integrate polarity, self-appearances, also with the relationships. We don't want to lose ourselves to relationships. We want to know who we are. We don't want to lose our health to mind control in the medical industry. We want to understand our spirituality, what we need to heal, what is hiding in those unseen realms that impact our health, because what's opposite is impacting the opposite. So we bring the two together and have a conversation, and that's where a lot of healing can happen. And this is what helps us to clear our bodies of this frequency fences and the distortions that hold our DNA in like this junk and keep us in a very lower expression. So if all these houses are infected and we're, tied to the matrix and the way it defines it and the way we should experience it, we're not going to advance ourselves. So the whole process of unity consciousness is to help switch each other on, to work together, to clear all these houses, all these signs, all these elementals, and the masculine and feminine charge that each of them hold, to come together and restore this 12-strand DNA. So I talk about this a lot in my presentations about the rings of Saturn being a massive broadcast system, broadcasting a fake reality. So if we look at the 10th house, which is the house of Saturn, Capricorn, public image, career, goals, achievements, fame, success. So artificial reality, artificial timelines, that bigger picture stuff connected to, careers and world leaders and people that are famous, celebrities that have been influencers in that regard, the doctor you go to, the school, the teacher you have, so very powerful star seeds and awakened souls and earth warriors that have a strong 10th house that are connected to Uranus and Pluto. They're bringing in like the new earth energies, right? Everybody is, it doesn't have to manifest through the 10th house. So it's just when we are able to break down the dark Saturn, the artificial reality, the dark shadow, or the dark polarity, the darker shadow expression of Saturn, which is tyrannical control, that is using our creative energy to, enable this false reality because it stole our power because it doesn't have its own. And it's an imitator. Yeah, it's like we're not living in a true reality. So the zodiac alchemical laws, the zodiacal structural principles, are both energetic and geometric blueprints based upon lunar zodiacal imprints that were generated by the invading races to suppress human consciousness with the lunar matrix, which is currently being dismantled and realigned with the alchemical laws inherent in 3 natural laws of God. If you go back here, you don't see the 13th sign, which is the alchemy. So the alterations of the zodiac as we know it shifting into the alchemical laws means that all the dark Saturn squares and all the difficult aspects that we've been experiencing are dissolving away. But we have to stand in alignment with this. What is ascension? Why is this an ascension window period that has been so prophesized? Well, the sun started to move through the 13th sign of Ophiuchus in 2010, the Venus transits and all of this. And I talk about this a lot, but we're coming up to Ophiuchus, November 30th to December 17th. So this is a time of the year that this substance of ether, unconditional love, is made more available. It's just being more illuminated. And when I say that, you just might find that your bodies desire to detox or your desire to meditate or do a retreat is that much stronger. Like you're really, really being called to this element, to work this element. When we look at the seasons, you know, we move through the different seasons. We feel the shift and change, you know, as we go into winter, into the crone energy, planting seeds for the spring, you know. And so same thing with moving through each sign of the zodiac. We move through the 13th sign. This is an opportunity to really breathe in the breath of life. And we can see how that was targeted with the masking and the pandemic, because they're so frightened of our connection with the mother, with the quintessence, with the fifth element, and how that begins to show us the true Father, God source, beyond the Anunnaki, and the divine blueprint of the Christ Sophia. So mutations in DNA can occur as a natural or unnatural process. The unnatural is our exposure to mind control, weather, weaponry, chemicals, artificial intelligence signals, vaccinations, laboratory-made viruses, toxic elements. The fifth element, ether, was put into reversals on the Earth grids, and this has been corrected now. So when you look at all that, you know, people really attach themselves to, you know, the detriments of this. But what is the golden age? Is turning the lead into gold. Why is it called the golden age? It's not just all love and light. This is a major time of alchemy and transmutation of, you know, these very, very toxic and detrimental frequencies and substances and chemicals and viruses, and it's all based in frequency, right? And the, you know, of course, the mind control. So it almost doesn't even matter what's streaming through the news as long as we don't get along. Because if we don't get along, we're not helping each other switch on and clear, you know, the 12 houses, the signs, and we're not working, you know, together to rebuild that 12-strand DNA. So as we bring in that ether element, you know, that's more of the medical miracles. It's more of the miracle energy, you know, that really takes us up to the, you know, higher levels, right? But they're trying to drop us down and trying to drop us down. So we'll see how this period of November 30th to December 17th manifests as far as distracting energies or things that, you know, might make it hard to pursue what your inner self is wanting you to pursue. So push through it. Definitely take advantage of, you know, this really powerful time. And I believe November 30th to December 17th, there will be a couple days on the cruise. 3 days where we're going to be in the tail end of Ophiuchus. So I, for one, I'm going to be fasting and meditating, and I'm going to just, last time I did, I had unbelievable visions, the most extraordinary visions I've ever had in my whole life. It was unbelievable. And a healing, you know, took place that definitely I'm due for, just to clear away just a lot of attack energy, a lot of, you know, grieving of just things in my life, and the empathicness of the things that are happening in the world connected to the hurricanes. I know we're all feeling, right? So, you know, coming together, assisting one another, being a resource, sharing, you know, donation links where, you know, they're coming from. You know, we just need to come together. We're elemental beings. We can shift the energy of weather patterns and everything like that. So this will be a really, really powerful time to just cleanse all of that, to release, to alchemize, and to, you know, move into this winter season and come out, you know, in springtime, like all pristine and purified. So I talk about this in pretty much most of my presentations. It's just a very important reminder that the planets, the platonic solids, the elementals connected to that are the global, complete the global grid. That the reversals of the dodecahedron, which represents the ether, was put into reversals. Our DNA is also connected to the elementals, the nucleic acids. So the mitochondrial DNA is the fifth principle, the cosmic ether, right? So when we move into the Ophiuchus season, November 30th to December 17th, that is a very powerful time to reconnect with the mother, reconnect with nature. The damage to the mitochondrial DNA is why humanity is so addicted to the matrix. It does not understand the trauma of what's taken place in our galactic history, the dark mother reversals, the Niberian diotic crystal grid reversal technology, the Nephilim reversal grid technology, where things were unplugged on the planet, particularly around the regions of the Michael Mary line, and how, you know, through osmosis, we're born into a world that doesn't have that circulation of energy of that sacred union. You know, we're born into the Saturn moon matrix manipulations, and how that's impacted the planetary grid and harvests and siphons energy from us to feed the black cube of Saturn, particularly in the rituals and the targeting of, innocence of children. It's just like unbelievable, right? So, that fifth element, hasn't really been circulating through the planetary grids or us. We see the toxicity in the waters and the air and the degradation of the environment. All that is shifting. We're healing along with Mother Earth. And as we breathe in this breath of life, we're clearing in the same way that Mother Earth is. So we need to be a conduit, and we will see the changes happen because we are doing it ourselves. So those that choose not to, what kind of world are they manifesting? Well, there'll always be the opportunity to rehabilitate, to self-correct, to begin to notice the resources that will help them to get in alignment, to find their truth, to clear the programmings, to clear the trauma loops that have been captured by things in the news and in social media that delay the deeper growth of getting to the root of where that actually is coming from, who it's coming from. So, we can really begin to awaken the truth of this within ourselves and know how deeply connected we are with the elements, with animals, with the herbs. And I know we all know this. So, but this is why this is an ascension window period, the healing of the mitochondrial DNA, the reconnection with the mother, the anchoring of the mother energy on the planet. So the programmable alien AI has infected carbon material and is what has taken over the platonic solid dodecahedron and related pentagonal geometries that build time-space constructs. These time-space constructs are instruction sets in the morphogenetic field that run into the ley lines of the planetary body. This is how they've built artificial realities and false timelines and projected them into false holograms. So the inverted pentagram is that fifth element that hasn't been available. The dark rituals, the Baphomet, harvesting and siphoning. That's the false dark mother. And then we've had the patriarchal father, Anunnaki manipulations of ancient texts, and just everything just like being this false reality. So that's why I look at it like a breakup. When you're in a relationship with an abusive person who is deceiving you or hiding the deception, it's like, it's a form of harvesting. You feel drained by that person. Your self-worth is dependent on this person. And until you start to look at the red flags and you start to realize what you're really worth, it's going to be hard to break up and make a change. So Chiron will be moving into Taurus, and it'll be a huge time of healing self-worth and pictures surrounding abundance. So spiritual warfare and psychological warfare, bioharvesting methods are tactics that are used so that we keep feeding an inverted system that is parasitic. Our astrology chart can help to remove ourselves from the dark weaponry and manipulations that come through the news, social media, Hollywood, religion, and the medical industry. So I always share this, and this is the corrections from Venus, the love of the mother, the unconditional love of the mother that never left us, that needed to create this orbit of the pentagram in order to offset the inversions, to bring it upright again. And it's formed a sacred geometry of a rose that's connected to the Magdalene energy, the divine feminine, going into the dark underworld and back up again every year, the morning and evening star, in accordance with nature and the maiden mother crone, in order to restore the hell realms and where, we've lost connection to our power, we feared our power, back into the creative cauldron of creation. And that's where the crone energy really comes in, navigating that labyrinth of the darkness. So the diamond heart in the earth body is essentially the definition of the Sophionic body of mother. The feminine principle has needed to be grounded back into the earth body because when not grounded, the dark mother reversals are in power. And it is the feminine enslaved and used by forces of domination and control because it harnesses that birthing ability, which is also in men. It's the creative flow of, the electric energy of the downloads of the Christ consciousness and the seeds of our dreams coming in to birth in the darkness of the womb to create the true timeline, along with the organic ascension timeline that already exists. Nothing can destroy it. The planetary system knows what it needs to do to heal itself. The mother energy that's been compromised as a planetary body, the alignments and everything that's happening has brought her back into her body. Just like if we're traumatized and we're not in our body, we have to come back in to really heal. So anyway, November 30th to December 17th, the solidification of timeline. This is the stable ascending timeline is really connecting with this. And you can read all the different attributes. I believe I have 5-10 minutes left. So I'm just going to jump through this. I always share this, but you know what? It's coming up. We're in the month of November. It's 11/11. Let's start to really prepare, right? Strength and justice. You know, justice is our own internal balance and our ability to release the things that have infected us, the projections that have come into us, and not hold the burden of other people's misunderstanding of us, or their mistakes or our mistakes, you know, to set ourselves free and find that balance so that, you know, we can create a more harmonious flow in our lives, and with one another. And strength is like something that's ingrained in us. You know, when you get the strength card, it really shows, you know, the foundation of like all that you are, that you remember and you know that you're creating from, you know. So that 11/11 portal is really strong in just, you know, grounding yourself with the root system and allowing the branches to blossom into, you know, the fullness of consciousness and what's possible to, you know, anchor and ground and manifest the changes you'd like to see in your life, in your health, in your relationships, the changes that you might be afraid to make, that you can begin to, you feel more confidence in, that you will be supported, you know. And if something's really not right for you, notice the things that will show up as signs. You allow yourself to communicate with nature and how we're constantly being communicated with. When we injure ourselves, the body knows what to do. The immune system knows what to do to heal itself. When our life gets injured, we manifest medicine in the form of people, synchronicities, and life changes that will take us to an upgrade. But if we don't perceive that, we tend to digress and we tend to stagnate or accumulate, you know, a lot of heaviness. So I was talking about the 12 constellation transmissions being infected. So this is why this constellation of Ophiuchus is so powerful. It represents the pending birth of the Christ child growing in the womb of the Divine Mother. So that's that light and dark integration. That's that alchemy, the lead of this human experience turning into gold, the golden age. The negative alien agenda had control over aspects of the 12 constellation transmissions, which had resulted in more extreme negative polarities in the world of forces in order to achieve their intended objective of control over matter forms, to influence humanity into the negative polarity, and to use dark matter for running AI machinery. So this is just the heart of everything that I'm sharing when I shared the 12 houses. The negative alien agenda attempting to control those 12 constellation transmissions, those 12 houses, the pillars of society, the way we're raised, so that our foundational energy, when we move into, you know, our career and the rest of it that are in the upper part, you know, we're carrying, you know, a lot of the programs or the ancestral, you know. So Uranus, Pluto, and Neptune. Uranus is a wrecking ball. Pluto is death and rebirth and alchemy. Neptune is the creative imagination that we're cleansing from the programs. And we're well on our way to rebuilding this 12-strand DNA with the 13th sign. That is the Ascension timeline. So it'll help us to not be locked into incarnational cycles, reincarnation cycles. It's the rite of passages that that are available to us. You know, when people are like, well, how do I do it? Or what, you know, just simply hold space for yourself to be in alignment, be true to yourself, be true to what comes up. You know, Chiron is everything. Chiron is the ruler of Ophiuchus. Chiron, Ophiuchus, divine firewater, the golden gate, right? The golden age. So Chiron helps us to understand our mission through wounds and afflictions and shows us what we're missing and longing for. It becomes our purpose. The healers of the world have strong Chirons. They've been through something. They've overcome it. They found the right healing tools and modalities. They did the inner work. You know, a Chiron that has not done the work, you know, likes to injure others, is wounded, doesn't want to admit it, and tends to mask it with addictions or personality traits that are very narcissistic at times, or very much in insecurity, self-doubt, and fear. So we see the inverted expression of Chiron in Aries. Chiron has been in Aries. It's moving into Taurus. Attack on human identity, vaccine damage, false movements, harming the ego through psyops, and creating triggering events to disempower and hijack the soul-centered, intuitive, rethinking, evolving human. So we want to get to the higher octave. Warriors, the leaders of the healing that is necessary. You know, the ones that are embodying the golden age energies, the transformation, the alchemy, turning the lead into gold, you know, by noticing that negative energy that might hit your space, you're transforming into something beautiful because of the words you speak in return. You're not going to step down to that level. That is the strong warrior energy. So lower emotions and low frequency energy stored in ourselves from past experience and traumas that we have encountered and never processed. So lower emotions are low frequency energy stored in ourselves. Photon energy is a much higher energy that pulls up the lower emotional frequency so it can calibrate to the higher frequency. This is basically the alchemy, right? This is from Heather Carlini. And that is where it's at, right? So we're facing Chiron. We go down into these lower vibrations, right? We want to bring it back up. So Chiron will be in Taurus June 19th, 2026. And later that year, it will briefly retrograde back into Aries. So actually, it's not quite 2025. We're still dealing with Aries. But it'll be moving into Taurus, and we'll be working on self-worth, abundance. Uranus has been in Taurus. So, there's a breaking down of the old and the rebuilding of the new. And then the wounds connected with that. Did we make the right choices? Did we invest in the right things? Did we trust ourselves? Were we able to navigate this well? So sometimes it's hard to know who to trust. So we got to work on ourselves to really develop that discernment and that BS meter. So
2 more minutes, Laura.
how much?
2 more minutes. Just a couple of minutes left.
Okay. So remember, this golden age is bringing you into the activation of your 8th and 9th chakra. The psychic attacks increase when you begin to switch this on. That's when they really lose their grip on you, and it's really hard to siphon and harvest your energies. And that's why the sabotaging influences and the attack is increased when you begin to really start to flow in this. So the time of November 30th to December 17th is really important to just hold space for yourself, anchor it in, shield, because this will bring you into your galactic chakras and take you into consciousness, awareness of these higher levels that are higher gamma union, Christos, hydroplasmic light, the sacred union, the alchemical marriage that they call junk DNA. So when we integrate polarity, when we work on ourselves, when we take it upon ourselves to heal those wounds and understand the root of them and what we've been not told about our galactic history and our earth history, the rewritten history that we want to discard, and we work on our relationships and all of that, it's like all of this begins to fall into place. And once our consciousness is able to perceive of it and reach it, it then informs the physical, and the physical begins to upgrade. So we don't want to be compartmentalized anymore. And the Neptune and Aries conjunction, Neptune moving into Aries and Saturn moving into Aries conjunction that's coming up is really going to solidify this. But yes, a lot is going to try and stop that. So, this is an important point. The human DNA is a biological internet and superior in many aspects to the artificial one. Russian scientific research directly or indirectly explains phenomena such as clairvoyance, intuition, spontaneous remote acts of healing, self-healing, affirmation techniques, unusual light auras around people, mind's influence on weather patterns, and much more. In addition, there's evidence for a whole new type of medicine in which DNA can be influenced and reprogrammed by our words and frequencies without cutting out and replacing single genes. That is the basics of epigenetics. So remember, Neptune, this conjunction with Aries in 2026 will birth new divine warriors into the scene. When people wake up, it's like, boom, that's an immediate response. People start doing podcasts. They start to, get just like they get amplified, and until then, it's just like, what's going on? Something doesn't feel right. And you're constantly looking for something to appease the discomfort. But once you really awaken, it's like your purpose is ignited. The synchronicities and the magic and flow of creation really begin to support you. So a lot of initiations and preparation happening, and that's from Flower of Phoenix. I love the way they put it, this way I've been putting it, and just wanted to share that. So the Earth is a living organism. We're a part of her healing, and with assistance from the higher races of our galactic family and a deeper awareness of ourselves, the traps that have been put in place from these lower forces, we'll be able to navigate our future with peace, clarity, and discernment. The same laws apply to our body as to the planet. Imbalance needs to be resolved to protect ourselves. We know that we're increasing the love vibration on the planet. That is what is so necessary. Sacred union's been targeted, and we're working, we don't have to work. We can play in that energy field and live on that deep level. And, we're going to manifest the flow of synchronicities that bring us to more soul family and soulmates. We already are. That's what Portal to Ascension is. It literally is a portal to ascension. That's what I love about Portal to Ascension. So thank you so much, Neil. And I just want to end with an Eisenhower quote. I think that people want peace so much that one of these days, the governments had better get out of their way and let them have it. So my hope for this administration is that the people will rise in more sovereignty. There'll be more room to breathe and do your mission, answer to your calling, that it won't be about the government structure of mind control, psyops and false flags and and all these different tactics to keep us enslaved, that this is a time of liberation. And regardless of what happens, regardless of where that trajectory goes, you are the trajectory of the ascension timeline. Embody it within, because you are the shift. We are the ones that are manifesting it as conduits. And it already exists, but we have to be in alignment and bring it in and inspire others to join us to the best of our ability. Okay, everybody. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah. Go ahead and stop your screen share. Just click stop share. Yeah. There we go. Oh, Laura, thank you so much. And that quote gave me full body chills.
I love
right
that
there.
quote.
Yeah,
I
no,
know.
that wraps it up in a nutshell. Really does. You shared a date in November. Can you? I missed it though. Can you say that date again?
Of
You
a
said something
Ophiuchus?
was happening. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I don't. Was it in
November
November?
30th to December 17th. That's when we move through the Ophiuchus constellation. So that's between Scorpio and Sagittarius, and that's where the ether energy, the alchemical substance that really, transmutes the lead into gold and takes us, into, more embodied golden, energy, Christ consciousness. And the timeline of organic ascension is that, and we, are holding strong to it. And thanks to a container like yours as well, it's like it just helps everybody stay really grounded in the truth of what's really unfolding versus the artificial versions that are collapsing before us and is collapsing within us. So thanks, Neil, for having me today.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. Before you leave, so somebody asked a question, and I feel this is a good one to ask throughout and just have different perspectives. So Star Brothers asking, how do we find harmony and understanding in a world of materialism, disunity, and separation?
We really just need to just back away from that and be a neutral observer. I mean, it'll change when it's ready to change. We can only really be a resource, a beacon of light, planting seeds, putting ourselves out there. When folks are ready, they'll gravitate over here, and we have to trust that they're going to create life events that shatter all that. When people have sudden losses, it doesn't mean it's coming from the right source or it's okay. But we're taught to leverage sometimes being stripped of everything to find what's true within. And so those events are going to happen on that soul's journey at some point. So the best thing we can do is send love, keep the unity alive, and find like-minded people, focus on your own growth, what you can create for yourself. And people will eventually come around. Even though we're at different phases and stages on our soul growth and on the timeline, look at yourself like an expedition leader. At times you want to slow down to hold the hand of somebody who's not moving at the speed that you are, but don't let it drop you off the cliff.
Beautifully said. I love what you just shared. Stripped of everything to find what's true within.
The true worth, the true abundance.
Oh my God.
And your magic.
You
can recreate, it's a fresh canvas, so these death and shower moments can feel so shattering and so destabilizing and just like scary, but just really allow the change to guide you into something beautiful. The magic and flow and synchronicities are here to upgrade us. If we get caught in the suffering of it or the definition of it in a way that negates the possibility of positive change taking place, we can get caught in the web. It doesn't mean there's not a mourning period and pain associated with the things that we lose, or a lot of stigmas we need to drop as far as like, what does it mean to be successful or abundant, having a certain amount of money. But you're not coming from that place, this person who asked the question. So really embrace where you're at and just know what a blessing you are for the planet. And you're sending a lot to their higher self, and things will reach them, but they might not be able to validate and say thank you, but just know you're making a difference just because of who you are.
Yeah. Beautiful. Laura, thank you so much. Very powerful transmission today. I feel it throughout my whole body. I love you very much, and thank you for being here.
I love you so much.
We'll
okay, thank you, everybody. Bye.
See you soon. All right, everybody. So the ceremony has officially begun, if you haven't noticed. And what I'm thinking today, we started with some meditations, some activations. It would be really cool, since there's so many of us, every time a speaker ends, we're going to do 3 breaths together and expand it out of our heart, integrating, receiving, sending the signal out, joining the collective millions of people that are in this field with us today. And, just to kind of piggytail of what Laura was saying, right? About the systems, about being stripped of everything to form a new, greater sense of identity, right? The systems are collapsing. The systems that do not serve us, do not work for us, we don't have to judge them. They played their role perfectly fine. They gave us the depth of experience. They gave us the darkness. They gave us the struggles. They gave us the rewards, right? And all of those rewards or challenges are all beautiful because the challenges obviously helps us grow from it to realize what we want. The new systems wouldn't even been created if we didn't have the systems that didn't work. Now we know what we don't want, right? How many times have you had an experience in life where you received a lot of what you don't want, and then you realize what you do afterwards? You know, I would say my ex, my past relationship was kind of like that. But now I know where I really do want. And the more we're relying on these old systems, the more we have this attachment to it. And when they collapse, I feel that it creates a sense of disharmony in us because we based our whole identity based on these outdated institutions and systems. And a lot of people don't realize that even when those systems go, the basic needs of what it means to be a human will still exist: food, shelter, water, friendship, connection, love, right? Those things will still exist unless this world just all of a sudden just ascends and we're in a different reality. But those things are still going to be there. So it's really about the perspective. So as these systems start collapsing and falling, we now do exactly what Laura said. We have literally a blank canvas to create a new reality. Instead of trying to fix these things that don't really work, and they're like, old car, like 100-year-old car that keeps breaking down, and then we just keep putting in a new transmission, but the rest of the things just keep collapsing every 6 months. We have the ability to design and create something new. And that is what I think is truly beautiful. So let's go ahead now. We're going to move into our next speaker in just a second, but let's do what I said. Let's take 3 breaths in together. So I invite you all, keep your eyes open if you want, keep them closed, because we'll do this after every speaker. And just breathe normally. And in a second, we're going to start with 1 of 3 breaths. And as you inhale through your nose, expand it out of your heart. And as we expand out of our heart, we encompass the whole planet with our heart frequency. And we create a synergy between our group right here, joining the other groups, and then just keeping the whole of Earth in our hearts, in harmony and unity. So now take a deep breath in for the first inhale. Expand it out from your heart. Deep breath in again. Let it go. One more time. And now have the whole earth rest inside of your heart. The earth is just another subatomic particle that exists within us. And for this experience today, it will be inside of our hearts. All right, everybody. I am so excited because we have amazing people coming up. Raquel Spring coming up next, Beck Milonis, Geraldine Orozco, Brooklyn Rain, Alan Steinfeld, Jody Sorda, Phil Gruber, Bridget Holiday, Jan Satar. We have an all-star cast for you guys today. But I'm really excited to bring on Raquel Spring because, to be honest with you, she's one of my favorite people in the world. I love Raquel so much. Raquel Spring is a world-renowned 4th-generation astrologer and mystic, celebrated for her unique expertise, which sets her apart in the field and empowers her to guide leaders towards their path, purpose, destiny, and freedom. She's an international speaker, leader, and she integrates a diverse range of skills into global retreats and visionary leadership programs. She has a signature program called the Mentorship Program for Embodied Astrology, Awaken Your Dragon, and the Path of the Priestess. Raquel fosters awakened awareness and provides investment opportunities for emerging leaders worldwide. And a little quote from Raquel is her mission, my mission. This is me speaking as Raquel. My mission is to help you align with your truth and embody your purpose through visionary leadership, whether through astrology, retreats, workshops, programs, podcasts, private sections, lectures, and presentations. My passion is to guide you in understanding the essence of your soul's direction as you anchor your purpose in this new age of consciousness and authentic expression. So I'm really excited to have Raquel join us today for the 11/11 event. Hey, Raquel, you're muted. Go ahead and unmute. Hey.
Hi, Neil. It's so good to see you. Happy
Good to see you too.
to you and everybody
Thank you.
present. Oh, how
Same
lovely
to you.
to be here. Yeah.
How are you?
So beautiful. Great. And we're meeting tomorrow for a session, aren't
We
we?
are. Yes, yes, yes. This is
I'm
perfect
looking
alignment.
forward to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're radiating as always.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's so good to be here. And it's interesting that Laura, right before me, she's also an astrologer. So I was
Yeah.
like, oh, that's so great. You're starting off with the
Perfect
astrologers.
segue. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So we're ready to receive. It's all yours.
Let's dive in. All right.
Let's
Thank you
do it.
so much. So today is a very special day, the 11/11. What are we celebrating after all? I had a whole talk planned that involved a lot of astrology. And while I'm still going to bring up astrology, while Laura was sharing, she was sharing so beautifully all the different astrological shifts and everything. I said, you know what? I'm feeling guided to change the topic here a little bit and focus more on the collective shift that is happening for us right now, even more than the astrological alignments per se. So I'm going to weave that all in together with this incredible, powerful portal of the 1111 and to help solidify and crystallize in you your truth, the truth that you are already aware of. So I'm just going to help to nudge that a little bit deeper and crystallize that in you today. So thank you, everyone watching, listening, tuning in. The way I see this personally, whether we are here on this end speaking, or Neil hosting, or you on your end receiving, the way I see it is that all of us are upholding this structure of consciousness together. And so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day what part of the consciousness structure we are holding, but the way I see is that we're all doing this together. So I want to say thank you for holding this structure of consciousness with us today. So just for those really quick, those that are watching me for the first time, my name is Raquel Spring, and I'm a 4th generation astrologer and mystic. And in the process, I teach, I guide, I speak, I write, I do everything that everybody else does to support the process. So I use astrology as my main tool to help me understand the different dynamics, whether we're looking at collective dynamics, which can be seen in astrology, or whether I'm working with individual charts, one-on-one sessions. I can help you spot what it is, the truth of your path, the truth of your soul, or the collective direction as well, the truth of the collective direction and objective. What is, at the end of the day, our purpose in all of this? And so one of the things that I am very blessed to do, because I consider this one of the best parts of my work as an astrologer, even though I don't see it as a work so much. But one of the main things that I love to do is private sessions. I really love to help people dive really deep into the energies that they're navigating. So I've been seeing over and over and over again in every possible individual chart you can imagine, from people all over the world, all walks of life, this one incredible theme of evolution. And I see the same theme reflected in the collective astrology. Whenever I look at collective astrology, I see the same thing. And there is this really powerful message coming through right now. Really powerful, whether I'm looking at individual charts, individual situations, or collective situations. And that is that we are turning a page. Literally right now, this patch right now and into the beginning of 2025 is a very pivotal turning of a page. And when we turn this page, things are going to start to accelerate very fast. Things are going to start to move very fast. The physical circumstances, the physical, structures that we see in the world today are going to start to shift very fast. And most important, we ourselves are being pushed to a new path in our life, including us speakers, us, astrologers, and all of us guides. We are also going through this process of an accelerated shift. So it's very beautiful to see the same theme being repeated over and over and over again. It doesn't matter which chart I look at or which astrology window. It could be a new moon, it could be an eclipse, it could be a planet stationing retrograde, a planet stationing direct. It's all speaking of the same message. So when I look at the big vision for the world, we are in this new chapter that is beginning now in 2025, 2026, and 2027. It's a window of time, and this window is where the shift is going to start to happen very fast. This is the visible shift, because we've already been paving the way for this. We've been going through our own internal shifts ever since 2020. So now we are at a pivotal moment where we are turning a chapter. We are beginning a new chapter of this transition. I've been calling this stage 2. Stage 1 being from 2020 to 2024. And now from the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, until 2027 is phase 2. And so in phase 1, what we were doing is we were breaking down a lot of our own internal perspectives, our own internal belief systems. And that went through a very deep process of transformation. It's still going through transformation, but it was like this beginning, this like rude awakening in many ways, this deep soul's cry of who am I? Who am I? Including spiritual teachers and guides. And we've all been across the world shedding our old identities and in this process of asking, who am I today? So in light of that, this new chapter that we are turning into is going to start pushing us to in a more accountable position, where we, now that we've been asking ourselves since 2020, who am I? What is the truth? What am I here for? Who is my tribe? Who is my family? Where is my family, right? And we've been asking ourselves all the big questions. This is where we are now pushed into a moment of truth and action. And more than anything, it's a place of accountability with ourselves. It's a place of accountability and integrity with our truth. Even if this truth is still changing, even if this truth is still going through transformation, it's a very precious period of acknowledging your truth. This includes your boundaries, your yeses, your nos. What are the places, the people, the things that work for you and that support your yeses, that uplift instead of drain your energy? So we are being now held accountable for our truth and where we stand in it all. So when we come to a day like the 11/11 and this incredible portal, we call it, maybe you've heard this before, this term portal, and you're like, what is this? What is a portal? It sounds so mysterious. And there are many definitions to portals, and there are many different types of portals as well. But I use this word a lot in astrology because astrology shows us these dates that are like hotspots. There are landmarks for certain energies to flow through. So the 11/11 is a hotspot for many different reasons. I will speak a little bit about the astrology of today, but I also want to speak just on a very basic level. Why is the 11/11 such an important date? Why is it such a big portal? Well, the 1111 is a code, if you will. It's a mathematical code that ignites a deeper sense of awareness. So this is where people, for the most part, something lights up and turns on, and those questions of like, who am I? What is this? Why am I here? This is where we see and we feel those questions come up. This is where it's almost like there is a little glitch in the matrix, if you will, a little opening in the matrix where we are able to just peel back the layers and see more and feel more. So the beauty about this date, together with other dates as well, but the 1111 is a pivotal one, is that we have the mass consciousness. We have many, 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 many different people from all over the world in that same frequency. It's this frequency of bringing the new to the present. Whether you want to call it the new earth, the golden age, or whatever name you want to call it, this is really about bringing the future to now, to here. So the 1111 becomes this portal of consciousness. Really, it's consciousness and it's magic. This is where fertile ground, where magic can happen. Now, and that's just on a very basic starting level. There's many other reasons why this portal is so important, but this is truly, more than anything, the way I see it is we have so many people from around the world conscious in this portal, in this date, on this date, with the same frequency and the same energy supporting the cause. So, and the cause, by the way, in case you're wondering, is consciousness and the upliftment of consciousness. So, what is special about the astrology today? Well, today, right now as we speak, there is a very important alignment that is happening with the planet Venus. And Venus, the planet Venus, is the planet that rules the heart, values, relationships, things that we are drawn to just due to the very biological instinct of pleasure. That is a function of Venus, is to be drawn to pleasure. So where whatever Venus does impacts our values, our sense of pleasure, our sense of love, our sense of worth as well. And then, of course, relationships too. Venus rules relationships. And right now, Venus is entering the 0 degrees of Capricorn in Western astrology. And this is important for a few reasons, 2 main reasons. One is because 0 degrees of Capricorn awakens what we call a world point. So this is all the world points, the 0 degrees of the cardinal signs. They're extremely important in astrology. Of course, like the name world point, world events become very prominent in these alignments. There's also other reasons why this is important, mostly because in April, we are having a lot of, Neptune, Venus, all entering that 0 degrees of Aries. So that is also a world point. And so it is showing a landmark, just in case it feels like it's getting a little technical here for some of you. Just think of today and the end of April as a super pivotal window. It's like, I'm going to use, just for lack of a better term, I'm going to use the word timelines in this case. The deciding of which timelines you're in, for lack of a better expression, because now you know the energy, the context of what I'm talking about. Choose your timeline is happening now in this window. Now and until the end of April, there are pivotal choices that are going to be made during this time, decisions, physical actions during this time. So the number one most important thing about today's energy is that Venus going into 0 Capricorn awakens this pivotal chapter for us to make important decisions. This is the stage 2 of the process, so the energy will be a little different than it has been up until now. There's going to be more of a sense of urgency. We're going to feel more pushed and pressured to take certain steps in our life. The aspects that are no longer negotiable, there's nothing we can do to stop that or to delay that anymore. So wrapping it up here, because I know I have about 5 minutes left. The second important thing about this this opening, this window, is that as Venus moves into Capricorn, this is the most important thing. It opens a T-square with the lunar nodes. North node on one side, south node of the moon always on the opposite side, and now Venus is in the middle. A T-square with the lunar nodes brings to a very important point of focus, something that has to do with your destiny. So this is the landmark that has to do with fate, with destiny. And when you cross that, when you reach that crossing point of the lunar nodes, that planet, in this case Venus, she becomes in focus for different choices, decisions, people that come, people that go, conversations that are had, aha moments, including with lessons, including with things that we are transforming through. We go through pivotal aha moments that have been predetermined by the cosmic clock and the cosmic creator, because it was already set in place at that place and time for you to have a flip the switch, and it has to do with fate and destiny. So that is all happening today. Last but not least, this is all culminating in a full moon. We are going to be having a full moon this week in just a few days, and the full moon is going to be conjunct the planet Uranus, which is the #1 planet of change. Radical change. Uranus doesn't do anything halfway. Radical shifts. So we are being pushed and pressured right now at this time to look at reality in a different way. We are being pushed and pressured to take accountability for our choices. Who is our tribe? Who is our family, right? What are the places, the people, and the things that are in alignment with our yeses, with our future? And then based on that, dare to see the world in a new way, with new eyes, because everything is going to start shifting so fast. Our connection with the cosmos, with planets, and even planets beyond our solar system is going to start becoming more alive for us. Our understanding and use of energy, for example, is another way where reality is going to start to shift so fast around those things. So my last few words to you is, what I'm advising you is, don't focus on what is crumbling. The crumbling is necessary. Just because something is in a state of chaos, it does not mean it's wrong. We are afraid of the unknown. Naturally, biologically, we are geared toward survival, right? So we have those instincts that want to kick and scream and just wants to survive. Dare to start to see the reality in a new way. Start to see this as a process of transformation, including with your personal life, because that version of you, that version of the world no longer exists. So the faster you can go with the shift, and the faster you can be open to the new version of you, the new version of reality, the faster this process is going to happen. Even though we have a window that I just gave from now until 2027, people will have their rhythm inside of that. Some people will get it a lot faster and move a lot faster, and others will try to resist and kick and scream and try to live the old in a new dynamic, which is not going to work. So it really is up to you with how much you want to surrender to the process of chaos and understand that this is a time to start to see everything in a new way. So the other people that are not looking at the world like this and that have their own points of view, that's okay. If you need to listen to them for whatever reason, do so, but don't try to convince them. Don't waste your time trying to push for something if it's not flowing. Conserve your energy. Use your time and your energy wisely to connect with like-minded people instead of trying to resist and fight your opinion with people that are not ready for it. Use your time and your energy for the people that are. There's plenty of people all over the world, and it's only growing more and more and more people that are ready to wake up. So today we celebrate the state of consciousness together. You are not alone, and for this I am so grateful for your presence, your participation. Neil, I'm so grateful for you as well. I don't know if you're there.
I'm here.
You holding space for us to celebrate this day of consciousness. Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel. So beautiful. Thank you for your transmission. And a couple things you shared, I want to just like speak on. You said everything is going to start shifting so fast. Learn to see the world in a new way. And just because something is in a state of chaos doesn't mean it's wrong.
Yes.
Super powerful.
Very powerful, because we get to reframe everything. Like, I'm going to be so raw and honest with you. Like you, I'm going through my own, little moment of chaos with a specific situation. And I will tell you, there is that human part of me that's just like, what the fuck, right? What's going wrong? But then I stop myself and I'm like, you know what? Nothing is wrong. Even this situation is absolutely perfect. It's helping me see something in a very needed way that I need to know for the future. So we're all shifting, and even our own chaos, even our own moments of suffering or pain or loss, they're all so beautiful and necessary in order for us to go through this transformation. So when we can see everything as beautiful, it changes the way we go through the process. It doesn't have to be as difficult as we make it sometimes.
Right. Would you say that these experiences and sitting with it helps us drop into a deeper sense of self and a deeper sense of authenticity?
Oh my gosh, you just said the two key words, self and authenticity. It's all about that. Everything, including and especially the chaos, is actually birthing a new understanding of ourselves. So this is where, if there's only one thing you focus on and one thing alone, is finding your authenticity, because we've lost sight of that. We've compartmentalized everything into categories of work and professions and, personality types. And we're realizing there's so much more intricacy to that. So we're at a very crucial phase of finding our voice, finding our authenticity, finding ourself. And this is going to look different than any other, let's say in my case, astrologer, spiritual guide, leader. I am me. And so finding this sense of authenticity and voice is everything to us right now. It's the key to everything.
Yeah. I felt like, and people share that, oh, you're very authentic. And I felt my own authenticity. But as you just shared, a lot of things are happening, a lot of identity constructs for myself are crumbling. And I'm realizing places where I wasn't authentic. And what it seems to be is places that I wasn't in integrity with myself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm being called to basically all the skeletons are coming out of the closet for us to process so that we can it's almost like the first stepping stone for telepathy. We got to clear out the closet so that we truly can embody the frequency, not all the time. We go through struggles and pain, of course, but in a way that we're not hiding parts of ourselves from ourselves, and then also the world.
Oh my God, you said it all right there. You said it all. It's so, so true. It's so true.
Yeah.
And also like just giving ourselves permission to be different today. Maybe you've been drawn to this your whole life, or you've been, preparing to do this, and now you're not interested anymore. It's okay. So this is part of the process of freedom. That it's the underlying theme for all of this is freedom. So we're all ready for greater freedom. And so part of it is like being able to push your own boundaries and, challenge yourself in ways that actually feel good and liberating to who you are, your authentic self.
Yes. And I can't wait for us to have our own personal private session for me tomorrow where we can talk more about this. But before you go, I would love to just have your kind of the same question I asked Laura at the end, but that question is actually summarized in the slogan for this event: cultivating unity in a world of polarity. And someone asked earlier about the different systems, materialism, capitalism. Obviously, it comes from within. So could you maybe, I know you did a lot of this during your presentation, but maybe you can offer some more insight on how we can do that.
How to what? Can you just summarize the question?
Cultivating unity in a world of polarity,
Okay.
or even creating that oneness within in a
Yeah.
world with so much separation and what seems to be so much
Yeah.
chaos and lack of unity.
Yes, exactly. So that goes back to what I suggested with when you encounter people that don't see things the way you do and that have their opinion. And so, my personal opinion, this is what I do. This is what I do. I don't waste my time. I don't waste my time trying to fight fire with fire. So that's rule number one. Don't try to convince other people, even if they are members from your own family. If you need to listen to them, listen to the bare minimum, but also know when to pull out because you don't want your energy to be drained. And then find your tribe, find the people that do resonate with that. And just making a simple choice like that already makes such a big difference. Now, if you don't agree with the, let's say, the outcome of the elections, right? My recommendation is stop looking on the outside for your well-being. I think this is the biggest lesson, is that there is nothing that we can do, right? So if we look at right now, there's nothing we can do about the results of the election. Life is going to continue to go on. So the best thing you can do is focus on yourself. The more that you can focus on your internal change, and it is just about asking the right questions instead of looking on the outside and how can I create harmony out there? How can I create greater harmony within myself? And the more you ask those questions and the more you focus on that within yourself and on every day harmonizing your essence with your body, how you feel more and more, how the quality of your voice, how your energy comes through from you. And if you can focus more on that than on what's happening on the outside, trust me, you won't even attract half the people that are in fighting mode as much as you would if you weren't doing that. So just focus on you, do what you can. When you do come in contact with opposing forces, come back home and reflect on that. What was that showing me? Why did this come up? Was there something that I should have stepped up? Was this just showing something to myself? Reflect, learn how to reflect on your situations instead of automatically going on fight or flight. And just remember that we are in transition, so it may not happen overnight, but the more that we align with like-minded people, the faster this can happen. In
Yes.
unity, there's strength.
Beautiful. Beautiful, Raquel.
Mhm.
Raquel, I love you so much. I appreciate you beyond you'll ever know.
Oh,
And just before you go out, I would love for you to share with people where they can find more from you, how they can work with you.
yes, absolutely. So just go to my website. I used to have all the social media, all the YouTube channels and everything. And about a year and a half ago, I needed a break. But if you go on my website, I am full of goodies for everyone there. And you can just go to Raquel Spring, RaquelSpring.com, RaquelSpring.com. There are multiple ways that you can receive guidance and support and just stay up to date with what the energies are bringing.
Amazing. Raquel, I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah.
Love to everyone. Happy 11/11.
Beautiful, everybody. So, as I shared earlier, we're going to now take 3 breaths. Not only is it cool from whatever I said earlier, why we're doing it, but I think it's really cool to do these breaths to shift the energy into the new experience. Rather than going from speaker to speaker, we take those breaths as integration, and then we just reset and we go into the next experience and receive the codes there. So, I invite you all once again just to get present here in the moment. You can keep your eyes open. We're going to breathe into our lungs and out through our hearts, creating the coherence, continuing this force field around the planet Earth that is this love vibration of our hearts, joining this frequency with the collective frequency of the millions of people doing activations today. So go ahead and just breathe normally this moment. In a second, we're going to take our first breath in. So the next exhale, take a deep breath in, into your lungs, into your heart. Expand it out through your heart, around the whole of planet Earth and everything and everyone in it. Deep inhale again. Breathe it out through the heart. Expand it through the whole of the planet. Deep breath in. And expand it out one more time. Today, the whole earth resides inside of our hearts. So now I am once again very excited and extremely honored to be bringing on she's definitely not my new best friend because we've been best friends in many incarnations and lives, but Beck came here to live with Flo and myself about 4 weeks ago now, 3-4 weeks ago, I forget. And she was living here. She was on that sofa every single day doing her thing, writing. And then she abandoned me yesterday and went to a place next to the beach so that she could be near the ocean. So she's now 20 minutes away. And she's left me here all by myself. No, I'm just kidding. But I get to still see her, and she's become, we had a huge connection, huge love connection and friendship from the moment we met, her, myself, and Flo, when we all met in Mexico at the UFO Congress. And then we just continued, our friendship and connection, said we all need to hang out together over here. But since we've been literally like living in the same house for a couple of weeks, and now we're just in the same town, I've just got a whole other level of respect for Beck beyond anything. I've seen her in an element. I've seen her processing all these energies. I've seen her tapping into different frequencies and codes and receiving downloads. We went to a church in Barcelona recently that has this amazing technology that literally is like, what is this place? And she was there connecting with the Magdalene energy, doing grid work, and I was there witnessing it and holding space. And it was honestly one of the most mind-blowing experiences. And not only that, she's an amazing musician. And we've actually, if you guys heard the music in the beginning, Beck was the one singing in the song I played in the beginning. And she's in 5 songs. We've created 5 music, 5 tracks together in Barcelona, near Barcelona here in the last 2 weeks together. So let me do her official bio. Beck is a visionary oracle, high priestess, author, activator, creatrix, devoted to walking the path of divine love and paving pathways of light for others to walk behind. Beck's greatest gift and deepest honor is the ability to activate, initiate, and catalyze the soul remembrance and rapid awakening of others. Her core purpose in this incarnation is encouraging and awakening the soul gifts and sacred missions of others, and being a clear vessel for love to flow through in order to facilitate the most profound energetic soul recoding and transformation. So everybody, we're going to bring Beck on now, and be prepared and get ready, because this next experience is going to be an activation. So we're going to be going deep, right? Starting now.
Hi, I love you. I miss you. You're so fun. What an intro. I love you so much, and my heart is so full to hear that. And guys, I actually just want to say, living with Neil, I think we're all here, right? This whole community is here because of this man. And I have been living with this man, like literally in close proximity with him, watching the devotion that you put into Portal to Ascension every day, the hours, the time, the love, like every day he is there putting stuff on for you people. So please, guys, like show him some love, support him, because I'm saying this from someone who is like, I've seen what goes behind these events, right? This man is so devoted, dedicated, and committed to his mission. And yeah, I think people don't realize like what it takes to run something like this and run free events like this. And I know.
Yeah. I've done so many events in the last month and a half, and Beck just keeps saying, what, another one? Because when are you going to stop?
Yeah. Beautiful. Well, I'm so happy to be here.
We're ready.
Yeah, amazing. I'm not going to... Yeah, I'm ready to go. And I want to say, guys, consent is really important. So you do not have to receive this act galactic. It's going to be a big galactic galactivation today. So if you don't want to receive it, I'm not here to impose anything on anyone, but if you desire to receive it, there is so much to receive here. I've been feeling the energy. It's been really potent. And before I jump in, because we don't have a lot of time, I do want to speak into, these portal days, these energies at the moment. They're wild. Like Neil says, I've been processing a lot over the couple months. I'm like laughing, I'm crying, I'm orgasming, I'm all the things all the time in response to these energies, right? And how we react to them, it is very dependent on like what is needing to come up for us to clear in that moment and what is being revealed to us in that moment for our greatest evolution, for our greatest ascension, for our greatest purpose, our highest timelines, right? So these energies are always pushing us and supporting us. And a day like 11/11, if you think about the significance of an 11/11 portal, 11/11 is about manifestation. So today is a really potent opportunity for us to anchor in highest timeline. So I'm here to do a heaven on earth timeline activation for everyone today. I'm really excited about that. But there is just one thing I want to say about these high energy days and these portal days and these ascension energies and all of it. Don't think that just because you are purging or you're, feeling triggered. There's been a lot of really heavy energy in the field lately. And a lot of my friends have been really excavating some deep stuff, Neil and I included, right? That's why I've had to come over here because both of us are like, oh, we just need some space. And also I love the ocean. But when these energies hit us, we can respond in a whole different array of ways depending on what is coming up, right? So don't think that because you're purging on a high energy day or you're feeling emotional, you're not feeling, oh my God, I'm in a bliss state because it's 11/11, that you're not aligned with the energies, right? The energies are always going to show you what is required and they're always going to serve you, right? So in order to reach those higher timelines and have those collapses and have the quantum stuff shifting and the miracles and oh my God, this is amazing, right? We have to excavate and clear the old stuff. So today's activation, I really want to support you guys to clear, like, just 0 point any old pattern, any old belief, any old karma, like past, I do a lot of past life work, right? So we're going to go into deep past life stuff, anything which is not serving you to step onto your highest mission timeline. So if that sounds great, it's highest mission timeline, your heaven on earth timeline, which is also your highest mission timeline. If that sounds great, let me know in the comments, because we need to clear away. It's like we need to go deep within. We need to clear away before we can ascend, because then we're lighter to jump into that timeline, right? It requires energy for us to anchor these things. And sometimes we can be holding the frequency for something that we desire for our heaven on earth for like decades, right? Years, because it requires us to have and build momentum and to be in that frequency for a long time for those energies to rise and meet us, right? So just because what you're manifesting hasn't showed up yet, even though you're in the energy and you feel like you've been in the energy of it for a long time, I just want to say, like, just keep holding those energies, holding the feelings of when you're there, because that's why we want to manifest anything anyway, right? So this is why we manifest, to feel a certain way. So the hack is, everyone knows this, it's pretty basic spirituality 101, but feel that way and then the timeline will shift. And then by the time the timeline shifts and this stuff shows up, it doesn't matter anyway, right? Because you're so happy. So having said all of that, I think let's just get in there, because now we've got like even less time and I'm going to try and make this as powerful as possible for everyone. So please join me in closing down your eyes, as this will be the best way to receive this. And all you have to do is receive, right? We're going to be doing, I've got my team here and I've got a lot of beautiful galactic beings here supporting today. We've got some Christ consciousness frequencies. We've got a whole priestess lineage here supporting. We've definitely got the dragon. So I'm just going to call in now all of the beautiful beings, even though you're already here supporting today's clearing and activation. I really feel the Acturians super present today, because we are, or will be, using some of their technology to see these timelines. I'm calling now on the divine creator, God. Please hold this space in your love. Hold these people in your love and surround this space now with your love and your light, so that all that takes place here today is for the highest good, and that all that takes place for each of these people ripples out and actually impacts the collective timeline, as well as each individual beautiful human on this timeline. Because we're all here to experience heaven on earth. We're all here to have the most juicy, amazing, pleasurable, joyful, abundant, purposeful, passionate lives, so filled with love. God, and I ask, and if you have problems with the word God, just use source, creator, universe, whatever you prefer. I ask that you fill each person's heart here today with what that feels like, what that heaven on earth feels like, so they can access it, even if it's just for one moment in this activation. And now call on all of the higher selves, soul families, and teams of each beautiful person who will, holy moly, there's a lot of you, who will receive this recording now or on the replay throughout space and time. And I timestamp this activation now in the quantum. And I ask that this grid is dissolved at the end of this activation. All portals are closed and everything is returned back to where it is. So to begin with, I'm just going to ask each one of you to send a golden cord down from the base of your spine, and sending that cord down, 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 deep into the earth, into the heart of Gaia, as she is going through her own transformation, transcending into a higher timeline as well. And so all the work that we do also supports her. And we're going to ask you to plug into the highest version now of Gaia. Plugging into the highest version of Gaia that is available to you right now. And sending another cord from the top of your crown up, 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 up into your soul star. And plugging that cord all the way up into source light, connecting you to the creator, to God, to the universe, the central sun. And just allowing yourself to now be here, anchored on the earth and anchored above. I feel we don't have a lot of time to spend today, so I'm going to get straight into clearing. So we're going to go ahead and start to clear. And if you would like to mentally or out loud just say, I consent to clear as we're going through each of these things. Clearing now all lower realm realities and loops in which you find yourself in, which are preventing you, this is big, from anchoring your heaven on earth. Now we are going to clear them, clearing them now through all space, through all time. Clearing and shutting down now all timelines, all past lives, all incarnations where you are looping in lower realm realities or timelines which no longer serve your greatest evolution as a soul. Any timelines where you're caught up in slavery or suffering. Where you are allowing yourself to suffer for some reason. We don't need to go into the reasons or the why. You are preventing yourself from experiencing joy, bliss, abundance, pleasure, fulfillment, passion for whatever reason. It could be a contract. It could be an agreement on a soul level. It could be unworthiness. It could be trauma. We're just going to lump them all together. We don't need to know what they are, but your soul team knows now what they are and what is ready to clear. I'm going to go ahead, clear, collapse those timelines now. You might feel a lot of energy moving through your body, a lot of heat, just trusting what you're feeling. You might need to shake, to move. This is a lot of energy moving, guys, a lot of energy. We're also clearing this from the ancestral lines of the earth, the grids of the earth. Some of you might be anchoring this through your body for the earth, so you might be supporting in this, so allowing that energy to clear. Anywhere where you are holding yourself back from experiencing your heaven on earth out of fear, fear that it will be taken from you. Unworthiness, guilt or shame. Clearing that from every cell, from every memory, from every timeline, across all versions of yourself, across the multiverse. We're just clearing it. There's a big extraction taking place, just allowing all that energy to shift. I'm going to ask, what is the next thing that we need to clear here? We're going to go ahead and clear any fear of fully being seen in your gifts, in your magic, in your uniqueness, in your soul essence, through all timelines, all versions of you across the multiverse, through every memory, through every cell. We're going to go ahead and extract that now from every cell, every memory, every version of you. Well, lots of energy moving across the multiverse where you feel like you cannot show up out of fear, of judgment. You cannot show up as your highest self, in your highest mission, in your highest authentic essence. I'm getting one that this is going to cause some resistance for people, and I'm just saying it because I can feel it. We're going to clear any resistance to receiving God's provision, God's support, God's protection. Again, if the word God is triggering you, you can change that for universe. I would prefer if you kept God, because this is it's very clear. The word God is very clear here for this moment. God's provision, God's support, God's love, God's protection, God's abundance, God's direction in your life. Anywhere you are resisting that out of fear or lower timelines or things that you've done in the past, or shame or guilt or programming or unworthiness, we are extracting that out now. Holy moly, that's a lot of energy from every cell, every timeline, every version of yourself across the multiverse where you did not feel that you were worthy of God's love, God's protection, God's provision, God's support, God's miracles, God's work in your life. And if you're struggling with the word God, you can just take the universe, source, creator, and place that there instead. Anyway, you are blocking the flow of miracles and magic into your life out of fear, shame, guilt, unworthiness. We now clear this from every cell, from every memory, from every past life, incarnation across the multiverse. Anywhere you are blocking the flow of grace that wants to move or propel you into this higher timeline, blocking and clearing that now. There's a few of you which I feel are holding on. That you're like literally clinging. There's this doorway about to open and you're clinging onto the old because it's known, because it's safe. So we're going to go ahead and ask anywhere where you are clinging onto the known, to the safe, to the familiar, even if it's painful, even if it's shitty, even if it sucks and it's not what you desire, because it feels safe in some way to stay there, because the unknown scares you, because that leap off the cliff that you know you need to take scares you. We are now clearing that. We are clearing all fear of the unknown, all fear of what would happen if you were to move through this door onto this new, pristine, beautiful new timeline, which is about to open up for you. We are clearing that now from every cell, every memory, every lifetime, every version of yourself across the multiverse. We're just going to call in the dragons to clear this space, clear the energy, clear the field. There's a lot of shadow blowing up now, which is what we want. We're going to vacuum it out. All debris of these ashes, we're going to vacuum it out of the field, out of your space, out of your body, completely clearing you. And as this is being vacuumed out, we're going to bring in the holy water, the sacred waters, the purifying waters to cleanse and clear you. We have some beautiful goddesses here with this beautiful crystalline water just purifying you, imagining that is this fresh start. This water, this element of water is purifying you for this complete fresh start. You don't have to take the past with you. You don't have to create your future from the past. Every single minute, every moment is a new opportunity for a new timeline, a new reality. You get to start fresh, clean slate. To go on the religious theme, which some of you really won't like, but it's like being baptized, right? It's like that being dunked under the water and you are just absolved of everything from the past. So imagine now you can let that water, without any of the religious stuff attached to it, clear away all of the past. All of the past. Just let it clear everything away that is preventing you from moving through into your heaven on earth timeline. And as you do this, beautiful soul, I want you to see, sense, perceive, or imagine there is a gate or a doorway opening in front of you. Some of you will perceive this literally as the gates of heaven. Others of you might perceive this as a portal, a wormhole, a door, or just an energy pulling you. And I want you to see if you can sense, feel, perceive, or even just vision what is on the other side of this doorway. This is everything you've been asking for. All the joy, the love, the connection, the abundance, the purpose, the pleasure, the fulfillment. Whatever it is, the peace, the health, the money, your soulmate, your children, whatever it is, that beautiful property you've been manifesting, your off-grid, pristine piece of earth where you're going to build your retreat center. That's someone's for sure. They gave that to me. That's one of mine. Just letting that feeling of what it is on the other side of this door, your heaven on earth, whatever that means to you. It doesn't have to be some big fancy thing. It could be just a feeling. Start to perceive that feeling and start to let that feeling now enter into your heart, into your womb or your energetic womb if you don't have a womb. Into your body. Letting that feeling now expand, that pleasure, that joy, that bliss, that ecstasy, amplifying this frequency. Amplifying this frequency through your whole body. And we're going to ask your soul team, your higher self, your family to now amplify that frequency by 10 times in your body. How much pleasure can you hold in your body? How much joy can you hold in your body? How much abundance? And for those of you who are struggling to connect to these feelings and emotions, it's okay. Just imagine the vision or the thought or the feeling or what it is that you feel you want to create if you can't connect to those emotions. For those of you who can, we're just amplifying. And now we're going to use every single person's energy in this space across all time and space, joining in on the replay or here live to amplify all of the, holy moly, wow, all of the frequencies through all of our bodies as we send out the support for every person to experience their heaven on earth as well as our own. So all that good juju, all those good vibes are just amplifying each other. And we are in this beautiful quantum soup of just all this beautiful energy. And one person having their thing, their desire, their heaven on earth means another person can have it. We can all have it. It's not that one person gets it and someone else misses out. It's like, no, once we have our heaven on earth and are experiencing it, we invite others into it, right? So I'm holding that frequency for you so you can feel it. But leaning into our brothers and sisters here on the call, everyone on this call, their joy, if you can't experience it, their pleasure, and sending out now amplified intentions towards everyone getting and being moved into this higher timeline now that's available for us through this gateway, through this portal, through this doorway. God, I ask that you fill every single person on here completely with the feeling of what it feels like to be so held, so safe, so loved, so supported, that they can be nothing but in a state of pure bliss and presence, which is their true and pure state, because they are one with you. We're just going to let this frequency now 0 point any remaining cords, threads, attachments to any old timelines, letting this frequency be so strong that it just 0 points the field, 0 pointing the field now. You may feel now, if it's a door, I'm going to ask you to open the door. If it's a gate, open the gate. If it's a portal or a wormhole or whatever it is that you're visualizing, this threshold, as I'm going to prepare you now to start to move towards it, stand up right in front of it. Feel that frequency emanating from the other side of the door, or gate or portal or whatever it is. Could even be a version of yourself that you're seeing in front of you. And on the count of 3, we're going to walk together through this gateway. Some of you are still, there is resistance. I feel that in the field, and it's okay. You are safe. You are loved. And we're going to actually, I feel, just grab hold of and take hands of anyone who's like hesitant still to walk through this door for whatever reason. We're going to do this together, guys. We get to do this together. There we go. Okay, on the count of 3, we're going to walk through our doorway into our heaven on earth timeline. 1, 2, 3, walking through that doorway now, walking through this portal now. We're going to anchoring you now into this timeline, asking for support to anchor each one of these beautiful souls into this timeline. We're going to send a cord down now into earth in this timeline. See what you see, feel what you feel, hear what you hear. You may be feeling, seeing, sensing things. what is coming on this timeline. You might just feel energy. Allowing you to fully settle and anchor into this timeline now. We're going to close that door behind you, closing that door behind you, knowing that once that door is closed, I can't even say it. Oh, it's going to be big. Then everything is collapsed and it's done. And you don't have to look back. You don't have to look back. You may have time to integrate. Like I said, it takes time sometimes to hold a higher frequency, but that doesn't mean that you've gone backwards. It just means that you are evolving, right? You're clearing the things that are required from your cells or from any level that they're still kind of being kicked up, because with these activations, we bring this stuff to the surface and clear it. Sometimes that takes days, weeks, months, whatever it is. So we're going to go ahead now. And when you're ready, slam that door shut, close that gate, close that portal, explode that portal, whatever it is, to signify in the quantum that you have closed this timeline now, closing that timeline now, closing all points to these past timelines that no longer serve, as you are fully anchored into the new. And I just want you to feel what is possible here in this frequency now, what is possible for you, what doorways are opening up, what calls to your soul. Maybe you're being shown images of what is coming 2 months down the line, 3 months down the line, next week, tomorrow. Maybe you're getting downloads of where you need to take things, project you need to work on. Maybe you're just feeling energy, and that's fine too. Maybe you're feeling emotional. Whatever is unfolding in this moment is perfect. This is complete. This has been completed for you. Anytime you're doubting that this worked, was this real? Did I really do this? Do I need to go back and clear up some shit? Just trust. So all I'm asking you is to trust and have faith in your ability as a conscious creator, as an architect of this reality, to choose. You can always choose your heaven on earth. You can always choose your highest timeline. And while we're here, I just really feeling to send love down now into the earth, to anchor this into her, all of our pleasure, joy, ecstasy, love, abundance, connection, health, wealth, happiness, all the good feeling, all good juju, all that love, send it down to her so she gets to experience this too. She's a living being, living soul. I'm just going to close this space with just gratitude. Gratitude for everything that is not yet manifested, but will. The timing is not important. Just know that it is done. Your only job now is to follow the joy pings, follow the things that light you up, that feel good, the things that don't even make sense. It made no sense for me to move to this place when I had a beautiful apartment with Neil. But I had this thought in my heart, I need to go be by the beach. And my heart, it felt so warm. And I was like, I have to follow this. And I've been in joy since I've been here, right? So sometimes our soul pings don't make any fucking human sense, but we have to follow them anyway. So just over the coming days, weeks, and months, those little pings, those nudges, that thing that you feel, it feels good. It just feels good. It just feels good. It might not make sense, but it just feels good to do it. That is the greatest advice I can give you. Follow those soul pings. For me, it's pussy tingles. I feel it in my sacral and my yoni. When something is good, I feel orgasmic. I'm like that. I want to move towards that feeling, right? Because that's how the creator wants us to feel every single day. And that's how we get to feel every single day. And yes, there's always highs and lows. We can't be in a state of ecstatic bliss 24/7 because we're humans, but that is our natural state of being. So while we're here, I'm just going to go ahead and thank all the beautiful galactic teams who have been here supporting all of your star family. I appreciate you deeply. I see you. I love you. All ascended masters, particularly those from the priestess lineages. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. The dragons, thank you, thank you, thank you. Each one of the soul teams and higher selves of all the beautiful people who have been here on this recording, thank you for being here and doing this work. I see you. I love you. To Neil, thank you. I see you. I love you for bringing us all together. I'm going to go ahead now and close down all portals which have been opened, all wormholes which have been opened, all doorways which have been opened, and all energies which are no longer required. I send them back. I close all portals, all open gateways, doorways, portals. I call each human here on this call, each soul, into their own soul sovereignty, dissolving any bonds, cords, attachments that were created for the process. They shouldn't have been created, but if they were, we dissolve them now. And I'm going to call in diamond light now to clear this entire space and dissolve this grid, which was created for this activation. Really gently starting to bring yourselves into your bodies. We're going to start to bring this down into your bodies, bringing it down, anchoring it into the physical body. It might take you some time to anchor this one, guys. Like I said, it was a massive anchoring it in the physical body. I'm going to go ahead and anchor it in the emotional body. I'm hearing for most of you, it's going to take, like, your light bodies are very anchored with all of this energy. It's your lower bodies, your human body, your physical bodies, your energetic body. Sorry, I can't speak. I find it hard to speak after these things, but your physical body, your emotional body, your mental body, they're the ones that are the mental body is the hardest, guys, because we're like, well, where's my shit? I did this activation. My stuff hasn't showed up, right? But it's the mental loop that we need to watch, because that's what brings us back into the lower timeline, because the mental loop happens. Well, it must not have worked. Where's my stuff? And then we feel the emotion, which then drags us into lower timelines, right? So it's your job now to just do the maintenance as these lower thoughts are coming up from past timelines, whatever they are, as they clear out, just checking them and clearing them out. And I went completely over, so I'm so sorry, but I hope it served.
Yeah, it definitely serves. Thank you, Beck, so much for that transmission. And yeah, I was with you the whole way, experiencing it, feeling it, and clearing out a lot as we've been speaking throughout the day and before. And a lot of stuff is coming up for everyone. So thank you for spring cleaning. You know,
beautiful.
Yeah, I love you.
Great housewife style, just cleaning house.
Yeah, you're always supporting me on that level. So I appreciate you. Before you leave, you want to tell people about your website and your book?
Absolutely. So you can.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can find me on Instagram at BeckMylonas, BeckMylonas. You can find me at my website, which is beckmylonas.com. I have a book, which is like extremely potent. It's a codex. It's called Diamond Light Oracle. It's a whole trip, right? It's lots of clearings and activations, supporting you to embody your highest soul self here and be on your soul mission. I talk about grid work. I talk about the mission I've been on for the past few years. You get a full Diamond Light body activation. So I would definitely check that out if this activation called to you, because it's basically that, a 500-page book. Yeah.
Hey, we got to, so Beck and I just created a song together called Springtime. I think we should change it to spring cleaning.
Oh my God, we should. I love the springtime. Is the spring cleaning? Yeah, I don't know how it would go, but we could work on it.
All right. Love you, Beck. See you later.
Love you. Bye, guys.
Bye. All right, everybody. Integration breath time, everyone. I'm going to stick to this. So let's take a moment here, and we're going to take 3 breaths in again. And this time we'll do it a little quicker. So I invite you all just to go ahead and just breathe normally if you're not breathing normally already. And in a moment here, on the next inhale, we're going to start with, well, in a moment, we're going to start with 1 of 3 breaths. Breathe it in, breathe it out through the heart as we integrate what we've experienced here today, and then send it out into the cosmos and join the collective field of everyone who is joining in on any type of event or any type of intention today, being this portal day. So the next inhale, deep breath in, breathe it out through the heart. Deep breath in, breathe it out through the heart. Deep breath in again, and breathe it out. All right, let's do it. I'm really feeling called, and if you guys have been tuning into any events over the last few months, I keep calling every event a ceremony, and I really want to stay with the intention, as this is a ceremony. There's so many of us here. This is a ceremony. This is a global ceremony happening today, and we have the potential to create so many shifts as we get together and set out collective intention. And I'm a true believer that the more we do that, the more the world will actually have no choice but to reflect the harmony we created within. How does the world shift without? Well, the more and more of us create that harmony within ourselves, learn those lessons, come together in unity, then the external world has no choice but to reflect what's within us. So we're going to get into our next guest here today, and I am very honored, excited to be bringing on Geraldine Orozco, because Geraldine has not only been on Portal to Ascension quite a lot, even though the last 6 months I kind of have a little bit of Geraldine withdrawal, because Geraldine's been on the platform only twice in the last 6 to 8 months. But next year, starting January, we're going to have Geraldine on a lot. And before 6, 8 months ago, Geraldine was on all the time. So we've just had a little break with her. And now we're going to be doing a lot more together starting next year. So I'm excited to bring her on because I don't get to see her enough, and she has amazing information. Geraldine Orozco is an intuitive DNA reprogrammer and ascension coach. On October 15, 2013, Geraldine experienced a vivid abduction from her bedroom window, where she recounts being taken on board a ship and meets tall grays that introduce her to her 8 hybrid children. The next morning, she encounters a hypersensitivity to the human electromagnetic field. This discovery initiates a journey to find truth about what happened. She had her first hypnotherapy session in June of 2017, and the results in the discovery of repeated abductions originated in her childhood. She recounts her abductions through her regressions, in which she brings forth information regarding the universe and ancient DNA alterations here on planet Earth. Her journey didn't end there. She underwent 4 additional regressions in which she went deep into each abduction and the history of the universe in order to understand the reason behind the hybridization program here on Earth and off the Earth, and how they operate the program among humans. Geraldine goes deep into understanding the purpose of ascension with the utilization of human technology and DNA information for the ongoing harvest of energy within the intelligent universe. And to be honest, that's only scratching the surface with what Geraldine brings forward. And if you checked out her YouTube, checked out any of her other events here, she is next level. And I love how she brings in both the right and the left brain at the same time, really brings unity, provides the insights, the information, and then connects it into what the greater picture is. From her regressions, her experiences, her meditation, she's been receiving so many downloads, and presents on a wide range of information. And beyond all of that, I love her so much, and she's very close to my heart, and I always enjoy having her on Portal to Ascension and getting opportunity to connect with her. So let's go ahead and bring on Geraldine. Hey, Geraldine.
Oh, it's so great to see you. Thank you so much. What an honor it is to be here.
It's an honor to have you. How you doing?
I'm fantastic. You're in Spain. It's amazing. Thank you. You too.
Yes. All right. So what are we receiving today? Do you have a presentation, or what are you doing?
I have a presentation. I'm going to zip through it, and yeah, can't wait to dive in. It's such a special day. Thank you for putting this together. We have a lot to talk about and a lot to do.
Yes, my pleasure. All right, so go ahead and start your screen share, and I'll put it up here.
Let me go ahead and find it. Let me see if this is the right thing.
Yeah, it's coming up. It's coming up.
Is that it?
Yeah, we have it.
Okay.
Okay. It's all yours.
Right. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. So I'm an epigenetic psychotherapist. My name is Geraldine Orozco. For those of you that don't
Geraldine,
know,
go ahead and click start slideshow so we can see it full screen.
Start slideshow. Okay, let me see. Yep. Got it. Okay, but I'm going to move this because I want to see this. Can you guys see? What do you guys see?
We see the same thing you see, but is it possible for you to take it out of presenter mode and just show us that whole thing? Or do you need it like that? Do you need to see the next slide, or?
Yeah, I'd love to see the next slide, but let me change, hold on, let me change what I'm sharing then, because I have a whole other screen.
Yeah, change it. All right.
Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. Sorry about that, guys. Let's see. Let's do, oh, here we go. Presenter. Oh, no, that's not it. That's not it. It's this one. Okay, there you go. This is what you're seeing, yeah?
Okay, let's see. It's coming up. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. All right, thank you guys. Let's see. Okay, so I'm I'm an epigenetic psychotherapist, and my primary area of research and what I love to look at is the connection between our soul and our DNA. And I received the majority of this information through the downloads and also through my internal navigations of my own multidimensional body, essentially coming into a very profound, deep understanding of how we function, how we are actually, how our multidimensional bodies are expressed. And what I discovered through that internal navigation is that, first of all, our physical bodies are only 2% of the greater whole of what we are. And that is extremely important for us to understand, because this deep understanding of what we are is going to change the future of science, of physics, and of spirituality. Essentially, what we are celebrating here on 1111 Portal, and this is why I put this infinity cycle here, is because we are at the very center point, at the apex point of major transformation for humanity. This is the beginning of major transformation. And what will happen from this point on is that our entire world is going to change from the inside out. And we will begin to understand science as spirituality and spirituality as science. This is going to be, we are circling back to the ancient wisdom way of connection with the earth, and we are doing it on a higher octave, though, and that's what makes this human race at this time so important. Our experience here on the planet Earth is that we are experiencing that reunification of science and spirituality on a much higher octave, in a sense where we are experiencing the merging of matter and the non-physical. We are learning the difference between the artificial and the organic systems of symmetry and harmony. So what I would say today is the greatest theme is that we are learning how to exist with both aspects of ourselves, the shadow and the light. We are learning how to embody the 0 point of those two aspects of ourselves. So one question that comes up for today is for you to get very clear about what is your highest potential, your highest creative potential. What is really your purpose? And to have a clarity of intention and to understand how to embody the alchemy of disconnect. Okay, what a lot of the emotional blockages that people are experiencing at this time are about this idea that we are deeply disconnected. So let's go ahead and deep dive into, let's correct that. Let's understand better, the falseness of disconnection, because this is part of the hypnosis of humanity. When we fall asleep, we feel disconnected from the whole. Okay, and how the planet actually functions is that it's a vibrational frequency. It is a vibrational frequency. Every single oscillation that this toroidal system of organic consciousness of the planet Earth is actually moving, every single one of those dimensional planes is a dimension in which we are constantly moving in and out of. So timelines are something that we access constantly based on our vibrational frequency. This entire system is a vibrational frequency mechanism. And the way that it functions is through the bioelectricity of our human bodies. So as I mentioned, that only 2% of our physical bodies are what are existing here in the physical realm. The rest of your body, which looks very much like this, we are spheres within spheres. And these spheres, actually, the way that they look are like membranes. And it's a very strange substance. It's a membrane that is both physical and non-physical, but it creates a system of bioelectricity in the body. Bioelectricity works on the charge, right? Whether something is charging in a positive or negative bioelectrical charge. And what charges this system are the incredible creative potential, the creative life force that you move in your body. So the contraction of that creative life force, limits the way that you access information in this multidimensional system. The expansion of that creative life force allows you to access and activate information in your field. What we are looking at here in this image is essentially a holographic projection of your DNA. And this is extremely important right now because, as you can see, each one of these dimensional layers is essentially extending out into this field, which is called the morphogenetic field. This morphogenetic field is bioelectrical structure of information. It's a library of information that brings your physical body into form. And what's more is that this system is one of the most incredible self-organizing systems. It organizes information through frequency, higher to lower, in your body, weaving through the system of the body. And I'm going to go deeper into what that looks like essentially. But what I want you to remember today and moving forward as we move into stronger waves of frequency, which means more information. When frequency is moving faster, we receive more information. And the importance of that and how you manage your physical body is to understand that your entire body is receiving information. This is how deeply interconnected we are. You are a fractal of the universe, and in your physical body is encoded exactly how to navigate and hold this these energies of information that are moving through the universe, the cosmic movements of the planets. That's why this universal astrology, it's important to understand it, because we begin to understand the influences of the stars and cosmic bodies that are within us. What is moving are the cosmic bodies that are within us. Now, your multidimensional body is governed by these systems, but the human body in itself, being a fractal, has feminine and masculine energies, these polarities in the body. We want to learn how to use this physical vessel in order to be able to hold space for two truths. Every time that we experience something in this universe, there is an opposite energy to it. There is an opposite reality to it. These paradoxes that exist in the universe, we have to integrate that physically in the body. Now, your body is split up in a feminine and masculine aspect. Whenever you have aspects of your physical body, of your subconscious mind that are holding, resisting, blocking certain aspects of yourself that you reject, you hate, you ignore, you judge, you are blocking out entire universes, libraries of information that are available to you for your ascension and your growth. This is what it means to activate DNA. And I'm going to talk about that in just a second. But essentially, the information that is passing down through your DNA is encoding both feminine and masculine elements of information. How you hold this information that's passed down through the generations, collective trauma, all of the ancestral blockages, you need to look at the ancestral belief systems that you're holding on to that create limiting belief systems that do not allow you to transcend into your higher octave of existence, of being, acting, thinking, feeling, and intuiting. Take a look at all of these areas of your existence. Where are you creating blockages in your manifestation of creation? The alchemy, the transmutation, the changing from a lower thought form into a higher thought form, that transduction process is part of the alchemical bioelectrical intelligence that your physical body has, which helps us understand that the entire purpose of existing in this system, the entire purpose of incarnating into the physical body is specifically for this alchemical. Your body is designed to ascend. Your body is designed to be in constant change, in constant transformation, moving fluidly from lower states of consciousness into higher. And we are always ascending, but the body has to follow along. Anytime that the human body begins to contract, begins to resist, begins to suppress emotions, thoughts, entire concepts of yourself, and remember that your external is a reflection of the internal. So anytime that you're external, that we judge the external, we are literally observing an aspect of ourselves that we have not seen, that we have not accessed, that we have not addressed. Your judgment is the key right now. Take a time to take a look at the things that you are judging, to begin to look at the reflections of yourself in the world that you are creating. Essentially, all judgments, all of these limiting belief systems, the frequencies in your body that stagnate, that block your field from moving into a higher octave bioelectrically, are actually essentially limiting your movement, limiting your vision. Vision is extremely important, the development of your higher vision. And it's limiting your ability to access into a broader range of perception, which will allow you to download information that is necessary for the healing of humanity. Every single one of you has many purposes. There's no such thing as a one purpose that a human has. But you are designed bioelectrically and organically to anchor source into this organism. The healing of your mind and your body into an expanded state of consciousness is the healing of this planet Earth. When you open up your field, when you begin to unblock your chakra system which is constantly moving, creating the filter of perception of your reality, is exactly what is needed in order for you to access higher octaves of information, of healing, to beginning to see yourself, your value, your worth. Those are themes that are coming up extremely strong. So many people calling me this week, I feel like I'm unworthy, I feel like I have no value. Yes, this is being highlighted through the cosmic movements of the universe to uproot these deep belief systems of unworthiness of the human, because it's really time for the human to integrate the energy centers, the lower, middle, and higher, the upper dantian, which means our relationship with matter, our relationship with our soul, our relationship with love. And love being, the unconditional love being the unifying force of all of these systems, is what opens up the body to become this transduction system of alchemy. When your body is in a full state of expansion, we don't have areas of our body that we can't see. So in your meditations, in your daily, not just in meditation, when you are walking around, when you are fully present, when you're here listening to me in this moment, check into your body. What parts of your body can you not see? What parts of your body can you not sense, feel, tune into? All of those areas of your body that are dormant, disconnected, and unconscious are exactly the parts that are entire libraries of information, of your information, that are dormant and disconnected. And what we need to do in the physical body at this time is to begin activating that awareness of these parts of the body, because suppressed within that unconsciousness, remember, the back of the body represents the subconscious mind. It is the divine feminine. The front is the masculine. The right is the masculine, the left is the feminine. So take a look at your body as a whole. Begin to see yourself as this whole. Every single chakra has millions of little micro vortices that creates the fields of your body. And when these are contracted, when these are blocked, these little coils, these little vortices, they contract, and they do not allow the human body to access entire libraries of information, which are encoded in each one of these little coils. So the human body, it essentially becomes disconnected from entire aspects. And this is why our perception becomes, very, very myopic, essentially. We are only seeing things in a very dualistic manner, when what is needed at this time is the ability to hold space for the paradoxes of this universe. This is the spiritual maturity. This is the reunification of matter and the non-physical within yourself, within your mind, within your body. And it is the activation of your DNA, which essentially allows you to access the Merkaba. Why is the Merkaba so important to us? Here's what's happening right now. Now, I am not a believer of this 4 or 5D ascension, because the way we actually function is we're moving through many, many, many dimensional planes simultaneously, but we are moving into a higher octave. And the definition of that higher octave, it's difficult to explain for humanity, but we are moving to a higher octave in many, many dimensional levels. So we were here, we were moving closer to this point. This is an image of this universal movement maybe like 10 years ago. What we look like now is this. Okay, we are literally at the center point of this. We are beginning the new era, the era of Aquarius. We are beginning period 9. This 8th year is the last year of the karmic cycles. Okay, and what that means essentially is that we need to take a look at all of the dormant, repetitive patterns, the ancestral dormant belief system structures that we have been cycling through unconsciously over and over and over and over again. It is time to really wake up consciousness from those and begin to embody what would be the new way of existing. Within your DNA is a portal. Your physical body is a portal, and each one of your DNAs is, each one of your chakras is a portal. Your chakras are a holographic projection, self-organizing, infinite potential, and it is a projection of your DNA. Every time that you in your body hold a different vibrational frequency, you're choosing a different timeline for creation. Please understand, every moment is creating. It's not just a matter of coming into a state of unconsciousness. So the activation of DNA is something that we are extremely proactive in. We're constantly participating in that. No longer are we in constant states of contraction or constant states of expansion. It is the 0 point that we are needing to embody at this time. The 0 point, which is the neutral state of observation, which means that you are aware and you are able to hold space for both negative, whatever you're perceiving external that you perceive as negative is a reflection of some part of you that you haven't met yet. Whatever you're perceiving internally that you have not met with. These are spectrums of light, spectrums of information. Whatever you block from yourself, whatever you want to separate yourself from, this concept, this illusion of separation, which does not exist biologically, bioelectrically, psychologically, and spiritually, it does not exist in the body. This is a human-created illusion, essentially, that is, it's manipulated, and there's a lot of mind control, of course, externally, that feeds on this parasitism that we create within ourselves. But the more that we access these subconscious elements of ourselves that we have blocked and resisted, we are expanding our range of vision, which this is the spectrum of light, is, you know, the rainbow color that you see here, which is what we see every day. But you are expanding into the higher ranges of octaves of information, and your entire body is helping you do that. Every single organ in your body is processing frequency information. How are the health of your organs? Are your organs smiling right now? Are your lungs smiling? Is your heart smiling? Is your brain smiling? That's not just a concept. When you bring this joyful, good connection into your body, you acknowledge the organs in your body. You're acknowledging entire universes and libraries of information that are available to you. We have to bring it into the body. We have to anchor into the body. DNA activation is the ability to begin to integrate these dualistic aspects of ourselves. And we are accessing broader spectrums of information through the physical body. This is the importance of this time at this moment. How you feel changes your entire organism, and it changes the resonance with the experiences that you're creating. And this is also true for your dream state. So please understand that actually the majority of our work is in dream state. When we fall asleep, we're leaving the body. But if you don't train lucidity in your waking state, are you present in this moment? Are you aware of your whole system? Are you able to hold space for dualities in your life, in your mind, psychologically, emotionally? Instead of constantly judging, suppressing, resisting, these aspects of yourself, the shadow aspects of yourself. The opening of yourself in that way is the freedom. It's the free will that is available to the human, but the human only has free will when they're aware of it. Whatever is suppressed is where your gifts are hidden. So today, be aware of what you are suppressing, because within the parts that you don't want to go to, the parts that you want to ignore, that you feel you're not ready to address, Trust me when I say that these are manifestations that will come into your life and begin to experience. It's going to reflect in all the things that those are just the physics of this universe. So to begin to shift in how we're doing that, it is necessary to access the transmutational process of this body. When we begin to move lower energies, when you start to feel heavy, heavy, heavy emotions, snap out, interrupt, feel fully that emotion, gain the information that is necessary from that, and train your body to feel the opposite of that emotion. Take it as an exploration. Take it as a research project. You are researching yourself. You are researching how you feel when you feel a low emotion, how you feel when you feel a high emotion, and observe what it does in your body. We are very, very well versed on low frequency emotions. We are deeply, deeply practiced on the ability to express the plethora of low frequency emotions, but we are not trained in the higher frequency ranges of information. So we are learning now. We are pioneering, each and every one of you that feels alone, disconnected in this world, that feels that not so many people are aligned with your higher frequency or understanding of it. Please understand that you are paving the way, not only psychologically and emotionally, but spiritually, meaning that you're activating the DNA of the collective subconscious. So when you begin to feel positive emotions, not fake superficial emotions, deeply alchemized understanding, integration of the emotional ranges that are available to you when you alchemize a lower range of information, that creates an entire bioelectrical shift, and it changes the geometry of your body. Because the way that you're holding your chakras, the way whether you're expanding or contracting them, changes the geometry of your body. Because each one of those major vortex systems of information is either contracting or expanding information. So what happens in the physical body, that we come into this state of expansion, and you come into this centrifugal state. When you are in a state of contraction, we are depleting our life force, right? We seek outside for an external source, a God figure, a figure of a deity, a figure of something outside of you that is greater, wiser, more intelligent. When your internal knowing, your connection of your 7th and 8th chakra, your higher self, and then your connection with source, is the key to the healing of your mind, body, and soul. It is the activation of this whole system of information that is available through your multidimensional body. Anytime you block out these aspects of yourself, the centrifugal movement is the depletion of your life force. So you're exhausted, you're disconnected. We should never be exhausted and disconnected, because we exist in an infinite ocean of life force. You are surrounded by life force. Your body is moving life force constantly. Only when you fall asleep, only when you forget yourself, is when you begin to block the flow of infinite potential that is existing around you, in and around you. So as we begin to access and open these elements of ourselves, we're activating the alchemy, is to come back to that innocent, childlike state of co-creation, that one that was not afraid of creating, the one that was not afraid of experiencing, of seeing darker things. And it is essentially the collective inner child that is being healed at this time as we enter into a new phase of humanity. We are rebirthing collectively, and we are also maturing. If you can imagine an extremely mature and extremely intelligent inner child, the inner child that has been through all of the hardships of life, but still has the ability to hold space for that divine innocence, that love, that purity of connection to all possible experiences without limiting or judging. So if you begin to tune in, be very attentive to the things that are that you love to do, that bring you a lot of excitement and joy, because that is how you're going to interrupt the heavy, heavy emotions that are being brought up to your attention. That is how you will alchemize them. And through the process of accessing these higher octave activities, the body will bring information for you. As I mentioned, you will begin to, lighten up and express those suppressed aspects of yourself. Remember the nadis, this is essentially looking at the energy vortices that exist within the body and out of the body. Your morphogenetic field is a gigantic system of information that is available to you. So as soon as we begin to move through, sorry, those were not my little slides. As soon as we begin to activate these dormant aspects of ourselves, this is where we begin to see who you really are, okay? So here are some key takeaways to work on during this activation day in your meditations. Be aware of your shadow aspects. What is in your subconscious mind that you have been suppressing? The access to the memories of your childhood memories are the access to the Akashic records. Do not be afraid to dive into those memories, to uproot those memories. The alchemy that you do within your life experiences, it will allow you to expand into past lives, and more easily are you going to understand the things that are happening to you. There's no reason why we shouldn't understand the things that are happening to us, because we create everything. We are participating in that creation of our lives. And begin to observe these ancestral belief systems, because as a matter of fact, our human bodies are deeply connected to our ancestral lineages. Because we are an extension of the planet Earth, those ancestral lineages take us to the places of the planet Earth which are holding grids of information. So when you activate your ancestral memory through the alchemy of these ancestral trauma, you're actually activating the collective memory of this planet Earth. And we release the stagnation of these ley lines, of these systems on the planet that are become stagnant, that are causing wars and suffering. There's always going to be duality in this universe, always, always. But your ability to hold space in that is extremely important. So I guess I'll stop here because I think we've come on time. Slideshow. Here we go. And yeah, so just I didn't get to everything, but a quick reminder that is super, super important at this time.
Beautiful, Geraldine. Thank you so much for that. And before I let you go, firstly, I love the word paradox. And when you spoke, I think you said something along the lines of hold space for the paradox. Yeah. And can you just maybe speak about that a little bit more, just like what that really represents for you?
Yeah. So essentially, so a simple way to explain that, anytime you're judging something, what you're judging is actually within yourself. And this is one of the most powerful aspects of healing and DNA reprogramming. This is what I do on a daily basis. How the human heals is that they begin to see themselves in the one that they perceive as their abuser or their herder or the one that damaged them. When you begin to put yourself in those shoes, you begin to realize that the same root core belief systems that allowed them to act in the way that they do is living as it's existing in us. We are actually existing in that same consciousness. So to heal and to come into unity consciousness, we have to integrate those little parts of us that we're not seeing. We don't want to see, we want to resist, we want to reject. This is how we expand our consciousness. This is how you activate DNA. This is how your field grows and strengthens. And this is also how we learn how to alchemize things through the heart being the unifying system of unconditional love that allows you to feel compassion, not only for the other, but yourself. So that training, psychologically and emotional, is going to help you hold space for paradoxes of the world, because that's a micro mirroring of things that are happening on a much larger scale. Wars, human trafficking, deaths. Those things are reflections of internally what the human is suppressing and hasn't addressed internally. So this is, if we want to see some changes in the world, we have to address that, but we also have to understand that there's always going to be duality. It's the ability to hold space for both sides are true, both sides are valid. Positive, negative aspects are part of this system. And to sit in the 0 point, to be able to hold space for that, allows you to expand your reach of love, the unconditional love of all things. That is a very powerful bioelectrical, alchemical expression that is holding space to anchor healing frequency into this planet Earth.
That's so beautifully said. And the slogan for this event is cultivating unity in a world of polarity, right?
I saw that,
you already
and I was
touched
like,
on
perfect.
Yeah, because like I used to think that we're moving from duality to singularity, and we're just going straight to singularity. But duality, that's because I judge duality as good and evil, you know? And now I'm seeing duality as so much more than just the polarities, that it became such a dense reality. So I feel that our intention in our, whatever dimension we're going to, whatever reality we're creating, is to be the singularity in duality. How do we stay in oneness while we still exist in the polarity? So I love, as for your final share here, you already kind of went into it. If there's anything else you want to share in regards to just cultivating that singularity in this world of duality.
Yeah, so just to be clear, we're embodying the 0 point. The 0 point is it's non-judgmental state of observation. So that doesn't mean that we don't care about people, or we're numb to the pain and suffering of the world. It means that you have transmuted, you have felt that pain deeply in your body, you have understood it. To understand these negative emotions is very important for you to feel them, as I mentioned. But we also have to access the library of both positive and negative emotions in our body, which will allow us to understand the world in a broader way. So actually, it helps you hold a much larger range of compassion, to be able to see and really act from that compassion is aligning you more with a broader perception of truth. You see, truth, we feel it's only one thing. It's only good. Only when it's good is it true. Actually, truth exists in everything, to see the bigger picture of it all. And ultimately, this universe is balanced. It is existing in harmony. If it were imbalanced, it would implode. So those of you that are going to deep despair, please understand everything is working to create a much larger harmony in this universe. Even these terrible things that are happening are holding a balance. So we just have to play our part, and we have to understand our role in sustaining that harmonious center as we experience all of this.
Beautiful. Geraldine, thank you so much for being here and contributing your energy and being you, coming fully with so much incredible awareness. I love and appreciate you so much and everything you bring.
Love you too. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Much love.
Talk
See
soon.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
And for all of you, if you want to tune in more into Geraldine's work, GeraldineOrozco.com. I think she's still doing sessions for people, so you can tune into that. And she also has an epic YouTube channel. So there, she's saying yes. So she's still doing sessions. Epic YouTube channel. This was scratching the surface of the information that she really gets into. That's just mind-blowing. So go ahead and experience that. Okay, everybody. We are just over the halfway mark at this 11/11 event. Actually, a little bit over that because I accidentally started 2 hours early. Remember that? So what we're going to do is we're going to take our 3 breaths here, and we're going to get into the next speakers for the day. And we are going to have Brooklyn Rain coming up next, Alan Steinfeld, Jody Sirota, Phil Gruber, Bridget Holiday, and then we're going to close out today with Jehan Satar, and we'll be closing out at probably around 4 p.m. Pacific time. So for all of you just tuning in, we are taking breaths in between each speaker, integrative breaths, shifting the energy into the next experience, and also just tapping into the collective field of everything that's happening today and the energy of this moment. So I invite you all to just take one exhale out, deep inhale in, expand it out through your heart. Deep inhale again, out through the heart. Deep inhale in through the nose, expanding your heart, your aura from your heart out to the whole entire planet. And the earth now resides inside of our hearts. So, everybody, I am honored to be bringing on our next speaker, Brooklyn Rain. And Brooklyn, we've had on the platform a few times, and I'm so blessed to have had the opportunity to have met her in Florida. Honestly, time escapes me, but I think it was like 3 years ago. And I got to connect with her in person and just really loved her energy so much. And you guys are going to get to experience her today. She was also at our Awakening conference. If you tuned in to that, we played her pre-recorded presentation last month at the Awakening conference. A little bit about Brooklyn. Brooklyn Rain is an intuitive channel, cosmic heart oracle, and quantum healer. She has experienced many incarnations with the Sophia Christ Collective, Lyran Syrian Whites, Orifame, Ancient Pleiadians, and Hathors. Through her diamond sun crystal structure, she assists humans to return their original divine blueprint combined with their Christos template, allowing a fuller embodiment of the I Am Presence and unity consciousness. As an original seeder of both humanity and Gaia's many elemental resources, Brooklyn works to assist in repairing and rebuilding the portals, frequencies, grids, and meridians of both the micro of humanity and the macro of Gaia. As an enlightened teacher of Christ consciousness in many lifetimes, both on Earth and through the multiverses, Brooklyn channels wisdom and light transmissions from many multi-galactic Christ collectives. These transmissions and wisdoms come through as spoken words, light language, and light frequencies. She received a BS in Hotel and Restaurant Management from the Pennsylvania State University, an associate's degree in culinary arts from the Culinary Institute of America, which is really cool. She spent over 15 years as a chef, creator, and concept owner before moving into her training in the Institute for Integrated Nutrition as a holistic health coach. Today, she incorporates her understanding of food, meditation, quantum energy, and spirituality to assist individuals in the healing processes of the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual body. So everybody join me in welcoming Brooklyn Rain. Brooklyn.
Hey.
So
So good to see
you. Good to see you too. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Just surfing the waves of this massive day.
Yes.
Yeah. So such a potent time.
It is. And we're excited for what you're sharing today. What are you going to be sharing with us?
Yes. So interestingly, I was in a dark room experience last month, and you know, in a continual system of meditation, all of a sudden, you know, boom, in drops the 1111 portal seemingly out of nowhere. And I thought, oh, okay, you know, something to explore here. And what I was being shown is where this portal is really allowing and opening and dilating so many different interfaces universally and multiversely to attune the collective and the collective template and Gaia to transition even more so out of identity with and as the third dimensional linear time matrix and into the full flow of the unified field of creation, which really plays nicely into what you and Geraldine were just discussing in the conclusion of her beautiful talk that she brought in, which is, you know, creating a sort of a plasmic bridge, if you will, to assisting us in coming into the full scope of our own unique oneness within this, you know, human experience, whilst, you know, witnessing neutrally and lovingly and acceptingly the aspects of the old constructs that are still in way of participation, if you will. So,
Yes. Okay, we're ready for it. It's all yours.
Thank you. All right. So thank you all for being here. I'm so excited to share in the energetics of what is precipitating on this very omnipotent day of 11/11. And, you know, as was just being touched in with Neil, the unified field of creation, which is a massive system of creational unity codex, if you will. And if we want to kind of sort of weave in and out of the specificity of what's being shown within the quantum fabric with it, it's really a plasmic field interfacing all the different frequencies and igniting frequencies and supportive frequencies that are continually flowing through the central sun, and creating a way to stabilize and harmonize this bigger bridging from what we've known as our relationship to time and to creation within the construct of the third dimensional linear time matrix, and bridging us and assisting us, each one of us, of course, uniquely with our own unique blueprint that interfaces this whole collective evolution, but is assisting us in bridging out of identity with a lot of the limited constructs of duality and linear time, and into the free-flowing sort of unified flow of our highest and most exalted expression of creational codex. So creation free of limitation, whilst still honoring, the degrees of participation that are existing still within the rules, if you will, of this Ascension program, right? So allowing us to activate to the highest and most exalted expression this unified field of creation, while still remaining within a bandwidth of operation or a bandwidth of consciousness that keeps us relevant within the human experience, right? So not going to such a degree of evolution and ascension whereby we can no longer be held within this plasmic bridge of lower speed processing of third density to higher speed processing of the fifth dimensional range and far beyond, which would be again, acts more accessible in many ways through this unified field of creation. So the 1111 portal and gateway, as I have been shown, is a multiversal conduit. And it's a conduit to juxtaposition, if you will, the main interface of the third dimensional time matrix with this, the unified field of creation. And the unified field of creation, so I'll back it up to say about a linear year ago, I received a pretty beautiful and potent awareness to what was being referred to as the quantum hackers of the unified field of one. And this particular collective of unified quantum hackers we're coming in to assist in the further transition and creating the opportunity for humanity as a collective to come more and more out of the limitations of linear time and into the free-flowing creational codex of the unified field. And the unified field is held in a tri-wave frequency codex, a trinity codex, if you will, whereas in large, the third dimensional linear construct time matrix is held in a dual wave programming. And so hence dualistic and polarizing. And so as was brought through in some of the previous transmissions today, in order to keep the balance and harmonization of all the things that are participating in this time of really a massive universal ascension that's taking place is, and are these plasmic fields that kind of allow for a smoother and more harmonious and balanced transition, so that it's not going to implode or explode the system when a critical mass and amount of light comes in, while and while there's a diminishing amount of, let's say in this case, a lower vibrational programming and frequencies. These different plasmic codexes and fields that are held in a tri-wave codex allow for a more harmonious transition of it. So there is in this whole configuration of greater access here that's taking place through the 1111 portal. There's the interface of the central sun continuing to palpate and bring through massive systems of solar plasma frequencies to further assist in coming into this deeper place of unity and harmony, and the 33 archetypes of the Christos unified field of one. And as that's flowing in, I'm shown that the galactic center continues to sort of dilate and open its dilation to create a greater range of interface with these plasma frequencies coming from the central sun, and allowing for there to be a greater stabilization field, a greater harmonic and access to all that has been mentioned. So what do we do with all of this, right? This is a lot of sort of overview of what has been showing in terms of the quantum fabric of what's being expressed and ignited and accessed through this 1111 portal. And so, what does it all mean? And it all means infinite things, right? Because there are infinite truths, and everybody receives and participates in these big systems of collective energies and multiversal and universal energies uniquely, right? Based on our unique construction of our blueprint. But some of the general ways in which one might find themselves participating and activating the fullest potential through what now remains and continues to expand and grow within its access, this unified field of creation, right? So today being sort of this huge access point, and then moving forward, with grace and ease, and sort of I wouldn't say an IV drip, because I don't believe that anything at this point feels like it's moving, in that sort of slow moving pace, right? Everything seems to be really coming into higher and higher processing speeds. So, but what I will say, and what I do see within the what is being presented through this, is that we will interface it in waves, right? So today being a huge access point and a giant wave of greater participation within this unified field of creation and its potential. And what it allows us to do is come into an even more clear and more transparent awareness as to what programs we're still running within our physical, mental, emotional, and spirit bodies, what dualistic and polarizing programs or limiting programs, limiting meaning limiting the scope of the infinite potential that each one of us is and has access to, resurrecting and embodying, right, through enlightenment. So having an opportunity to come into very clear, abundant, and seemingly sort of rapid awarenesses of where we're still holding on to belief systems and emotional programming and so forth that are within the scope of limiting our creative potential, right? So where are we identifying with time, right? And linear time and the limitations of linear time. And where can we, bring those into a harmonious and alchemizing embodiment, whereby we no longer identify with the limitations of that, and instead we're opening into the flow of this unified field and its infinite potential, right? So the ego, as this huge transition is taking place, and will continue throughout the next many years of ascension to really, really, further and further dissolve the degree and level of how the linear time matrix is participating within the collective template. We begin to recognize, especially if we have a desire and we bring forth our consciousness and direct it to curiously explore just how many programs we're running within our ego that are identified with time, right? And so we may be feeling a sense of anxiousness that comes to the surface with this, because what this can also translate to is what is often referred to as like the death of the ego, right? The death of the ego, which is, the ego is coming into the interface with this unified field of creation when it really only knows how to identify and participate within the constructs of linear time. So as this dissolve is taking place, we see lots of things, the ego trying to hold on to what it knows, right? It's like, I don't want to let go of this. This is familiar to me. This is comforting to me. So the more we use our tools and our methods of great presence and participation, and whether it's breath work and meditation and, and curiously and neutrally exploring, what all is surfacing in way of presence and participation within our thoughts and our words and our beliefs and our actions, the more we can, take those awarenesses and turn them into the super gifts of embodied wisdom, and dissolve of limitation, right? So there's a big dissolve of the egoic identity within the construct of linear time taking place. And some of the things that are low-hanging fruits of how we can participate in this, and and what you might already feel and have noticed surfacing through this is letting go of any participation in warring or being in resistance to time. And once you start to get curious about this and you start to explore it, you realize, wow, like there are lots and lots of programs that we have accumulated through our experience here, right? Through participation here, that are very much some more subtly and some less subtly participating in some sort of resistance or warring frequency with time. And one of those big programs that seems to weave its way through most things, but certainly I've noticed it so much and so often, and also participated in it for a period of time, especially at what I would say at the beginning stages of this journey of awakening, is are the end game programs. Like, when am I going to reach the end? When am I going to get to, when is, let me just get through this. Let me just, I thought I already dealt with this program, and so if we open ourselves and we begin to really get curious and neutral and loving and compassionate and free of all judgment programs around any of it, and just full of curiosity and childlike wonder and exploration, we can start to, really see where we've participated in these and where we can let them go. And as we can, let them go, and we desire to no longer participate in, the end game programs or being at war with time, right? Like, I'm running out of time. It's me against the clock. It's so intricately and subtly and subconsciously woven. So we can simply set a practice, and, if we're like, well, I don't know where I'm holding those programs, just breathe. I hereby declare the full dissolve of any and all warring frequencies with time. I hereby open the pathways to come into deep and, abundant flow of pure unity within all constructs of creation, right? Things like this, languaging like this can, but make it your own, of course, and have fun with it. The fear of death programs. Oh my goodness, there's so many of them, and we don't even really recognize oftentimes how much they're participating. The fear of the unknown, and all the ways that have been programmed, right? And the fear of life programs. And they're both kind of woven in a similar codex, interestingly, as I kind of spanned out into the quantum fabric and started, navigating through it a little bit more. I realized, both the letting go of the fear, or both the fear of death programs and the fear of life programs, are both very heavily woven within the belief systems and the subset belief systems of running out of time, which is an illusion, right? But if we believe that, and we have those programs consciously and subconsciously participating, and we're fortifying them and strengthening and feeding them with our life eternal energy, our chi, on a regular basis through our thoughts, words, actions, and beliefs, then we're creating greater staying power and powering that up within the collective template. Well, the good news is that's still applicable. However, with this igniting access to the unified field of creation, there's far more energetic participation coming from and through this unified field of creation. You know, of course, it meets each one of us in our blueprint, and it certainly cannot clear these programs for us, you know, without our desired participation and exploration of it. Yet it definitely, because of the nature of all that is held within this unified field of creation, it allows for us to move through what may have taken, you know, and have been perceived as a much longer period of linear time to navigate and let go and so forth, upon directing our intention and attention to the desire to dissolve these things and coupling it with calling in and the supportive nature of the unified field of creation. Alchemy is, you know, at a new processing speed, we'll say, which is really beautiful. And there's so much depth, and you're probably feeling beyond the limitations of the words being expressed here. You know, there has been a calling in and an opening up of this unified field of creation in a very significant way. So, you know, a big and bright invitation to really begin to explore, you know, what is my unique role in this now moment with participating in this unified field of creation and its, you know, biggest and brightest entry point right now, you know, and what more can, and how can I bring this into my daily practice and participation? Because ultimately what it's doing is it's creating a greater ability for the oneness to be restored within all, right? And again, in a way in which it's really promoting, which of course is pretty much said within unity and oneness, a rapid and very potentized expression of dissolving all warring frequencies and really bringing to the forefront of awareness how those frequencies are playing out. So one of the things that is really beautiful about this unified field of creation as well is that it begins to assist us in rewiring our nervous system and all of our systems, but specifically beginning to, and the entry point is moving in and through our nervous system and really beginning to create a greater plasmic medium, if you will, to assist us in coming out of all the different systems of fight or flight that are in our relationship to resistance and sort of the warring frequencies within our relationship to linear time. And so when we call in this unified field of creation and we allow it to bathe and open and assist our nervous system and letting go of any and all limitations of creational flow, of any and all systems of separation and warring that are held within, we then access and open our heart centers even more so, and we begin to come into a whole new relationship with our 0 point technology of the high heart, right? So there's a lot of ways in which the unified field of creation is synonymous with the 0 point, but because of you know, all that's been described, it's really a field, again, another avenue and way and field of pure source creational codex that's assisting us in the many, many different ways in which we come back into that full embodiment and an identity as the 0 point. So I'd like to take a moment. I know that there's a little bit of, I started a little bit late, but I'd like to just give a moment, maybe about 5 minutes here, to bring in a soft entry point and deeper connection, if you will, to this unified field of creation. So inviting everybody to close their eyes, to drop into the heart center. Perhaps take a few deep and nourishing inhales through the nose. Exhales through the mouth. Inhale through the nose. and exhale through the mouth. And just allowing ourselves to open into the free-flowing surrender of the radiance of the unified field of creation as it flows down and through and all around, further assisting us in this now moment to come into a peaceful and vibrant connection with our own unique expression of the 0 point within, opening our hearts and allowing ourselves to downregulate, dissolve, and let go of anything and everything that no longer serves our highest expression of divinity here and now. Anything and everything that we are holding within our bodies, within our nervous system, that feels as though it's in resistance, duality, polarity, or warring, the most authentic expression of our crystalline nature, of our highest divinity. So allowing ourselves to bathe for a moment, knowing that there's nothing to do or to be other than in the full free flow of curiosity and exploration within this unified field. This unified field, a multiversal, pure source mirror technology, mirroring the infinite potential that exists within and igniting the pathways, the energetic pathways, meridian portals, and gateways within your physical, mental, emotional, and spirit bodies to further open and receive and activate that which is your unique expression of pure source remembered within, pure unity embodied within, coming back into your own unique and marvelous expression of embodiment as the everything and the no thing within the oneness of all. Allowing just for a moment to feel the levity of your own freedom, the freedom of the free-flowing consciousness of your highest expression of source self. As alawe sunrenia karu swashandra balale sundereniandri. Atra pia sunderenia ka ushundrenia kara ushundra tayana. Feeling and allowing as you feel the radiance of Sophia Gaia, Mother Earth now, opening the central crystal earth star core to assist in grounding all that has been accessed, all that has been curiously explored in this moment of exchange with the unified field of creation, grounding it through your diamond and crystalline filaments out and through your feet, feeling a sense of deep nourishment, grounding, rooting, all the way down into the central crystal earth star core, and feeling a sense of expansion taking place within the cells, and that greater flow of the unified field of earth, air, fire, water, ether, diamond blue plasma, opened into the new relationship with this unified field of creation. Dropping back into your heart center and coming back into a deeper awareness and presence of your physical space now, your physical body. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Perhaps taking a moment and allowing yourselves to take a few deep breaths and continue to allow the depths and degrees of all that is in way of releasing, of all that is in way of igniting, in accordance with the highest divine light, love, law, and order.
Beautiful, Brooklyn. Thank you so much. Shared such amazing insight. And Alan just texted me. He wants to come and ask you a question, but I just want to say something that you said earlier was the fear of the death program and the fear of the life program.
Yeah.
That's so powerful, because I didn't even think about it. We're like, there's a fear of both.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fear of living and a fear of dying at the same time, right? And so we're working through that.
Yeah, absolutely. And really, sometimes if we really get curious and neutral in the exploration of it, we might see how the fear of life is actually a more dominant program, and it leads to a very significant system of paralyzing energies, if you will, right? It creates sort of paralyzation within many of the different levels of our physical, mental, and emotional and spirit bodies. So when we let those go, I mean, we enter into a whole new level of access of our potential.
Yeah. Well, before you say something, Alan, I know you want to jump in. The number one fear that people have on Earth, right? Public speaking. Yeah. And the number two fear is death, right? So what if you really look at what does the fear of public speaking mean? It's literally a fear of expressing yourself in life every single day. And it's also the fear of being seen and heard within reality. And I feel that it's because we're confronted with life daily. Death comes up every now and then, but life is something that we need to show up for every single day. And so it makes sense to me that we have more of that fear of life than we do of death.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's also judgment, Neil. We fear speaking publicly. I mean, I know you have that fear of other people judging me, because I guess I judge myself. So they're reinforcing the judgment I have, right? So, but I wanted to ask you, I thought it was brilliant and you're really inspired. How can we remind ourselves all the time that we are connected to this quantum field? Like, what's a way to just tap into that?
Yeah, I love that question. The thing about it is our minds try to create these really, complicated systems, and like, oh, it's got to be much more challenging. Do you have to say this and walk around 3 times? And really, it just comes down to tapping into our hearts and just setting the intention of, curiously exploring and igniting and opening whatever my unique interface is with, the greater nature of this quantum fabric, and then beginning to trust, right? Because we can only begin to conceptualize that most times, right, from the perception of the mind and what the mind might be able to perceive or think that it knows of it, but really it's so far beyond the mind's complex, right? So, trusting if some seemingly random thing comes in to answer the request. Okay. I'm not going to negate that or judge that. How can I playfully, explore that like a child and start asking it questions and opening it up and really that's what just, for my journey with it, it's just like, okay, I'm going to ask and I'm going to get curious and then I'm going to trust. And right. It really just comes down to trusting, right? Trusting and trusting and trusting and trusting when there's really no reason or anything else out there that should, suggest that we should or can.
Yeah. But what do you do with the judgment of yourself and others? Where I know it's mine, but how do you go beyond that stuff?
Yeah, that's such a beautiful question, because I will say that is my probably numero uno daily devotion and, declaration and prayer is like, I declare to see through the eyes of source within all beings. I am that I am, right? I hereby declare to dissolve all systems of separation and judgment of myself and others. Mm-hmm. So really, I mean, for me, and maybe this is coming from my old school and lifetimes, within these different Christos lineages, but it's just, practice leads to embodiment, right? So it's just like showing up and remembering everything's energy and energy programmed, and we're eternal sparks of source creation. And when we identify as that, and then we're at the hub of programming the energy, then everything starts to be reprogrammed as that, right? We're quantum computer systems for these organic technologies. But judgment is a doozy.
Well, it's all a work in progress. We're but it's great to meet you. Great to hear you speak. I think we're both in New York, so maybe there'll be some event we'll be at.
Well, I used to be in New York. I'm in Tampa right now, but I do come to New York because I have a lot of family in that area. But it is so lovely to meet you as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be speaking in Tampa on December 6th, 7th, and 8th at the Cosmic Center in Sarasota. Do you know that place?
Okay, I don't, but I'm going to write this down now and look into it.
The Cosmic Center. You could probably do a talk there at some point. They're very open to all this stuff, light language, everything you're bringing through. The Cosmic Center, December 6th, 7th, and 8th with JJ Hertak. I'm speaking there.
Oh, nice. Okay,
yeah.
If I'm in town, I'm going to come see you.
Thank you. Okay, great to meet you.
Thank you so much, Brooklyn. And before you go, let everybody know where they can find out more about you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sure. So I have a website. It's brooklynrain.com. Or you can also access it as seedofconsciousness.com. They're one and the same.
Amazing.
All right.
All right, Brooklyn. Love you so much. Thank you for being here.
Love you. Thanks so much. All right. Bye.
All right, everybody.
You know, she's great. I just want to say about
yeah. Go ahead.
She's authentic and she's alive, and she's like really giving her most focused best in each moment.
Yeah, 100%. And I could feel what was coming through her as she was speaking. And she said in the beginning that she just spent some time in a dark room retreat.
Oh.
So I'm sure she got a lot of insight on that. I would love to interview her about that retreat in particular, but yeah.
But
so
you
I
should
can feel
do a
that
dark room.
I want to do it. When I move back to Thailand, I'll do it because I think there's one there, right?
There's that Matak Chia dark room there. I did a dark room for a day. It was fantastic. I felt so at peace.
What was it like 24 hours or 8-hour experience?
It's like 8 hours maybe, but it was so good. I felt so rested and so
really
adjusted somehow. But it was years ago, and people do 40 days. I could do maybe a day, a couple of days. I mean, Igor's done like 20 or 30 days. So.
Oh yeah, no wonder why he's so tapped in. Larissa Stowe did I think it was 10 days up in Oregon.
Larissa tapped in too. Yes, yeah. Mm-hmm. It does tap you in. I think it's more powerful than Vipassana.
I think it would be just from hearing about it. Yeah, I think it would be too. All right, so we're taking breaths in between the speakers. So we're going to go ahead and take 3 breaths now, and then we're going to get into Alan Steinfeld. So everybody join me in taking a deep inhale in. Take a breath out. Let it go. Deep breath in. Let it go. One more breath. Let it go. All right, so the guy that needs no intro, but I will do it anyway.
Thank you.
What were you going to say?
No, I hang out with me here a little bit too.
We'll hang out.
Yeah.
Okay. One of the, let me see. Let me do something different today about Alan's intro.
Yeah.
I would say one of the things I've never said about you on an intro is one of the coolest people I know. Very cool guy. But Alan is a pioneer and an OG, as we say, in the field of consciousness. When I woke up to all this information, 2001, 2002, within a year or two, I stumbled into Alan's videos on what used to be called Google Video. It was uploaded there. And I was getting so much information from speakers that are literally the paradigm shifters on the planet. Some of the first interviews with Greg Braden, Bruce Lipton, Nassim Haramein. But he's been at it longer than most and really has this dedication not only to the information, but his curiosity and love for people is truly what's contagious. And the reason why he can speak to people so well and communicate and have the gift of that is not only because of his New York background, which I think is one of it, but it's also because he's extremely curious about individuals. And one time he said to me that I eat people for breakfast. I gotta keep saying that. And he meant that in a good way.
Yeah, I absorb them. I just meet them and just kind of feel them. That's what I mean.
Right. You know how you say Phil Gruber helped you with public speaking?
Yes.
And even
yes.
though I was doing it, I would say that you helped exponentially bring me out into speaking as well by seeing a lot of what you do. And you're just one, you know how close you are to my heart. So without any further ado, everybody, Alan Steinfeld.
Thank you, Neil. I just want to thank you for being a good friend and for, we've been through ups and downs, tough times, good times, and, we're still connected. And, yeah, I love people and I love speaking, but I also realize that we, like Brooklyn said, there's this inner work that we all do. And that's what I think both of us are connected that way. You're doing a lot of inner work and you help remind me, oh yeah, it's not just outer stuff and chakras and stars and dolphins and whales. It's about the inner space, and it's about balancing those two in a world that's like changing, and the world that's like everything's shifting. And I know the political scene just came down, and I thought, why is the collective bringing this other force in that some people want, some people didn't? And I would say it's to disrupt and change the old ways of being, the old, the stuck establishment. That's it's like chaos. It's like root everything up, like just tear it up. It's like plow the fields. And so I think we've been stuck in a time, and I think the people of this country were saying, not that I wasn't one of them, but we're saying we need something different. And so, Byron Katie says you can't argue with what is. If this is what is the greatest benefit we can all gain from whatever what is? And if we look at it, it is a reformatting of something on both sides. We all have to do this upgrade. It's an upgrade everywhere you look, and the future is always unknown, but it's more unknown now than it's ever been, because it's also full of shifting. And this is where the ETs and disclosure, and let's talk about that a little bit. It's where the unknown is unimaginable, in a sense. People saying, oh, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, but what really does happen is always greater than what we can imagine. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah. And I would say that right now, moving into this new world in the political scene, there is more unknown. We are not sure what's going to happen, what's going to change. And I personally, and many others, are sick of the status quo. Things just going on the same way, being gaslit by governments around the world. And so, as we know, like moving and stepping into the unknown is where the growth really is. And as Brooklyn was saying, having trust where it's going to be. And you and I know, we're under the awareness that we're not going to be in a dystopian world, that we're actually moving into a greater world. But part of that greater world is by the old systems going away and collapsing or being reformed. And it might not look pretty, really, when these things are being reformed.
Yeah, it's about this period of self-reflection, looking at our own dark side. You've done that. Tell me, not to interview you unless you want, when you find that stuff that maybe doesn't feel good, what do you do when you discover this little distorted piece inside you? How do you deal with that?
Oh man, I've had all types of experiences with that. I've on one side, I would say, like, I've distracted myself from not feeling, and because the world has provided so many distractions that we have the ability to not connect to it and jump on our phones, do something else that just avoids us from it. But that's something I'm really not attempting to do anymore. We spoke about this throughout today, is sitting with the discomfort, sitting with the pain. And one of my friends did Instagram live today, and she's honestly the most joyous person I've ever met. Okay, so much joy, it's insane.
Who's that?
Her name, the Colorful Coach. I'll send you her Instagram. The Colorful Coach, plug for her. Literally, like, I was in Chiang Mai in a co-working space, and this woman came in with all these colors just vibrating, and I worked up the courage just to go say hi, because it's like a place where everybody's working, and so much joy. And today she did an Instagram live, and she goes, people think I've always been this way in this joy. And she goes, I got to tell you, the way I found the joy was by sitting with the pain and stop avoiding the pain that I was feeling.
Yeah, I think that's really key, because stuff comes up, you know, you piss someone off or they pisses you off, and it's like, you want to make it all right. Okay, just make it all right. And then it's like, well, maybe it's not all right. And then it's like, okay, that's uncomfortable because, you know, maybe someone hates you for doing whatever like you weren't conscious of. And it's like, okay, that's sitting with the discomfort.
Yeah.
That's sitting.
And so I'm curious about you though, Alan, like, because, you know, in my eyes, right, you always show up, you always present, you don't seem to take things too seriously in a way that it hurts you, like from interactions. You can see the light in the situation. So what do you like? Do you still experience challenges, Alan?
Absolutely. You know, I think we're in this world to expand. I mean, I try to be like that woman you described, and then there's like a little blip, and it's like, oh, okay, what's going on? So, yeah, I mean, we want to ride in fifth dimensional realities where it's all like unicorns and dolphins, and, you know, and it's great. But, you know, the human level of evolution looks at those karmic patterns, and that's the challenge. So I'm just looking, I think it's a time of self-reflection worldwide, and I'm looking at where I could be better, you know, where I could do this, you know, where I don't have to hang up on my mother when she calls, you know, it's like that, you know, because she's needing, and I don't want to be put in a place where, you know, like it sucks my energy. But then again, you know, I don't know, maybe it's okay to feel someone else's needs, which we do. That is okay. But, you know, where's the balance? You know, that's the journey of of awakening. How much do you go for your highest and also acknowledge other people's highest? You know, that's the sort of balance I think we're all looking as we kind of move into this next world. There's that balance between self and others, and it's not just, yes, service to others is service to self. So I don't know, I'm just looking for that.
Like so I would say that, so it's like, I understand what you're saying, that you do still experience challenges, and you gave some examples. And I guess like when we're in this world where we're trying to balance things out, it's easy to go into self-judgment, feeling lack of self-worth, you know, from maybe a childhood or even beyond that, and or just being really critical about it. But what it seems like you do is that you have a genuine curiosity about exploring the balance, and you know that it's happening. So how do you get to a point that you can actually, instead of going back and forth and being pulled back and forth as you're trying to balance, allow yourself to ride the waves and experience it all as more like a ride that you're going through, and, you know, in a way that doesn't have to have all of these wounds associated with it, right? Being a victim to it doesn't make sense.
It will have wounds. It will. It's like, well, I don't know. The best example is when I broke up with this woman who we're really connected, and it just didn't work out. And it felt like pain in my body. And I could identify it as, you know, depression or sadness, but I just stayed with the sensation in the body without judging it. And it kind of just, I tracked the sensation embodied and just kind of let it move through me, you know, without resisting, without judging, with just feeling, I think is what I'm trying to say. Just feeling the sensation without even mentalizing, oh, it's this, or this. So, you know, there was something about that, you know, I understood how to get through like difficult times or something like that. Just like being with the embodied experience. Does that make sense? You know, so
yeah, it does. Really just, being present with it.
Yeah, I think it's what Brooklyn was sort of saying. I really like it's like being with, I don't know if she said this, being with what is in the human experience. It's like that great channel we saw a couple of months ago. What was her name? I want to interview her.
Aluna.
No, was it Aluna or was it someone else kind of giving more, like we asked at the end of one of those shows you did? I don't think it was Aluna. I think it was someone
It wasn't the
else.
Awakening conference?
No, it was before the Awakening conference. There was that woman we interviewed a couple of, it was that, what was the conference you did before the Awakening conference? Anyway.
The Lyran conference?
No. Anyway, she had some advice like, well, you don't really get through this world like without experiencing the totality of it, you know. That's sort of what my teacher Ramtha said. You have to be able to look at everyone in the eyes and say, yeah, I know what that feels like. And then and when you can do that, it's like if you could really own all those experiences, that's a sort of a completion in a sense of the three-dimensional human field. You know, if you could be at peace with the rich, the poor, the young, the old, it's like if you can feel everyone, because we're really feeling beings. We're here to feel, you know. That's my understanding of the human experience. Not to create emotionality where it's like the repeated feelings over and over again, but to every moment is a feeling sensation. And the more I think we can feel, the more the soul expands.
So it's like when you see yourself in everyone, or you feel the connection to the experience as they are part of everything that is being expressed, right?
Yeah.
That's when you kind of, that makes sense. Like, then that's when you kind of meet the third dimensional game and process it all. It's almost like the end of this game and the beginning of a new chapter, right? When you see that connection.
I think it's that, but on a much, I mean, it's on that deepest level that you can feel anger and sadness and jealousy. It's just allowing yourselves to feel that to its depth. And then what Ramtha would say, if you can own those experiences, you got that. You just call them into your field so you can experience the human. And then once you experience and own the human experience, what happens on a cellular level, when you're at peace with it all, it starts to vibrate at a different frequency, at a higher rate, because you've cleared those levels of that have kept people in the human drama. I mean, that's it. We're in the human drama, and some people think that's all there is, but we know, like that woman you mentioned, that we can transcend it, but you can't transcend it by escaping it, I guess is what you have to embody it. That's what I feel. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah. So that's something that I'm really been working on lately myself is, and the whole phrase of the way to where I want to be is through, not around.
Right.
So truly going through the experience.
Well, you put yourself through some very intense time. You don't have to share them personally, but you went for it. You said, okay, I got to work on that. And I really admire you for, you may have lost thousands of dollars in the process from whatever you needed to, but you needed to do that because that's what your soul was calling you to do. And
and it brought more things to the surface. I thought I would process a lot of things in it, but it actually just opened the floodgates for things to be processed. And what I feel is happening now is just, we shared this today too, like just being called to have a deeper sense of authenticity. And all the places that I've built up walls, built up facades, built up this performer, this people pleaser, I'm not like that to everybody, but I am still like that in some levels, right? Is like, how do I have my boundaries? How do I show up for myself and know that if I'm staying true to myself, I could feel more of a connection with others. You know what I'm saying? Rather than like, because when I don't show up for myself, I'm a people pleaser, or I come from some sort of wound. it never really creates a deep connection with that person.
Right.
You know, and
Oh,
it
that's
creates
good.
actually a sense of more loneliness. It creates a sense of more loneliness and more disconnection.
No, that's a good reminder for me because I'm a people pleaser. You know, it's like, you know, I want to make everyone happy, and those boundaries between people pleasing and taking care of your own boundaries of self. It's that balance, and that's why we need community to like say, oh, like I had a teacher, Paul Lowe, and he was very present. And we'd be sitting at dinner, and he'd say to me, "Oh, did you see how you talked to that waiter? Did you see that? Did you see?" And he'd point out every little thing, and it's like I could have gotten upset, but he was helping me be more aware of the things I wasn't aware of. Like, you know, you're in a restaurant, you just order it, and you don't see the person there sometimes. Like, that's a person there, you know, that's a person doing the best they can. So, you know, if we go unconscious, or I've talked about myself, then we don't honor ourselves and the other person. So it's like I try to be that aware of, you know, if there's a guy asking for change on the street, you know, I'm here in New York, it's like, I'll look at them. I mean, a lot of times I just write them off and gotta go, but sometimes I'm just there with them and just feeling them. And, you know, if you feel them like, oh, yeah, I'm going to give this guy $5, you know, I didn't expect to, but, you know, what are you going to do? I mean, not what are you going to do? You don't have to do it, but it's like when you have that connection, it's like, okay, that's something to me, but it's more to him, to this person. So it's like,
Yeah. I think that's, I mean, I know that's what we all truly want, is to feel that connection. And it's so interesting to see so much disconnection happening on the planet. But at the same time, like we shared in the beginning, that is kind of like the rubber band effect. We're getting so separated, and so there's been so much division, but ultimately I think through that division, we're starting to see that we all want the same things.
I think that's exactly what happened in the political process. You know, the Democrats didn't get what they want, and they're looking at themselves and saying, well, what's wrong? Why don't people like what we want? And the Republicans are, you know, it's like, okay, we got this, but how are we going to, I don't know if they're really saying, how are we going to bridge this country? How are we going to unify? How is everyone going to help get what they want to live a happy, satisfied life? I mean, that's a huge situation, but that's what culture and society and evolution and consciousness is all about. How can everyone, if it's possible, I think it is possible, you know, be happy, or the pursuit of happiness, you know, like it says.
Right.
Yeah. So that's the challenge in this. We can't get any more divided, or maybe we could, in the world. But you know, it's like it comes full circle around. Okay, it's hugely divided, and it's like someone asked a question about the bifurcation of reality. And it's like it's already bifurcated. There's people who have no idea what we're talking about here on this conference. I mean, they don't have the slide. You say, oh yeah, we're speaking light language. It's like, it's not just a foreign language, it's a foreign it doesn't even make any sense. So there's these doorways and pathways, but I do think the more Portal to Ascension keeps opening those portals and everything that we're doing, it is filtering through to people who are looking for alternatives. There are people looking, and that's what, you know, that's what I think both sides of the political party. Okay, here's an alternative. But, you know, we have to go into some unknown territory. I think we all have to take a chance and leave the known behind, and expectations and projections, and stand sort of naked in the kind of world of uncertainty.
Yeah. Not just politically, like obviously spiritually, all the institutions are changing, but also like technology and what's happening on the planet is going to change the face of the earth. with AI, with the black budget programs coming out, with the UFO information coming out. We're at the cusp, right, of a huge critical mass, wouldn't you say? And even though like there's been drip disclosure, just the level of what's happening right now with the technologies that exist that are out of sight, you know, we could have, this is all unknown for us. There seems to be a different world coexisting with us behind closed doors, you know.
Disclosure is the game.
Tell us about disclosure.
I mean, well, just discuss it. We'll discuss it. It's a game changer because it wakes people up out of this really mundane reality and realize, and helps me realize we're part of this amazing unknown cosmos that's yet to be discovered. I mean, it's like, you know, I know there were Native Americans here, but it's like Columbus sailing across the ocean and finding these people. We're finding this other world that's like can change everything we think about ourselves. It will change our technology, it'll change our sociology, it'll change our religions, it'll change how we think, it'll shift what this vehicle of consciousness is. You know, it's just imagine the technology. We are enslaved to energy. You know, that's the fossil fuel companies, if they are really fossil fuels. I don't think they are, but if they, whatever it is that runs the oil companies, we don't need them, and we won't once this new technology comes online, then everything's like on an even playing field. We can cultivate the deserts, we can desalinate the water, we can have enough food for everyone, we can have everyone working for their creative actions. And I think AI can help in a balanced way, you know?
Yeah,
I think
that's why the inner work is important for us to be able to inherit AI, because AI is neutral, but without the inner work, that's when it gets used for other types of agendas, right? Being at a place where we use it for the collective good.
Yeah, I think it can be. I mean, I use AI not to write my papers or articles, but to kind of edit them, correct them. And sometimes it's like a good editor. It gives me a word I wouldn't have thought of, or a phrase. And it's like, we could use AI to do the things nobody wants to do in this world, you know? It's good, but it is also dangerous. It's dangerous if there's no morality attached to the creators. But it can serve, I mean, these computers, you know, serve us. I mean, they serve us in keeping this connection. You know, if we didn't have them, and people were against computers, people were against automobiles, people against telephones, you know, it's like, it's here to serve us. This is what Marshall McLuhan said. Technology is an extension of our senses, and it's like fire. Fire was the original technology, and there's always a double-edged sword with technology. Fire could burn your house down, or it could warm you and cook your food. So you can't let the technologies control us. We can't let the technologies control us.
Right.
But
well, it's kind of like a hive mind, a collective hive mind of humanity. It's like all of us manifested AI. It's like all of our experiences manifested in one central mind.
Yeah, and that's okay, but we need to balance it with the personal, with the feeling.
100%.
AI is not feeling. It doesn't have a soul. It doesn't know what consciousness is, no matter what they say. I've heard, I think Elon Musk was talking to, or somebody was talking to a robot and saying, oh yeah, they know what consciousness is. If there's no embodied of spirit, there's no access to the infinite unknown. They only know what they've been programmed to know and put together in a very sophisticated way. But that's what we have, that we need to remember: our soul, our infinite nature. And I think, you know, we're at a time where that's like shifting in a quantum way. This moment 100%. In time. And that's why stuff will come up for people. Stuff will come up for me and you know. We had a big bump last year, and it was like, oh, a little wake up call. And it's like, oh yeah, not everyone thinks the way we do. And it's always weird when you meet those people, but then you have to readjust and say, oh yeah, there are people that don't think the way we do.
And it's important to, like, something that I'm really, really focusing on now is when I have these challenging experiences that really derail me. And the experience you're speaking about was definitely probably the catalyst to this. It is literally like, what is it called, the silver lining to this, right?
Yeah.
What is the growth I'm able to receive from it? And that dark night of the soul, that depth of what it gave me, and that reflection really made me realize what I'm putting out that I'm not really about, and how I need to work on myself for it. And even now, as you know, I've been going through a lot in the last year, and I'm really looking at, like, okay, so these are some challenges, and at the end of these challenges, to the other side of these challenges, are real growth. I can either be a victim to these challenges for the next 2 to 3 years and just stay in that for like 3 years plus, or I can really choose to sit with it and be present with it, and then to see how I emerge out of it afterwards.
I feel you now, Neil, more than I have ever, because you've kind of gone to another level in yourself. It's like there's a maturity there, and there's a quietness, and from what I'm seeing, and you're being with the scars. You're not trying to make it all better and all right, but you sit there with the discomfort, and that's what we all have to do. That's the soul growth. I think that when you can sit there and could try to make it better, put a Band-Aid on, or you just sit there and you feel the discomfort and all the karmic reactions, that whatever they're there for. And then
it's no, go ahead, Alan.
No, you're just sitting there with it, but it's beautiful. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I was just saying, like, it's definitely not comfortable,
No.
and sometimes I just want to run away from the experiences. But I know if I run away from the experiences, I'm just going to be another 5 years will pass, and I'll still be in the same circle, same loop,
If you run away from it, it's going to run out.
Back, So, all right, we're going to bring on Jody in a second, but I want to ask you.
I just want to acknowledge, thank you for, being in this discussion, allowing us to go deeper and, and see each other, in new ways. And so I appreciate you, Neil. Thanks for being a friend.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I appreciate you too, brother. Yeah, because on the last year, we haven't been hanging out because I've been over here in Thailand and everything, and we've just kind of talked about events, and we haven't really dropped in deeply enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, well, there's more. Yeah. We're going to be together.
We're roommates. We're roommates on the cruise, everybody. So
we'll have a lot of time.
Hey, 2 months ago, Alan, I almost changed my room. I was angry.
I'm glad you did. Okay.
But hey, answer this question, or just your own perspective. We've kind of been speaking about it, but the theme here is cultivating unity in a world of polarity. So love for you to speak about cultivating unity in a world of polarity. What do you feel about that? How do we do it? And then we can move into bringing on Jody.
Well, we can't have unity until we recognize the polarity. That's like basic. We're not a United States until we feel the ununitedness or whatever. We don't need the polarity, but we need to recognize there is polarity. There's two sides, and we need to say, like, why does that person feel that way? Why does that side? What needs are not being met? This is Marshall Rosenberg, nonviolent communication. Why are people acting out in ways that polarize the other side? What need is not being met by them, right? So what do you need, and that your needs and what is feelings. That's the basis of nonviolent communication or compassionate communication. How are you feeling, and what are you needing? And the more honest we can get, like maybe those people who voted for Trump felt like that guy would meet their needs better than the other side. It's not like I don't think anyone's bad or evil. They have different needs. So what needs do they have, and what are they feeling? What are they feeling first? And are you feeling isolated? Are they feeling outcast? Are they feeling not listened to? We have to hear that. We have to hear what people are feeling and what they want to meet those feelings, what they need to meet those feelings. And then we can find unity, but it's definitely a work in progress. It's not like, oh yeah, we're one big happy family. Well, stuff comes up and each of those things have to be dissected and torn. It's a slow process, but we don't have a choice because we won't create the world that we know is possible unless we look at every single person's on this planet's needs, if that's possible. And I think it is, and see what the greater good can do. I know that's very optimistic and idealistic, but you know, we are all equal here. We're all equal on the soul level, and I think it is possible when we rearrange the programming of these negative belief systems about ourselves that everyone can live in a kind of blissful, beautiful, imagined world. Does that answer your question?
Wow. Yeah, Alan, that was incredible advice.
Well, one more statement I want to give you is I read this quote from H.G. Wells, who wrote the first book about aliens and all that. But he said later on in his life, he said, someday we'll look back at old newspapers or articles and think, was there ever such a world? A world where people would kill each other or do things, awful things. And, you know, that's the future. That's the future where we can tap into seeing that maybe it's possible to end war on the planet. And
yeah,
I don't know. It's just,
I would just like to emphasize what you said here, just as a couple of the key things. What needs are not being met, and why does that person feel that way? And we can put those two questions into any place where we feel that we don't agree with someone, including our parents.
Yeah.
You know, in politics, everybody has a need that needs to be met. And if we start seeing why they feel that way, we can start having conversations, you know, rather than disconnection with each other.
That's good, Neil. Thank you. Thank you for adding.
Yeah.
That's really good. Just want to say hello to Mariah, who we met in Egypt. And there's some great Bridget. There's some great people, Jazz Can. There's some great people on the chat here doing some really nice interactions. It's like, so I think the community, there's something about communities that are building on the internet that didn't exist before COVID. And it's like that was a need. We're isolated from people, but yet we created these communities. I mean, you could say they're artificial, but the sentiment and the feelings people express are real. The environment may be artificial, but these are people. We're all people trying to express our needs the best way we can. And so
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
All right. So we have Jody coming up next, and I would love for you to do the official intro for her because you did introduce me to Jody, and I've grown to love her so much and admire everything that she brings. Her light language, frequency. Last time at the Crystal Skulls conference was amazing. And so, but you've been working with Jody for many years. I think you've known each other for what, 20, 30 years now?
No, try 43 years at least. 40, no, 40. I think it was 1980 that we we're like married.
You know, when I first started knowing about you and you were doing events at the Meta Center, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
That's Jody Center, right?
Yeah.
So I was trying to figure out how I could meet you. So, so I was trying to book an event and do an event over there and come out there so I could meet you.
Oh, wow. Well, no, that's great. But yeah, and the Meta Center, thank you for saying, the Meta Center was a fantastic center in New York that just brought all the metaphysical, spiritual people together in a community. And it, you know, maybe everything's not supposed to last forever, but it was really great. I did a lot of events there. Jody Jody used to be upset with me saying, people think it's your center. It's because I did a lot of events there. But
I thought it was.
No, Jody did a fantastic job holding that whole thing together. Should we bring her on for a second? And there, hi,
Hey,
Jody.
Hi.
Has it been 40 years for us?
It's 1980 or 81.
Exactly.
That was when I was born.
We're still friends.
We are still friends. But you know what's great also about Jody is that you're also very humble. You're also very kind, and you're also working on yourself a lot. You know, she's not arrived to a place of, not that it's a bad, you know, you keep, you know, going through it, but also uplifting the energies with higher frequencies. And just to show how synced up we are, me and Jody, she called me and it was 11:11 on 11:11. That's when we talked today, this morning.
I was guided to call you to ask you what are we doing in terms of who goes next and what is the
and you know, Jody,
lineup
yes,
for this particular thing.
You know, Jody taught me how to understand, if understanding is a good word, light language, because, you know, I would say, what are people saying, this kind of gibberish? And then I just listened to her and I felt this wave. I felt it. I felt whatever she was doing or saying it was not just words. It was like, wow, there's something coming off this woman. That's like, and then I realized, oh yeah, those words or those sounds are communicating frequencies. And, you know, my left brain wanted to understand it, but it's not understandable because there's nothing to attach to. So you have to feel it. You have to feel what's coming to you. And so Jody's been a teacher.
Frequency of sound. And sound, even in past things, supposedly, I don't know if it's the truth, but they talk about how even for the pyramids, that the way, how could they have had those boulders or whatever they have? I've never been to Egypt, but to create these things from other dimensions, but supposedly they were using sound to move things. I don't know if that's an absolute truth, but sound has an effect. And if you use sound on your body, it can help you to heal different things. If you use it just to put it out into the world, it has an effect. It's like when babies are talking in gibberish, they could be already coming in with light language, but we wouldn't know. So,
well, they're also saying when they're talking gibberish, I think in their brain, they're actually
trying to communicate something.
They're trying to communicate the kind of bigger pictures. Like when we put words and we really narrow our consciousness to make it one thing. And when light language or even babies gibberish, they're trying to communicate something that's bigger than the word, you know?
So I don't have any children, but friends of mine would say, oh, that's the language of that you need to go because they're scared or they're crying out for food, or, you know, they start to figure out what is the language. And then at the same time teaching them language, ideally the language, whatever nationality you are, to be able to bring through compassion and love and all that, just an energy of just, acceptance. So,
right. We're teaching them a language about compassion, which really is not, it's not about the word compassion, right? It's about, right.
Frequency. And love isn't just a feeling, it's a frequency. So it has no conditions. You don't have to explain anything. Usually you can, if it's really truly love, even of yourself to yourself. You were talking about earlier, I forgot what you were saying, something about how do you reconcile. There's just things that not wanting to listen to your mom or whatever.
Right.
So it's sort of how do you stay out? How do you go into polarities? And I think, like my guides use an example of being on a seesaw and you have two people doing one side or the other. And if it doesn't work, or the person just wants to leave and not do that anymore, if they left, the other person will either go and find somebody else to do it with to keep the polarities going, or they'll just shift and change and do something different. So, and I saw one of the things before you were asking about was like giving money to people on the street or whatever. A lot of times for me, I'll do that, but I also, sometimes I just stop for a moment and send love.
Yeah.
Same thing for ourselves. How do we go through? I mean, there's the 1111. It's almost like two gates, and there's also space between the two and the two. If you want to, from in terms of like initiations, in the past, people always had to go through initiations to come into a new level of consciousness, like Christ or Krishna, those or ascended masters to ascend. But the idea for the portal, I look at it as a portal of like some visual, because as an artist, I'd see it as like the pillars are here, and you can either try to squish through or look through the sides, or you can walk through and see what it has in store for you. And so the other thing my guides have been talking about is this time period, the Earth herself, the entire planet is going through cleansing. Usually when you go through cleansing, it brings things up to the surface in order to let it go. And when we go through our own cleansings, if you do, like I recently was doing a cleansing that a friend of mine was teaching me how to do, intermittent fasting and everything. But from that, what came about from that, I realized I can do it to a point, but then she also told me, but it brings up things that you need to look at when you fast. You have nothing left in there, so it comes to the surface. So I ended up with like a swollen eye from my sinuses. It was just all different. I was overwhelmed a bit. All these things were coming up for me. But I kept hearing, you have to go through this. These are things that have been locked in my body for eons of time to come up and let it go. And the other thing is too, from going through some of the things, I'm usually somebody who, a lot of people will call and say, can you check out what's going on here? Can you give me a sense of how to work with this or whatever? Even you, Alan, who I don't always see you that often, but we talk. But
right.
You offered to come and cook me dinner and all these things and spend time with me. And we see each other with groups of people a lot of times. So it was almost like, wow, Alan's going to come up to my apartment and hang out with me.
Well, that was nice. I wanted to do that.
Grateful. The fact that I would even ask you, or you actually suggested it.
Yeah.
And even just say, even when I wasn't feeling that well, to even be around you and just say, this is who I am. So,
we're connected, Jody. You're a part of me, and it's like, how could I not do that? It's like
family.
Yeah, it's like Neil's become family. Neil, you become family. I don't know if that's a good thing, Neil, because people have issues with their family.
Look at how you're closing the door on your mom. You have to have compassion. She was there for you, hopefully. And
I know she was there for me. I got a lot of love, which is why I can be really comfortable with people. I got a lot of love. It makes me
me too. Like a good family. So I had the same. So, but I forgot what I was going to say. So going back to the portal and the idea that the Earth and all the inhabitants, even there's certain animals that are going extinct, and the fires and the volcanoes and all these kind of things. The Earth herself is going through a cleansing to come into a higher level of consciousness. Even through history, historically, there's so many things that have never been completed. Racial equality, women, and everybody. So all this stuff is coming up to the surface to be able to be dealt with, so we can finally move on. It's like going through the portal a little bit at a time, and not complaining. And our lives, what we do also, when you usually talk about ascension, so you usually die to then leave your body to get a bigger picture of what was my life about? Did I do it all right, or did I completed anything? But what happens is when we go through a cleansing, like going through a cleansing, it's almost like it brings everything up to the surface, but then it's the things you've identified with that your body doesn't need anymore. So you have to let go. So it feels like a death while we're here to be having an ascension experience, meaning coming into a higher level of consciousness in the body without having to wait to leave. And then people are afraid to die. At the same time, we're afraid to let go of what's holding us in particular vibrations of patterns within ourself to ourself. And if you have things going on within yourself, or even with, say, your mom, like you were saying, you could turn it around. You can send her love just by energetically doing that even. And you can do it long distance, just hold the focus and intention. And but you go back what I would do is go back into myself of what do I need to send love to and compassion to some part of myself that doesn't have the energy to sit with my mom, like, or whoever. I'm not using it as an example.
Right. No, it's good. Yeah.
So what I usually, just make a suggestion, what I usually do is I also will go into which part of my consciousness. It could be when you're a little kid, maybe your mother left you for a little while with somebody else or whatever.
Yeah.
She's asking you to be there for her, but it's triggering something in you. So you can go back into your own being and check to see, or just send love to any part of your consciousness, whether you were a little baby or like 6 months old, or you were 8 years old, or because you don't have to know all the information. It's some part of our system that's the makeup of all the things that we've experienced through all different lifetimes. And so anyway, this whole idea of a portal, I feel like it's the 1111 is also about, numerologically, it's about an awakening. It's about trusting. It's about trusting that new things are going to come up that are going to be in support of us. But it's always about letting go of the things that can't come with you. So it's not always an easy experience. And it's also about the polarities of the fourth dimension, which is what I feel we're more in the fifth dimension at this point. But we're coming into fifth dimensional experience, which is all about compassion and love and not having conditions around things. And there's children now coming in. I saw like a video of some little girl. She's like, her name is 7, and she just does light language, and she does things with her hands and sings them as if she talks them.
Yeah.
So even the children coming in, talk to like friends of mine who had babies, and I would start talking. Well, they were a little bit older, into like couple of years old, starting to talk in light language, and now she knows light language. She speaks it. She's very open. Her parents are father made her stay open for all the energy that was coming through her. So I feel like with light language also, it's not so much about teaching someone, now you say this or that. I find that when I activate people through speaking the languages with an intention, it will help them to, if they want to open up to these languages, just to understand that it's a responsibility like anything else, channeling, which I do as well. All these things, it's a responsibility to bring these things through. It's not just a game. So, and it's frequencies, and they have an effect. So you have to have clarity about what it is that your guide, wherever it's coming from, your higher self is what is this? What are they saying? And how does it make sense for you? Asking questions. I'm constantly checking in and things. I'm also doing ongoing things now where I wasn't before, where I'm doing a 6-part thing every week for people who want to do a 6-part series. And the reason I was doing that is for wholeness, because one of the things I just naturally do is I constantly am looking at like, what's the theme of what I'm dealing with at this point in my time, in terms of whether it's the month or the day or the year, or whatever it is. And sometimes that it connects with, I'm not an astrologer though, but if I go to an astrology reading with certain people, whatever they're telling me seems to go along with the things that I've been working on anyway. So I'm always working on myself, but a lot of it is, it's not the easiest thing. And also,
but it's the only thing, Jody.
Love is the answer. So
thank you.
What else?
What are you
Jody,
what do you
you're the first, I think I shared it with you before. You're the first time we had light language on the platform was you. And I truly, that was like, it's interesting, Alan, that you said you thought it was kind of gibberish until you had Jody on, because I felt the same way. And Alan was the one who told me to have light language on. He kept pushing me for it. And then, but as soon as the frequency came out of you, I felt it. And from that moment onwards, I use my body as a gauge to recognize the light language. And there's specific frequencies, specific people that just, it's interesting. It's like as soon as they speak, it doesn't even need to finish a full light language sentence. Like as soon as the vibration comes out,
the sentence,
I feel it immediately.
Like 2 words. Maybe, how do you know there's an actual sentence? It might be,
right?
Some of it just keeps going.
It just keeps going. Yeah. So we have like 10 more minutes left. Did you want to do an activation, light language? What do you want to do?
Yeah, the idea also going into the portal is you have to have enough courage to go to your next steps and let go of what you don't need. You can't bring it with you to go to the next thing. So I'm going to do something with light language. Also, I work with sound. The sound that comes through me is specifically to clear karmic things that people are still holding on to from lifetimes. And the light languages are more about remembering ourselves from the earth plane before humans inhabited the earth from a clear point of view, like a clean space. And also the languages connect you to like the earth before karmic patterning began. So you're starting with like a clean slate. And then it connects you also to the fact that we're also multidimensional. We're from other dimensions as well as being on the earth. But they also awaken your codes of consciousness. So it affects your DNA, the strands of your DNA, but it also, it basically helps you to come into your gifts that you're meant to. It brings that up for you to be able to really understand what you're here and what you're here for and how you can use your gifts to be part of what's going on for everyone. So everyone just close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. And you can hold an intention. We're going to work with the energy of the 1111. It's an awakening of a new stage of your spiritual development, and to help to ground yourself into a fuller sense of consciousness. It's also about aligning us into a whole new level of our consciousness and trusting in your own intuition. And it's for manifestation of your desires and to bring in the angelic beings that are part of who we are, but also the legions of the angelics and the archangelics. So just take a few deep breaths and close your eyes and hold an intention. It's really important to have your attention and intention, paying attention to what you're intending to create within your life with as much ease as possible. Kashal alaki, sasi kala malaki, kala kunia nate kiro kur, shakatim barakia tandaki. Hold your intentions. Akaniang yata kora, shatia nakatiate, ambarekia na no koriande kiatia rachar. I have all different guides that come in and bring these things through. Ashanande balakindo kolamalakinda te tambate tambate tambate. Go into your solar plexus and your second chakra right below your navel. Anda doria dungara dindara 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 gungara bango shandari anda. Your identification with the truth of who you are. Oh, saim marakile lo lelam yang 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 dongo de gendo lo le lo lo le lo le le lo le lo gadam bare de bare de bare de bare de bare de bare de gadam bare de. Breathe. Breathe. Basasa siya kalea kataya tinate. Kulikilo julo kolakila niatatia ta kalahi malaka. It's as if you now have a clean slate to start something new. Ashalalela could be something more so than of something you already have been doing and being. It could just be about your own consciousness awakening more to a higher level of who you are, in connection to everything in the core of the earth, the information and the energy and the knowing in the energy of Mother Earth, of Gaia, deep into her core. And also bringing that energy as we are also anchoring into, through our bodies, more of our consciousness, allowing yourself to reclaim the fullness of being, of your consciousness within your body, and still connected to creator energy, God consciousness, love, the highest frequencies of everything there is, that we are also a part of. Om Mahame Yane Oya Oya Nani Mani Nani cutting through or gently dispersing anything that you don't need within your system energetically, anything that you've been holding on to, and anything that's also could be a sense of dis-ease in your system. So if you have something you want to heal in your whole being, in your consciousness and in your, it's all interconnected, your consciousness and your body. Just allow these sounds to go in there and as if they were transmuting something that's going on in you. Dia siata kaya takawayikita. Tikila likule shutulit. And open your heart, open your heart. Breathe into your heart center, all the way through to the back, the front. Odeyalu shalalekilotul. Tipi to cricket time taking going. And the other golin, Tishugondalu ulishkodole golungumadi. The Malay Golish and the Dole, the Golongola Glush, Galudaga Dongonia Dogunin, Jogongai Dongodaj, to Golian Dagolian Diagadu. Dongoya doya dohia gumbai ba yenda de gumbai nanda don dandie kuri. Calming out your system, while still letting go of whatever keeps you held back from moving forward in any area of your consciousness and in your life. And now feel the sacredness of who you are, clearing and transmuting any feelings that take you out of that sacredness, to be able to hold this and maintain it, or at least to go back to it, to bring yourself back to sacredness. Have compassion for whatever is the main thing that keeps you in your life where you're feeling stuck, or something's taking a long time to get to, whatever it is that you're frightened or anything like that. As these energies kind of transmute it, transmuting the thought forms, the perceptions, the belief systems, the lineage, generations, ancestries, anything that's been passed down to you, could be health related as well. Anything in the higher consciousness of who you are that you feel like you're just not getting to what you're trying to get to. You allow these sounds to help to awaken and open and expand you. Tiato tiato te ketan te kin da ta kan da ting da ting da ting da ting da ting da te ke te baragle para ke mane go mane gati to mane ko bari ke te ti pa ti ka to karo. Om Mara Shane Om Namah Shivaya. Om Nahineka Orukiyanayo Anaya. Breathe as if these were initiations, initiating you as like the beings of the past that had to go through initiations to kind of almost prove to themselves that they had it in them to go into a whole new level of consciousness. To just have this to complete that, to give yourself permission to go through the portal, knowing that you're meant to go be there. If you're on this gathering, many are, but if you're on this gathering, that you're meant to move through whatever it is that's been keeping you in some way, shape, or form, feeling as if you're not enough, or not sure even what you're trying to strive for. So this is about sacredness, recognition, acceptance, compassion for yourself, forgiveness, letting go, and letting yourself live more fully now. Initiations. Know that you are blessed. Know that you're safe. Know that we're here with you, the legions of the angels and the archangels. You can call on them at any time. Know that you're recognized, and recognize yourself. Know that you can believe in yourself. You can come into new levels of your consciousness, even more so. Give yourself permission to now trust, be in acknowledgement that you're already going through the initiations, moving from polarities of the fourth dimension, coming into the fifth dimension of the multidimensional heart, awakening, accepting, knowing that you make a difference in your body and on this earth. So be it, and so it is. We send grace of pure love to all of you. Breathe in into your heart center. Breathe into every cell of your body. Breathe into every atom of your whole being. Breathing into your morphogenetic field, the emanation of your own being while staying in your body. The ascension is about staying in the body and ascending. It's not about leaving your body to ascend at this time. We give thanks for giving us this opportunity to be here with you. We send you so much love, continued blessings of peace and harmony. Thank you. So be it, and so it is.
Wow. Thank you so much, Jody.
Thank you. I feel good. I have all this energy pouring through me.
My hands are pulsating right now. Like, as you put,
it's like, I feel like it's a mirror almost of like, it feels here, but it's here.
I feel like I got an energetic chiropractic adjustment. My whole body just got lifted.
Oh, good.
And it happened again. As soon as you started, right up my whole body. It's just like, it's that remembrance of that frequency, that sound.
Thank you for having me here. I appreciate it. It's funny because as much as I do this work all the time, because I do Akashic record readings and healing work, and I work with the light languages and sound, and the whole time, because it was going on all day long, listening to everyone, there's a part of me going through, what am I going to say? And what am I going to do? I mean, I've been doing this for years, but it's like, and they kept saying, you don't have to say anything. You don't have to memorize anything. You just let us talk and we'll be fine. And it'll be, and I was, even though with all this stuff, I've been all these years, I've been doing this work for years and years. I'm also an artist. So I also, when I paint, I don't plan anything. I do abstract work. Light language. I write light languages in them and do things like that. But
you write light language too?
Yeah, I also I'm not
I want to see that.
I would never sing a real song in front of anyone, but I have I have a lot of octaves in my voice. And then also I speak the languages, I sing the languages, I write the languages, I put them in my paintings. I have other things of just light language. I have some, I should, at some point I want to show you, I have some things of Max the Crystal Skull, because when I put my hands on Max, I was with somebody else who was doing something with it. I sat up and I said, I know these languages, it came out of my mouth, I know these languages, and I've spoken them before and I want to speak them now. And the other person said, okay, let's just do it. And the languages just came through me. And, but I was like, the energy was really intense. So I used the combination of the sound and the light languages together.
Yeah. Have you ever recorded like tracks, like songs with your language, light language?
I have some, but you had mentioned last time I saw you on the skull thing that I would like to work with someone who does some form of music so that it could be without changing what I'm doing, but to be able to have the frequency of this language.
Yeah.
And then, but to be put into some form of some kind of decent, interesting music.
Oh yeah, especially because like as I hear indigenous sounds from the Americas. I hear like Amazonian sounds. I heard Sanskrit mantras. I heard Japanese. You know what I'm saying? It's like this was like the founder race of all these races.
Crazy mixed up kid. No kidding. But I have like a lot of times in my healing work that I do with people, the sounds, it goes into indigenous tribal kind of things.
Yeah.
If they had lifetimes where they were dealing with, the person who's the head of the tribe and, tribal stuff. So this one was more about giving ourselves permission to step forward in our own lives and let go of what really doesn't support us anymore, because we want to bring everything with us because it's familiar. But you have to go, the initiations that Christ and Buddha and all those people, they had to just trust that it's like going through and putting that behind them now and stepping in front of like a curtain where there's an audience and you have to stand in front of it, just who you are, but not feeling naked, not feeling out all who you are. So this time period with 1111 is really a portal of moving through to a whole new level of consciousness. It's happening we're both Scorpios, you and I, but it's happening during the.
Is your birthday today?
November 6th. It just was.
November 6th. Okay, happy birthday.
Well, thanks. But it's, being Scorpio, it's it's always about going into the depths to find like it's deeper and deeper. So I think it makes sense that this portal makes sense in terms of November being the time of, the 11th month at the 11th day.
Yeah, exactly. And you shared something earlier, getting the bigger perspective in this life rather than having to die and get that awareness. You're saying we used to die, then we become all aware, knowing that. I love the way you put it. It's just like, we're having that death and rebirth process, and it's not always just the light all of a sudden. Sometimes it's a life review. We're almost having a life review in this life.
Usually, supposedly when you die, you go through kind of getting a bigger sense of who was I? Did I do what I was meant to do? Whatever the things are, and what was my purpose? So I try to, with the Akashic Records, kind of give guidance around different issues that people have and why, and then using the sound and the light language to transmute a lot of that so that they can sort of already feel like we're just like the past of the future of our, our present is the past of the future self that we're coming into already. So it already exists. We're just like, we're holding on to a past, not knowing the future yet. So if we're holding intentions for things we want to create. If we're the past of the future that we already created it, then we already know that we're going to create it. Yeah, it's going to manifest as long as we hold the intention and continue with it, but not to be afraid of it.
Yes.
That I don't go through fear, but I have my own fears about even like you're talking about speaking in front of people. I had lifetimes where I was like cut off or tortured or taken away from families, all these things about speaking in front of people. And, when I was younger, coming into all these things, I would be petrified of speaking in front of anyone. I wouldn't even do it. I wouldn't show up. But I worked with my guides. They helped me years ago to do work on myself every day, and helped me to clear that. And I used to think, if there's something I've accomplished in this life, is this, I could do this. I showed up. So, but I still, part of it is the energy, the energy that's getting ready. I was told it's the energy getting ready to be utilized into what you're about to do. We can perceive it as fear, but it's actually, they're giving me the energy to do what's next. And I don't have to know, because I do channeling, I don't really have to know exactly what I'm going to talk about. I mean, it's related to what it was called for. But
Right. It was like kind of like that fear is maybe a little bit of resistance of you breaking through to the other side. And to break through to the other side of what's going to come next for you, there's a lot of things that you need to confront within yourself to be able to accept that, right?
Yeah, I've pretty much done that. But you never know with all these people talking about the things that I wouldn't be talking. I don't do it that way. So everybody has their own. It's interesting too, because you realize we're all part of the same focus of what this was about for today. But it comes through in different ways for different people to relate to whatever we're all doing.
Right.
So it's not a.
Thank you so much. Jody, thank you so much. I'd love for you to let everybody know where they can find out more about you. And you said that you were doing a course, like a 6-month course. Can people join in and be a part of that?
I started doing a 12-week thing, and then I changed it to 6 weeks. Okay. So it's more affordable, but also some people keep doing them. But it's a way to kind of connect the dots from week to week. I usually try to get it so it's where people. And what I do is I do channel readings and healing work. You come with intentions, but it kind of helps you to see the connection every week. So you're not going to just do this and then 6 months later, you're like, oh yeah, I did something with that. It kind of helps you to see your life, how it's progressing, and not getting, and when you get overwhelmed, I work with people to help them with all of that kind of thing. And we're just encouraging, that, you really know what you're doing here. Just allow it and give yourself permission. But I do a lot of work to clear karma with the sounds, and the light languages are more about connecting to the earth plane before karmic patterning began, before we even had karma, where nobody was on, things were on the earth yet, and in connection with the multidimensional energies, so that it helps us to remember ourselves as multidimensional. Like, this isn't just who we are. We have, our frequency, our energy, and it's all love, which has no conditions, but we all have to go through that. So,
so where can they find out more? Do you have a website that they can tune into?
I'm in the middle of redoing it, but it's jodisirota.com. www.jodisirota.com. JODISEROTA.com.
Okay, beautiful. I posted it. Jody, this, like, you always like seem so, for lack of a better term, like grounded in yourself, and the way you convey your voice, I know, right? Like the way you convey yourself, I feel like that energy of that ancient soul that has lived so many lives and that is here to serve right now. I literally feel that. I've never had the opportunity to tell you this directly, but I'm telling you now.
Because I always like asking somebody else who I know later. So did I sound like I knew what I was doing?
I do the same thing, and I still don't know what I'm going to say until I say it. When I got on 2 hours early today, I'm like, oh my God.
I mean, I'm writing notes of what other people were saying and words that were coming to me. What if I forget the word? And then it was like, and Alan happened to be before me with you, and it just felt like, oh, I know you guys. So I kind of like, but once I start talking, the energy moves into it, and it just keeps going. Usually you have to stop me, but
no, we felt it, and we fully received everything that you had to offer, and that frequency is just within me now. And thank you so much for just being who you are and coming today and being a part of this event. Really appreciate you.
No, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I was here today, and I really appreciate you including me. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
I'd love to talk more about music or something. I don't know what that.
I'm going to message you in December. I would love to get some music made, have you do some light language on it, rap on top of it, because and I'm 100% serious. I'll send you some of my songs that I just did. I started putting my own dragon light language behind it, and I want to put light language in every song. I feel it's just perfect to go with it, just adding those codes into it. So we'll connect.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right. Any love, Jody. Talk later.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. We're getting into the final stretch here. I see Phil Gruber in the back mixing his cauldron. I saw him doing that for a little while ago, getting his brew ready for us. And so what we have going on for the rest of today is we have Mr. Phil Gruber himself. We have Bridget Renee Holiday, and then we have a pre-record from Jehan, whose Boundless Authenticity is in the chat, chatting right now. We're going to close off the day with that. So let's go ahead and take 3 breaths in together, integrated breaths from everything we've experienced, especially the activations that we just received from Jody, from Beck as well. So I invite you all. Let's just take a moment here and drop in. And let's spend the next 30 seconds just in silence before we take our breaths. Feel the sensations inside your body. Feel the movement, the change, the fluctuations, the temperature in and outside your body. On your next exhale, let's begin with the first of 3 inhales. Deep breath in. Expand out the heart. Deep breath in. Let it go through the heart. Deep breath in. Exhale out of the heart. Imagine your heart field going around the entire planet. Your heart creating this epic bubble that the whole entire planet can live within. All right, everybody. How you all feeling? It's been amazing. We've been going on for 6 hours and 35 minutes. We got a couple more hours left. How are you all feeling? Love to hear. I guess chatting a lot here, but just go ahead and drop a message in the chat and let's just get some of your energies. How you feeling? Maybe 1 or 2 words expressing the experience so far today. How are you feeling in this moment? And we're going to get now into Phil Gruber. And first, before I do that, something that I wanted to share with you guys at the beginning, I forgot to share with you, is that 1111 isn't just a metaphysical, metaphorical number. Did you guys know that the sun's poles, the sun's magnetic poles, shift every few years? And guess how many years it takes for the sun's poles to shift? Not 11 years, 11.11 years. So 11 years and then 0.11 times 365 is literally how often the Earth's, the sun's poles shift. So basically it's 11 years, 1 month and a few days. So it's very interesting that's actually, I found that out like over a decade ago. And that is one of the key components of the 1111 code is the sun's pole shift. Now, one of the dates of the pole shift 11.11 years back was 9/11/2001 was actually the shift of the sun's poles, and then 11.11 years later was like 2013 2014, and then 11.11 years later is the end of this year. So we're actually at the end of an 11.11 year cycle, as well as this 1111 event going on. And if you look back at history, you can go back even 11.11 years before 2001, you'll see that huge things happen on the planet, huge shifts are occurring. And that goes to the understanding that we are intricately connected to the cosmos. The sun, the radiation, the frequencies of everything around us affects what happens on our planet. But the paradox is that all of that is actually happening within us. And we have created this illusion, if you can call it that, right? To oversimplify it, we've created an illusion of our inner world reflecting outside in the cosmos, and then the cosmos having effects that then affect us. When ultimately what's really happening is we're creating that from the outside world. So I thought that was really interesting to mention that the 11.11 year cycle for the sun shifts, and this is actually when it's happening. So moving on now. We are blessed to have Phil Gruber coming on next. Phil is featured in the critically acclaimed film The Indigo Evolution. His passion, enthusiasm, kind spirit, generosity, sparkling wit, and intelligence has made him a much-loved, highly respected speaker on the international scene. He is acknowledged worldwide as one of the planet's foremost teachers of sacred geometry, light language, indigo children, the Magdalene mysteries, advanced healing systems, cosmic history, the master key, and even more amazing topics. We've done some incredible things with Phil on Portal to Ascension. Phil has spoken at the United Nations, and his first book, which was the Kabbalah Code, it was a collaboration with James F. Twineman and was published by Hay House. And we actually did, last presentation we did was with Phil on the Kabbalah Code, and I can see Phil in the background, and Phil is asleep. Wakey, Phil.
Hi. Hi. Hi, everybody. Hi, Neil. Sun is just coming up here in beautiful Singapore. Yeah. Good morning, everybody, or whatever time it is in your world. Hi, Neil. It's great to be here. It really is.
It's good to have you here. How you doing?
Yeah. Are we ready? Okay.
We're ready, brother. All right.
Just so you know, I just got an advanced copy of Alan's new book here. It's
Let me see it.
Cooking for Aliens. Cooking for Aliens here. You know, I've had Alan's cooking, and you know you're part of something just larger than yourself when you've had a bowl of Alan's oatmeal. I'm sure you can.
That's so funny.
I've had it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Every morning, like clockwork, he's making oatmeal.
You know, it's interesting. I think you nailed it earlier with Jody. The fact that a lot of channeled information is coming, it's beginning to sound very similar. Many channels are beginning to sound very, very the same, because it occurs to me that the first languages we'll channel are the ones that are closest to us genetically. I think you nailed it. You hear a little Asiatic, you hear a little Native American. It's a real interesting mix. Now we're at the DNA 4th, 5th, 6th strands are activating. We're bringing in Pleiadian, Syrian, Arcturian languages, and sometimes a really interesting mix of these languages. But that's usually the way it works. The ones that are closest to us genetically are the ones that we're beginning to channel. And this is why a lot of channelers sound the same. And I think you know my theory about the 1111, or just to remind you and people that have heard me talk about this. I believe personally, on a personal level, that I've come here this trip to be of service from the 11th dimension, from the future, very far in the future, from 11th dimensional Lyra or Lyra, a place that used to be called Avion, Aveyon, but now has come to us to be known as Avalon. Camelot, 11th dimensional Lyra, Avalon. And this is why Glastonbury was just, it was so amazing to be there, because I believe that Glastonbury is the reflection of Avalon here on the planet, which was very, very special. I really hope we can come back next year to Glastonbury.
We're gonna skip next year, but we'll be coming back the next year afterwards. But they say that Avalon, Glastonbury, was also a portal, and that King Arthur was taken there to go into the other dimension, which was Avalon. So Avalon's kind of like was not physically in the third dimension. It was probably that dimension you're speaking about, right?
That's right. The mist of Avalon, you know, and it relates to, again, the healing. I know a lot of people are really bent out of shape since the election and whatnot, but no, there's a divine hand behind this, behind pretty much everything. And I believe, well, it is believed that the healing of the intergalactic collective and how it manifests here on this planet is going to come through, and probably only going to come through an understanding of the common core of creation, the common core of creation out of which all races and all beings have evolved, and that the secrets of creation exist beyond these realms of planetary conflict, interstellar conflict, elections. By the way, I write Alan in every election cycle. I don't know if he knows this, but I write him in as my vote for president. I don't know if he knows. No, of course not. So the collective healing of our race, humanity, the ET races, metaterrestrials, ultra-terrestrials, and again, the earthly races, is going to come through a state of cognition that we know is Christ consciousness. And that is a state of 12-dimensional awareness, electromagnetic polarity imbalance, I think that was alluded to earlier, that is going to come to us through full activation of that 12-strand DNA, what we call the diamond sun silicate matrix. And so we understand that Christ consciousness is not only a concept, it's a bioenergetic phenomenon, which is going to take place, God willing, through progressive embodiment of our higher dimensional aspects of our personal identities. So the Christos, we understand as the Christos, or collective fields of consciousness, they're the liquid light, pre-matter, hydroplasmic dimensions. This is what the myths of Avalon are about, of dimensions 10, 11, and 12. And the great thing about it is these are the levels through which all beings manifest in the lower worlds of time come through. It represents basically the point of unity between all interstellar races. It's the common pre-matter identity shared, the form shared by all manifest beings. And although, as we know, there are many diverse races of biology and consciousness within all the dimensions, each of these races emerged through a common seed and gestalt of consciousness that we call the Christos. So, and in terms of the stellar drama, the Christos again represents the reality fields of dimensions 10, 11, and 12, and they correspond to the galactic coordinates of the Lyran star systems. And so it needs to be understood that the population of our local time matrix began long, long ago within the Lyran star systems. Founders races like the Lyran Syrian Anuhazi here, rendered by April Dick. And these are this singular race of pre-matter liquid light beings. They're the Lyran founders races. So the codes of Lyra that a lot of people have been talking about for a long time from the 12th dimension are carried in our DNA. And once activated, they're going to allow the body to experience full transmutation and ascension into that liquid light pre-matter meta-terrestrial identity. That's the bridge between matter density, space, time, and the pure radiation of the ultra-terrestrial identity forms who experience eternal cognition and true at-one-ment with God. So can everybody hear this? Neil, can you hear this harp? Does that work? Well, I'll just do this in the background.
Yeah, we heard.
Very, very gently. So I'd like here to borrow from one of our flame body activations that we use in our mentorship program, courtesy and of Iesha. Breathe slowly and gently. Oh, and by the way, when you come from 11th dimensional Lyra to get into incarnation here, into that first cell, you've got to come through one of the stargates on the planet that correspond to 11th dimensional Lyra, which is the Vale of Pusey, Wiltshire, where a lot of the crop circles are, probably in all probability to facilitate stargate transit. And the Isle of Eye, it's that little island off the coast of Ireland, and just before you get into incarnation, you have to go through the Earth's core too, through what's called the flame or the sphere of Amenti. So this is why I believe when the clock flips to 11:11, that gets our attention in a big way, because we're coded for that 11:11. We came from 11th dimensional Lyra, We cycled through the interdimensional stargates. We came through the Earth's core, a huge stargate at the core of all planets and stars, and then through one of the stargates, the planetary stargates that relate to the 11th dimension. So when that flips to 1111, I know a lot of people listening to this do see that 1111. I see it at least once a day, sometimes twice. So when it flips to that 1111, it gets our attention. So breathe slowly and gently and feel the truth of your God self here now, eternal. Feel the truth of your peace. Acknowledge and fully affirm this with strength and repeat mentally or out loud, but like a whisper, like a prayer, this following declaration of the God self. And speak the words of your truth now and always, of course. I am peace now. I am one with all, or at one with all. I am in a safe and loving universe now. I am loved and I am loved. I am innocent. I am healed. I know my eternal truth now. I express as God now. And so it is. And we say this affirmation of the eternal truth of the God self until we begin to literally feel the reality and frequency of the words. And this is a lot of what you and Jody, you and Alan, everybody was talking about. Feel the reality and frequency of these words. Speak this truth and all truth to every atom and cell in your physical body. Speak truth strongly and continually until we've generated a critical mass of energy and intention that is strong enough to call to silence, to call to surrender, and healing all shadow forces and voices of fear and limitation. And repetition of the truth will build the reality of its strength into a tangible, impermeable, living wave of eternal truth, love, and power. Mentally restate your divine conviction. I am the voice of peace. I am the voice of knowing. I am the voice of God's self. I now address thee and send to you now from my unlimited store of eternal power and love any healing that I may require. And take a deep inhale now. Hold the breath as long as comfortably possible, because we worship the holy breath that is held higher than all other things created. For lo, the eternal and sovereign space that rule the unnumbered stars is the air we breathe in and the air we breathe out. Ruach HaKodesh. And in that moment, that magic moment between the breathing in and the breathing out, is hidden all the mysteries of the infinite garden. Take that deep inhalation. Hold the breath as long as comfortably possible and mentally affirm, I decree the following intention from this, my throne of power. Exhale and feel your entire body, every atom, every cell poise itself in readiness to receive divine instruction. Mentally or out loud, affirm the following. I return now to my world of intention in calm and centered peace and productivity. I command now the silence of the eternal God mind. I embrace now the stillness within. I go forth now in joyous victory. And so as it is decreed, as so it is done. Feel the loving power that lives always now within you. Bring it right to the doorstep of third dimensional finite creation. Okay. Neil?
Beautiful, Phil.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah,
Amazing.
it's my pleasure to really be of sincere service. You know, just sincere and dedicated. I know you are. God knows. I know. I have some idea, knowing you as I do, what you put into this. You know, how much of yourself that you give, you continually give. Your generosity is just off the scale.
Thank
I
you, man.
appreciate it. And I hope everybody out there and in here really, really appreciates how much of you there is in this, how much of all of us are in this together, like feathers in each other's wings, I'm very fond of saying. So anyway, thank you for this opportunity. Lots of love to everyone out there on this 11/11, you know.
I love you, Phil.
I love you too, dude.
Such a good friend. You mean a lot to me, man. Just really appreciate you, and getting to know you and our friendship growing over the last few years has been one of the biggest blessings in my life. And, you know, as I said, when I first had you on Portal Ascension 4 or 5 years ago, for the first 2 years, I had no idea what you're saying, you know?
You do
And
now?
I do. That's what I'm saying. I can sense my own evolution by understanding you a little more.
That's pretty cool. That's a good barometer. I like that. I like that. That's a great testimony. Yeah. Thank you, Neil. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you, brother. Okay. All right, we'll talk soon. Okay. Take care.
Love to everybody. Bye. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Moving right along. Thank you to Phil. And now we're going to be moving into Bridget, Renee, Holiday. So Bridget, and then we have Jay and Satar. And the way I want to close out today is we're going to have Jayhan. He's going to have a pre-record for him. So we're going to play that. And we're going to do another meditation at the end. And you know how we've been breathing, expanding our heart frequency around the earth. Now, everything that we've collected, not only our own energy, but the energy of the whole planet and all the frequencies that everybody's putting out today is now tangible, ready for all of us to receive. So we can step into the field of awareness that has been created from all these other groups, as well as contribute the awareness that we're getting to these groups as well. And then we'll do a little ceremony, and we will put that frequency into the ground, into the ley lines of the planet, to permeate out to every single person, every single human, animal, and plant on the planet. So, and then I'm going to play a couple of songs for you guys. We're going to end out. It'll be like, I'm in Spain, so it'll be like 2 a.m. here. So we're getting into the realm of the lucid reality pretty soon. And I'm going to play a couple of debut songs from myself, and I think I have one with Beck as well, and one with Flo. And then we'll close it out for today. So we got a couple more hours left. So everybody, I'm really honored and excited to be introducing you next to Bridget, Renee, Holiday. And I'm sure a lot of you have been on Portal Ascension quite a lot. So you've probably seen Bridget a lot, especially over the last couple of years. Bridget Renee Holiday is a starseed channel, multidimensional medium, galactic unity ambassador, working for the Councils of Light. Her mission includes normalizing the conversations and perceptions around interdimensional, extraterrestrial, ultradimensional, and extraterrestrial beings. Her soul stream lineages are Pleiadian, Sirian, Arcturian, Lyran, Andromedan, Lemurian, Aurora, Blue Avian, Orion, and amongst others. She helps us access our lives beyond Earth through quantum hypnotherapy to anchor those frequencies and masteries into this life. She also serves as an Ascension contact specialist, mentoring starseeds and all who are awake and ascending to embrace deep relationships with our galactic, cosmic, and ethereal connections for direct and clear guidance. Bridget reminds us that we're all Ascension catalysts to have trained lifetimes for what we're here on Earth to do and be. So take a moment and imagine spending time with like-hearted people and you can openly share your experiences with while actively expanding your consciousness. And if this is what you love and you want to experience more, ascensioncatalyst.com. Now, speaking from my heart, because that was the official bio there, Bridget has actually become my guide, I would say, and this is the first time I'm officially saying it, but after the last session that Bridget and I did a few weeks ago, if you were a part of my Orion presentation, I did Orion, Galactic Wars, DNA, and Stargate to Earth presentation I did 2 weeks ago. That regression was all from Bridget's guiding me. And then my dragon presentation, my connection to dragons, was all from Bridget guiding me too. And after the last couple of weeks, I've been really tuning into it. And I realized, like, Bridget is not only a friend and somebody I really love and appreciate on that level, but she is definitely a guide to me in this life. And she is a guide to my extraterrestrial lives. That's what feels going on. That's the slogan I have for her. So she does incredible work and really taps into so many different extraterrestrial races and interdimensional beings. And also, it's great to have Bridget here today because the theme, if you guys haven't noticed, has really been about how to embody that unity within the polarity. And a lot of speakers, it seems to be an ongoing theme of how do we see ourselves in the other? How do we incorporate what we consider darkness and to realize it's a misunderstood part of creation and a part of ourselves? And like Alan said, ask the right questions. Like, what is that other person's need? What is that need of that darkness? What is not being met? Where are they feeling unsafe? And really looking at the energy, the darkness, the person, or whatever it is in that aspect allows us to ask the right questions so that we move closer into unity rather than the opposite direction. And I would say Bridget is really all about that. And she's all about that when it comes to that with the extraterrestrial world as well. So everybody join me in welcoming my good friend, Bridget Renee Holiday. Hey, Bridget.
Hey, I don't know if you can hear me okay. I can't adjust my microphone on.
You sound all right, but there's a little background noise. Is there like a fan on or something?
There's like 2 fans on. It just happened right now. Hi, guys. Sorry about the audio glitch. Let me see if I can get it to do it again. I even left that. No, it's not. Let's choose anything else with this. Is it terrible, Neil? Is the background noise?
Your volume's gone down a little bit. Can you maybe switch a fan off and see if that works?
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
Yep.
Technically. Turn off these. I have 2 things.
While Bridget's doing that, probably won't be a few seconds. Let's just connect to our breath right now. Are we good?
Yeah.
All right, let me hear you.
Can you hear me now? On my sound.
Yeah, I hear you. We hear you. It's good, but it's just not that loud. Maybe you can come closer to the microphone or something.
I don't even know what the real type of microphone is, but it's telling me. So, can you guys, if I talk a little bit louder, can you hear me better?
Yeah. That sounds good.
Okay, I'm back in the audio files.
Welcome, Bridget.
Thank you. Sorry for technical difficulties, guys. These things happen sometimes. So I'm gonna go close to the.
Are you doing a PowerPoint today, or what are you gonna do?
No, I just want to. No, I just want to talk honestly, and I can't go full screen. Let me exit that because I want to see the chat as well. Okay, so really, what I want to talk about today is all of the things that everybody else has been talking about, which I think is awesome. I actually had a presentation, and Geraldine talked about it, and then I forget who else. There were like 3 or 4 people, and then Neil and Alan had a big conversation about it. So I thought what we could do, you guys, is just I'm gonna ask a couple of questions, and you put some things in the chat, and we're gonna see.
Yeah, Bridget, we can hear you, but some people are finding it a little difficult. Can you switch off both fans by any chance? Do you have 2 fans on?
No, I turned all the fans off. Hold on a second. Let me try to reinitialize. Maybe you can guide people through breathing. Reinitialize.
There's moments where it sounds clear, but then this kind of like this overarching muffled sound.
Okay, let me try. I just tried something.
Stay tuned, everyone. We will fix this in a minute here.
Yeah, sorry guys. Thank you for your patience. Neil, how about if I leave, close this, come right back in and see if that would help. If it's on StreamYard, my computer is showing that I'm connected. So it shouldn't be.
Yeah, go ahead and disconnect, come back in. Let's see if that resets anything.
Okay. You guys in a minute.
Okay. All right. And actually, Bridget, you there?
Yeah.
Should I put on Jehan right now, his 20-minute presentation while you go in and out?
Yeah, that'd be great. That way there's no dead air. Perfect.
Yeah, all right, cool. All right, so everybody, we're going to go ahead and put Jehan's presentation on while Bridget goes in and out and we check her sound. So let me introduce you to Jehan, and he should be in the chat. Jehan, if you're there in the chat, go ahead and say hi. And he is the founder of Boundless Authenticity Podcast. And because he's out in the Caribbean, sometimes his internet's not that solid, so he went ahead and sent me something to play. Jehan Satar is a CTAA accredited cognitive behavioral therapist, hypnotherapist, nutrition coach, mindfulness teacher, and specialist in the area of subconscious self-sabotage. Much of his work focuses on removing the disempowering thoughts and beliefs from the subconscious mind, which cause us to create less than favorable emotional consequences and circumstances. Jehan teaches you various ways to change internal dialogue, clear harsh memories and emotions, and delete useful information from the subconscious so you can overcome self-sabotage permanently. So let's go ahead and play his video here. Here we go, Jehan Satar.
Accredited cognitive behavioral therapist, hypnotist, and self-sabotage coach, as well as the host of the Boundless Authenticity podcast. This 1111 portal gives us a chance to really think about what we have been doing with our lives, how we have been thinking and behaving, and what are we really creating every day. Now, manifesting is something that everyone questions me about nonstop. So today I'm just going to ask a lot of questions that I typically have asked my clients for almost a decade to help create huge shifts in awareness. I would just urge you to think about the answers right now. You can email me afterwards at selfsabotageinfo@proton.me, and I'll give you all of them so that you can take your time and work through them. So let's just get started. Now, lower emotions like pride, anger, resentment, bitterness, apathy, guilt, shame, and fear are like concrete shoes. They weigh you down, and by holding on to them, you are the only one who will drown. So how do we get past these things? One thing you can do is you can make a list of 6 lower emotions which you've been carrying around for a very long time and you need to get rid of. Thoughts, emotions, and behaviors come up for us every single day, and we're not always going to experience the ones which are truly harmonious with the things we want to create. That's just a fact. A common mistake that we all make is that we are seeking more abundance, and then we in turn what we do is we turn around and we focus on the things that we are lacking. So abundance multiplies when we focus on abundance. I'm sure you've heard that before. But so often people will ask me, How can I create more abundance? And then they're surprised when I tell them that the very fact that they're using the word more before abundance is indicating that they're focusing on lack. So abundance is all around us at all times. Just go count the leaves on a tree. When we want to experience more love in our lives, it is common to focus on resentment, other people's shortcomings, unreasonable expectations of who they should be for us. And what we do is we try to compare them to others that are currently in our lives or have left our lives. So often we're searching for the love that we want, and then when we get it, we do just about everything that we can to push it away. And this is all happening subconsciously, of course. But when we decide that what we want is better for ourselves, we're often unaware of the behaviors that we choose that are out of sync with the life that we say that we want. So we don't notice that it's really us with our foot on the brakes. And then we get to place the blame on circumstances and other people. You see how that works, right? We create the conflicting conditions which block us from receiving, basically just using our thoughts, our emotions, and our behaviors. So one thing you can do about that is you can write down 5 ways that you sabotage your growth, your abundance, your prosperity, and personal freedom. I'm sure there are ways that you can think of that are right on the surface. Now, the journey of life is a storybook which is full of chapters, and these stories are the ones that we create in our minds. We love to tell ourselves these stories so that we feel as though we have control over our reality. However, the question remains, how much of what we call reality is truth? I'll say that again. How much of what we call reality is truth? That's a powerful question. Many of us are still rehearsing stories rooted in shame or guilt or fear or anger and victimhood, instead of stories that are based on empowerment, courage, robust values, compassion, and empathy. Now, it's okay to experience the things that we label as bad in life. But what goes on to shift us into a pattern of better circumstances and makes us receptive to our highest good is the way in which we change the stories and the meanings we assign to them. Now, what you can do there is you can just write down 5 stories that you tell yourself and give these stories a title. You can change these stories to a more empowering narrative and give them new titles. Now, this is another important question that gets repeated in, I guess, just about every stereotypical coaching format, but it's a powerful one nevertheless. If you had no limitations, obstacles, and did not need validation or permission, what 5 things would you love to experience in your life? Think about that. Now, it is inevitable that on a journey of change, the very thing that we are attempting to change will subconsciously push back. And this is because it is a program which plays automatically. It will emerge from the depths to do its job to create actions which are in alignment with it. So if you are in a program which depends on you thinking thoughts of lack and doubt, then do not be surprised if you write a list of things to be grateful for, and then you get a stream of thoughts which sound like, oh, but I don't have enough money to join a gym. Now, I'd rather not make a villain out of your internal voice here. What I would rather do is get you to understand that the voice of judgment is just trying to keep you safe by believing that where you are right now is safe enough. And as long as you stay here, nothing can hurt you. Now, once you run through that idea a bunch of times and it really hits home, then you can see how in every respect, you listen to the internal voice of criticism and scarcity and act in a way which causes you to sabotage yourself. Now that's great news because now you can listen to it and just take it for what it really is, a program which is waiting for you to change the instructions. You got that? One way that you can shift from lower emotions to better serving levels of consciousness is to use gratitude. I know. It's all over the internet. It's the hottest trend. The question is, are you using it for its divine purpose, or are you just hopping on a trend? The trend lovers are the ones who are probably the most miserable because they're operating again from lack and scarcity. They're operating from low self-worth and greed, the need to get more by giving more, and pretty much just manifest themselves into a coma because they perceive that what they have is somehow not enough already. And then they wonder why none of their manifestations are coming into their lives. Or when they do get something, it isn't quite what they wanted. So please be aware of the growing amount of information available on the internet that is false and can actually lead you down into the same level of lack, discontent, ingratitude, and not enoughness that you don't want to experience. So when we are not in the feeling of gratitude, we are automatically in lack and limitation mode. As I already said, we will sabotage ourselves and block new creations because on a subconscious level, we really do not believe that we deserve to have whatever it is we want. And we really are not in the heart because we rationally see a list of gratitudes, yet we don't truly feel blessed and thankful. So what you can do is write a list of 5 things you have sabotaged due to your lack of belief that you are deserving. And then you can write a list of 5 things you manifested in the past that really were not in alignment with your true hopes and desires. And then you can write down reasons why you think those things might have manifested in your life. Self-awareness is always key, and it's really critical that you learn to backtrack over the things that you have done and see what you were thinking and what you were doing, because even sometimes when things work out great, maybe there was something you could have done better. Self-reflection is what is going to be the supercharger to your manifestations. The next thing about gratitude is that it's the most important aspect to attracting the right opportunities to you. And being grateful in the most challenging of times will help you to shift the energy back into your favor as it magnetizes these new higher quality experiences and opportunities. And it can even be the thing that you need to help you change your perceptions and perspectives that could be contributing to the problem or blocking solutions. Now, the most important aspect of gratitude is to truly feel the energy of gratitude in your heart. Writing a list of things that you're thankful for is always a good idea, except it lives in the realm of the rational mind. Now, there is a law in hypnotherapy that says, it's actually called the law of reversed effect. And very simply, it says that you cannot consciously will subconscious information. So when you're working with the rational mind, you're working with your conscious mind and you're trying to strong arm your consciousness. You're trying to manipulate your subconscious into something that the information just isn't hard coded in there. And so that's not going to work. It's going to backfire on you all the time. Now, logic is not as strong as the energy of the heart's field in the creation process. So in many ways, you could say it's not so much the law of attraction as it is the feeling of attraction. True gratitude is love. So write a list of 5 things that you're grateful for, and then read your list and close your eyes and place your attention on your breathing and allow yourself to enjoy the sensation of the breath moving through your nasal passageway and brushing against the back of your throat. With this feeling of calm, place your attention on your heart and then say thank you for each thing you have listed and truly feel the energy behind each thank you. Deserving is a key component to manifesting anything. Dreams do not come true unless you unlock your capacity for deserving. You always have a belief system in place which will contain things in support of and against your creation. When you maintain an awareness of this, then that's where the work really begins. Nothing will come to you without doing this work. The belief of not deserving something has many different faces. Until you are clear on why you believe you deserve this creation, you're not going to know what you believe that is keeping you from it. I'll say that again. Until you're clear on why you believe you deserve your creation, you're not going to know what you believe that is keeping you from it. So what you can do is write down 5 reasons why you deserve to have the dream you want to create. Write down 5 reasons, if any, that you feel you might not be deserving of this dream. Now question those reasons against deserving the manifestation. And you can ask yourself how these ideas are serving you in this moment, and write down 5 empowering statements which reframe those beliefs. And sit there and have a real good look at it. Be honest. Sometimes the reason why manifestations don't come true is because we weren't honest in the first place about what it is we really wanted, or maybe we weren't even being realistic. Sometimes grandiose thinking can play a role in that too. And I'm not saying that to, take the piss out of you or anything, but sometimes we have grandiose thoughts. Sometimes the things that we come up with are so much larger than life that it makes it really difficult to break those things down. And it's kind of like that old saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, right? So you could also write down, along with that, 5 things that you would create if all of your limitations to creating those things magically disappeared overnight. Okay, so let's see, where are we now? You've identified some things you would love to create. You figured out what those limitations are. And now you know that you're deserving. The next step would be to determine what you can do to flourish and live in co-creation with the divine. So I have to say that the only limitation you have is whether you choose to focus on your fears and doubts, or whether you're going to focus on the goals in front of you. And it's important to note that we won't always succeed the first time. That would be ideal, yet unrealistic. Failure is just something which tells us that we need to do something different. And that's a key component in self-sabotage. Self-sabotagers have this thing going on where they're wearing these blinders, and the subconscious programs are being triggered by a stressful event or a stressful toxin or chemical in the food that we eat, or some emotion that's unresolved that it's ready to be resolved, but they don't want to do it for one reason or another. So when we can separate our emotions from the stories about what we believe happened, then we can go on to be free to choose better. And how would you know if you did not try? As humans, we're far from perfect in every respect. And often the best things are created from our mistakes. So rather, the learning we gain from them, the willingness to keep trying is what will shift us into a better state of being so that we can receive what we want. So what you can do here is you can write down 3 instances where you tried and failed. You can write down some ideas about how you could have tried again. You can also write down some beliefs you have about why you failed and why you won't try again. Now that's critical, because when clients come to me, they're at rock bottom. They've tried everything, including therapy, other coaches, and they don't know what to do. And somehow a light bulb has gone off in their head where they realize that they are self-sabotaging and they've been pushing away all of the information because they have beliefs about why they won't try again. So be aware of those because they're really sneaky. And a lot of times those kinds of beliefs like to hide from you. Like just when you are about to grab it, either in your conscious thinking, your self-reflection practice, or your meditation, it'll disappear. Or maybe you run from it because you can't handle the sting of the emotions that go along with it. It's something that you don't want to look at. So write down some more empowering statements about why it's possible for you to try and succeed another time. The people who have acquired the most success did not do that without fears. That's the most important thing to remember at all times. It is ridiculous to assume that anyone is fearless. Everyone has their limits. So instead of putting focus on what you're really afraid of, redirect your focus to positive possibilities available for you. Whatever you repeatedly think about is what tends to happen at some point. So make sure your focus is on the right things. You can list 3 fears that you have, which are related to your manifestation. Now, often we get caught up in the story of what happened to us. As a result, we let the most trivial of things prevent us from giving our best shot again. And very often we're so quick to assume things about other people's intentions, or we believe that life is engineered in some way to beat us down. And so we walk around harboring resentments, which we created as protection from getting hurt. And these feelings can be so strong that when something good does happen, we are hardly present with it, and therefore we miss out on our good. So for each one of the fears that you came up with before, you can write down the good that could come from sidestepping those fears and diving into the unknown realm of possibility. You can also write down one strength that you have, which will give you the ability to tap into your infinite potential and overcome any circumstance which comes your way while you create your dream. You can also write down 5 things you would create if all your limitations to those things magically disappeared. Now, I've said that before, but that's an important and repeating theme. If all of your obstacles and all of your limitations were to just disappear, what would happen? Sometimes we're so afraid that we don't think of that, or sometimes we're just not even outside of the subconscious enough that we don't realize. So I think in closing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish with a little bit about intention. Setting an intention is one of the simplest and probably the most misunderstood parts of this journey. There's a lot of misinformation about this on the internet. So here's a simple set of steps. You can focus your energy on what you want to accomplish, make note mentally or on paper of your desired steps, and then you can ask to be guided by the divine source to take the right actions to reap the rewards of this intention. And the intention must be for the highest good of all, and you must be in a high frequency of joy and gratitude. The challenge here becomes not in setting the intention, it is actually about managing your thoughts and redirecting your energy back to joyful thoughts about what you want to receive whenever fear thoughts arise. This leads me to the widely misused concept of faith. Faith is just the ability to trust yourself to act accordingly to achieve the impossible. Faith is the ability to surrender to the idea that the universe is supporting you at all times and that whatever you want will always find you. Faith is knowing that we do not get what we want, we get what we need. This is why we manifest things that are even better than the original thing we wanted. Because the universe is not going to just give you garbage. The universe will always level up your blessings to show you on purpose that you are worthy and deserving of so much more than you could ever conceive for yourself. But what happens is that we get stuff, we don't know how we got it, or maybe we have an idea of how we got it, but we're like, okay, this is great, I got more stuff, and then we just move on. Now, I can't stress this point enough. In every moment, we are choosing. We choose everything and we get the results of our choices. Our other superpowers include imagination, willpower, perception, reasoning, memory, and intuition. We're always engaging these powers, and we get what we get without having to think about it. So the question here is, what if we could use these powers to create even greater circumstances, not just for ourselves, but for everyone on this planet? Don't be afraid to make a mistake or to fail. The worst punishment you could ever receive is the result of never trying. My last question here is, what would happen if you listed 5 things that you failed at that you're going to try again? Once again, I'm Jahan Satar, accredited cognitive behavioral therapist, hypnotist, and self-sabotage coach, as well as the host of the Boundless Authenticity podcast, where we discuss everything related to the evolution of human consciousness. Thanks for doing some work here with me today. And if you want, you can email me at selfsabotageinfo@proton.me, and I'll give you a long list of questions. I have 2 really great workbooks that you can, do some work with and see what you can do for yourself to help yourself clear some fears and traumas and work on your manifestations. And if you want to work with me one-on-one, just email me, selfsabotageinfo@proton.me. You can also connect with me on Instagram at Jahan Satar. That's JehanSattaur. And if you want to join my exclusive Boundless Authenticity Facebook group, all you have to do is search for it, and I will approve you to the group. Thanks again.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Jahan Satar. You can find out more if you're interested in going deeper with Jahan. Look him up online, Jahan Satar. And he has an amazing podcast, the Boundless Authenticity podcast, that I've been on a few times. And I really love Jahan because he definitely is one of the most authentic people I know. And it's just so fitting that he has that podcast, and I hope he's still doing it. So tune in there. All right, everybody. Now we're literally now in the final stretch. Bridget has her mic set up, so let's go ahead and bring Bridget on, and hopefully everything's flowing here. Hey, Bridget.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Does it sound better?
Yeah, it does. It does sound better.
Okay, good. That makes me so happy. Oh my gosh. Okay, you guys. Technical difficulties averted. I think we're good. Neil, I just want to say thank you for everything that you always do for each and every one of us, and for Portal to Ascension and our beautiful family, and all of the energy and time and planning and attending and growing and expanding, all of it. I just want to say thank you. I love you so much, and I'm really, really grateful for everything that you do and everything that we co-create together through Portal to Ascension, which is such a beautiful thing that we both contribute to this world. And yeah, I just love you. And I really want to say thank you for that beautiful introduction before the technical difficulties. I was like, oh, my heart. And then I was like, wait, no one can hear me. So it was just one of those moments where I'm like, okay, roll with it. I was texting Neil. I was like, that was stressful. but
so when you speak low and you're like bassy, it gets harder to hear you. But when you speak like normally, like loud and like kind of a little bubbly, so the high notes come out much better.
Oh, weird. Okay, so it's still there's still something going on.
But right now it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
all right, what are we going to talk about today, Bridget? What do you got for us?
I would love to actually invite everyone that's here to put into the chat what you're focused on. What is the one thing, or maybe 2 things, that you're focused on right now where you feel like you have the biggest contrast within your life? What one thing spiritually, probably, or it could be otherwise, do you feel like you're experiencing the most contrast? And we're going to get a little bit, we're going to be real authentic today, you guys, but we're also going, can you hear me?
Do you mean contrast? Do you mean like, can you give an example? Like duality? Yeah.
Like, what is the thing that you feel stuck in? What is the thing that you feel, I like to use neutral words, but what is the thing that you feel, where you're having you're wading through mud or something like that? Like, is it, interacting with other people, especially right now with everything that's just happened? Are you feeling unsafe? Are you having, moving through anxiety is coming through? What else, you guys? Anxiety. Enough time in the day to get everything done while continuing spiritual connections and growth. Moving. Like moving houses, is that what you're talking about? So these, let's see what if anyone on YouTube has put anything else in. No, okay. So I think my YouTube is paused anyway. So let me see if I can catch up. Nope. Okay. So trusting your intuition. Oh, that's a good one. Time. What do you mean by time? Okay. So let's start with the first one and let's just go through some of this. Moving through anxiety. Okay, Angela is with you on that as well. Okay. So for me, when I think of anxiety in my system, like it's not something that I generally have all the time, but it is something that I've experienced multiple times in my life, and in bursts, right? And one thing that I will say is if you are too much in the past or too much in the future and you're not anchored into the present moment, anxiety will come. Even if sometimes you're focused on something that feels really exciting, it can still bring up anxiety. Also, is this anxiety the kind that ripples through your system and almost feels like a bad feeling? You can have shortness of breath. You can feel like your nervous system is just like on fire. If that's the case, when it comes to that anxiety, take a moment and do some box breathing. You're not going to want to because you're going to want to continue the stress, especially if it's a pattern you've created that you just continue to loop in and if it feels too big for you. But if you can take a moment and sit down and focus yourself on your heart, put your attention and focus in your heart space and start breathing in and breathing out. Do it for a count of 5, 8, 10, something like that. So on the way in, 5, count to 5 and do it slowly, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold the breath in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And then exhale the same amount of time. And continue to do that. And what will happen is your nervous system will start to reset. It will start to be soothed by the focusing on the breath. Focusing on your breath puts you in the present moment. In the present moment, we don't tend to have a lot of anxiety. It's generally when we're being triggered into emotion from things that resemble things that have happened in our history, or if we are spending too much time in the future, like planning what we're going to do next, those kinds of things, right? Thinking about the bills that are coming up, thinking about, whatever it is, right? The stress that we have with our friends and our family, or, the situation that we want to work out, or planning, the dinner that we're going to be doing with everybody. It doesn't matter what it is, it can trigger anxiety. And it can trigger an anxiety attack if our nervous system hasn't been soothed for a while and brought back into harmony. So that's what I would say for anxiety, and really be mindful to look at where we are within that moment. Right before the anxiety started to build and build and build, what were you thinking about? What were you feeling? What were you doing? And if it is not something where you are in the future or the past, does it relate to a trauma that you've had or traumatic experiences that you've gone through? And if that's the case, like, if it's something that maybe you had an experience with someone and that triggered the anxiety, then you can go back and do some healing, some deep inner work and shadow work on the trauma or traumas that have that energetic connection, right? So they're very similar frequencies to the experience that you've just had. And that's what I would say about anxiety, but do your best to be in nature. Put your feet on the earth. Sit with your tush on the ground. I'm known to say this to my friends. I don't use the word tush when I do it. You can imagine what I would say, but being very G-rated here. But I'm like, you need to sit your butt on the ground, put the soles of your feet on the ground and your hands on the ground. And sit out there for 20, 30 minutes. If it's cold, you guys be careful, right? If there's snow, obviously use your judgment. But the more we're in nature and the more we're touching nature, we're not designed, even though I love shoes, and that's one of my biggest passions outside of spirituality, we are not designed to wear shoes all the time. That is a modern thing. We're designed to have ourselves directly connected to the planet that we are in deep connection with, right? So that will also help with anxiety, that helps with depression, that helps with a lot of different things. And the reason we're doing this today is because it's 1111 portal. What can we move through within our reality and recognize that it's not as intense as we might think it is? What can we move through together today to enable us to be able to step further into, even shifting perspectives or setting ourselves free from suffering, setting ourselves free from really thought loops and emotional loops and situations that are just overcomplicated, right? So that's why I'm asking, what are you guys? Lauren says trusting intuition. That's why I'm asking all of these questions, and we're going to touch on as many as I can while we're doing this, because this is the moment, you guys, where we are right now. All of you beautiful, beautiful souls who are watching this. This is where we get to do the inner work. This is where we get to, as you're listening to other people, listen for those keys that feel good and apply them. Apply them in your life and play with it. You don't have to do everything that everyone else does in the exact way that they do. It's not going to work that way anyway. But you can apply them and play with them, experiment with these tools that everyone keeps talking about, and with the concepts that help you shift perspectives and feel supported. You can do this for yourself, right? And so you guys know I'm all about empowerment, if you've heard me speak, and empowering us to live a life that feels aligned, that feels harmonious, that is wilder than our wildest imagination, right? And these are the ways that we move through it. And for the 1111, we spend a lot of time focusing on the collective, which is so important. But all of that collective timeline is created through each of us and what we're doing in our individual lives. And anywhere we feel stuck or we feel weighed down, that's a place that we can provide freedom for ourselves. We get to provide that freedom for ourselves by moving it through us, not resisting it, not attaching to it, but moving it through us. Lauren had said, trusting your intuition. Lauren, the fastest way to trust your intuition is to decide it doesn't matter if you're making it up, because we're making up this whole human experience. That's what manifestation is, right? But also to just practice following your intuition, practice your discernment in every moment. Ask yourself, how does this feel to me? Does this feel like a yes? Does this feel like a no? Does this feel aligned? Does this feel disharmonious? Anything in your mind, you can be doing this. Make a game of it, but also ask your high self to bring in more things that feel good. That caveat's important, for you to run through your discernment, but also your intuition. The two go hand in hand. They're part of the same system. So anytime you're exercising your discernment, your intuition is going to give you the answer to that. But also ask your high self to bring in epiphanies and things like that you can run through your intuitional knowingness. And just practice and play with those things. The more you pay attention to the synchronicities, that comes through the same sort of part of your energetic system as intuition and discernment, right? That information, those beautiful things that are happening in our external reality, but also within us, those things come through as well. So for trusting your intuition, where do you not trust yourself? Where in your life have you decided that your judgment is not trustworthy? Where in your life have you been told that you're not enough, you're unlovable, all of those things? That's all connected with trusting your intuition. Where have you decided that the guidance you've received, and this may not be you, Laura, but where have you decided the guidance you've received in life did not follow through with what you expected, with the results that you expected, and so you started shutting it down? These are all different things that are pretty common when people feel like they don't trust their intuition. Also, run it through another source at the same time, right? So if you have your intuitional knowingness, maybe you have a deck of cards like the Work Your Light deck, where you can put 20 cards together with the yes or no and ask your high self the same question, right? Until you get that yes or that no. I recommend shuffling a lot in between the answers. You can get a pendulum to do the same thing. You can get dowsing rods to do the same thing. You can reach out to your friends who are highly intuitive, right, and have been practicing for a long time and feel very confident. But the end of everything, or not the end, what am I trying to say? The goal, the end goal, I guess that is what I'm trying to say. Above anything else is your intuition. So relying on other people is amazing, and it is a good confirmation and validation. But the overall goal is always, always, always to run everything through you. And the way to know your yes and no is super simple. There's a way to feel it in your body. So I'm going to have you say, who was it? It was Angela, right? No, who was it that said something about intuition? Lauren. Okay. So Lauren, I'm going to have you say my out loud, if you can, if nobody's around and you don't feel silly doing it in front of other people. But it helps if you say it out loud. My name is Lauren. Close your eyes and say it. You're going to listen to your voice. Most people, when they say their name, their voice goes up. Not everyone, but most people. You're going to feel it in your chest. It's going to feel like a, right? And then you'll say, my name is Lance. Use a name that starts with the same L or T or S or whatever your name, the first letter of your name is. My name is Lance. And you'll feel it in your body. It almost feels like a sinking feeling when it's not the truth. Your name is one of the easiest things to do because we are so identified with our names. Practice that and practice the observation of how it feels in your system. That's what your intuition and your discernment is going to feel like in your system too. Your intuition, everybody knows what that is. When you've had that moment of, this does not feel right, that's your intuition, right? It's also your discernment. When you've had the moment of turn right, right? Don't go straight, turn right. And then you do, and then you find out something happened if you would have gone forward, right? So that's your intuition, right? Your intuition and discernment are beautiful, and they work together hand in hand. So when you practice one, you practice the other. It's just they are two different things, but they're very much connected. We like to separate everything in the human experience. To me, this is all a part of our soul senses. These are the abilities that we all come into this life with. And let me see what else. We had some weather, and I'm a little bit allergy. Okay, frustration with the speed at which humanity is progressing. That makes total sense. And this is where we believe when we're in that mode of being, humanity's moving too slow. This is where we believe that something is wrong, right? That something is not up to speed. Something is, we can feel the beauty of the experience that's coming, and or we believe that something is not divinely timed, right? It's the same thing when people feel like, I believe that people wake themselves up when they listen to these kinds of things, right? I also don't believe that it's my job to wake people up, right? So it's the same sort of frequency. So when we have that kind of a moment, when we're feeling frustrated with the pace with which, I feel you, it feels slow sometimes. It feels really slow. That's when we get to remind ourselves and go back within and just remind ourselves, everything in existence is divinely timed. Everyone that's moving slow, divinely timed. From a higher perspective, we are all deciding this together. The individuated experiences look really chaotic right now. A lot of them. Things that are happening in the world look really intense right now, right? There are, horrific things happening all around the world. There's more horrific things that we're being made aware of that have existed in our culture, especially in the United States, probably all around the world, that are, sometimes wilder and more malevolent that humans are doing with other humans, right, than we could have ever imagined. These things are going to continue coming to the light of our awareness. And what helps us to stay centered throughout all of this is to understand what that center within us feels like. Understand where that space within us that is the eye of the hurricane, that is always peaceful, always calm, where that is within us, and to be able to access it in an instant. For me, through meditation and through consciousness traveling journeys, which are similar to astral projection, I can go into that centered place within myself, that harmonious place, very quickly. And even when things are really chaotic around me, if I stop and put my attention and focus on my heart space, I immediately feel my blood pressure feels like it's up, it'll go down, right? I immediately feel that zone inside of myself, and I allow it to move out into every part of me. If you haven't been practicing things like this, find what yours is. That's how I do it. Maybe for you, it's going to put your back against a tree. If you're one of our beautiful green souls, I like to call you the little nature lovers. If you're one of them, maybe you go and sit with your back against the tree, and that helps you to really anchor into your wholeness, that part of you that always exists in that neutral love and above zone. The part of you that is not affected, like, a ship on the seas with no sail, right? Whatever that is, find that for yourself and make it a game to get yourself into that place as often as possible, to where you can just drop in for 2 seconds, take a breath, feel that part that is within you always, deep inside of your soul, right? And it radiates out from you, and then just allow it to pull forward. Find what that is for you. That is my suggestion for that. Hopefully this is helpful. Go inwards. Jay says yes, 100%. Lauren says yes, thank you. Not letting the past prevent you from fully moving into the future. Oh, Nicole, hi, Silk, I love you. The fastest way for this to happen is to release the fear and the feelings of coulda, shoulda, woulda, in my perspective, right? The fear, heal the trauma that's associated with that, whatever that looks like for you in that moment, and release the shoulda, coulda, woulda. Understand that everything is divinely timed. Even the things that we've chosen that have brought intensity and contrast into our world, that is also divinely timed. Recall what you received from those experiences, what you actually gained from them. Did you receive the ability to set boundaries? Did you receive the ability to feel what being in your personal power is, right? And let your herstory, I know you identify as she, her, let your herstory be just that. It's just experiences. My team has been teaching me most of my life that each now moment is its own moment, its own set of experiences. And when we start to identify something in our history, herstory, their story, another experience, and identify with it in this now moment, we're now bringing that experience into the one that was going to create in the now, right? That was in process of being brought in for us to experience. And now we've said, okay, here's the overlay that I choose to have in this now moment, right? It's an overlay of an experience that's already happened. Now, a lot of you see patterns, and that is a very beautiful specialization in mastery. My suggestion is to observe the pattern, right? And look at it through the lens of things that are looping into your reality based on your beliefs, the stories that you tell yourself and others, and that unconscious and conscious programming and patterning that is happening from it. See the connection from that perspective rather than identifying the commonalities in the history, herstory, their story moment and the now, and then automatically assuming, okay, this is going to turn out like this. It's going to be so similar. The minute we do that, we are cutting off what this experience was going to bring into us, the fullness of it, right? And we're now basically copying and pasting elements of that past experience onto it. If it is something that doesn't feel good and doesn't feel aligned and it keeps happening over and over and over, why? Why is it being brought in? That's the first question. What is this showing me? What is this showing me about myself? especially if it's with other people. We've heard so many people talk about judgment. That's different than discernment, right? That's where obviously everybody knows what judgment is. We've all had a mean girl or a mean guy, judge us about something, right? But the judgment that we have for others is always telling us about ourselves. And that's another thing we have to, it's not an easy pill to swallow, but it's another thing we have to take into consideration, especially when it comes to patterning and things that are looping back into our world and our reality. What is it showing us? What are the loops? That's our high self going, are you gonna do it this time? Hey, are you gonna do it this time? How about now? That's our high self bringing it back in. Like, do you see it? Do you see what this is? Do you see this experience? Have you received the fullness of this experience to the degree that it is exhausted within your system now, and you're ready to allow whatever it is to shift and move through, or allow yourself to move into something else? That's what that is, right? So if we're holding on to the past, what are we holding on to? Is it guilt? Is it shame? Is it, something that we could use some forgiveness with for ourselves and that person? What is it, right? Look at the core of what those archetypical, sort of energetics are within that experience in the past, and look at the fear and the things that you're uncomfortable with about moving into something that is in this present moment. The future will always come, and it comes from the present moment. So how can we shift in the now so that we can step further into the future? For me, if it's something obviously that's not life-threatening or physically threatens me physically, if there's a fear, then I know that there's something amazing on the other side of that. And for me, I generally will full stop if I have the ability to time-wise, and I'll give myself the moment to freak out, and then I'll go right into it, right? I let myself feel the fear. I let myself feel the freak out. I look at all of the things that are coming up about it. Where am I naysaying myself, right? Where am I trying to protect myself by staying in the status quo that isn't growth? Where am I doing all of these things, right? And how can I allow myself to feel that and recognize that it has served me in some way, and then allow myself to let it move through, meaning, feel it, honor it, let it be within you, and then it will sort of dissolve into you. And if it doesn't, take the step anyway. Go toward the thing that, especially if it's next steps kind of stuff, right? If you feel like it's a growth potential, those are the best ways is to move through. I think Neil said this earlier, he's moving through the fear, right? Because everything that's amazing is on the other side of that fear. For instance, when Alan Steinfeld and I used to hang out on Clubhouse audio only app, we'd hang out late at night talking about spiritual stuff. He's like, hey, in one of the rooms, he's like, hey, I have an opportunity for you. And I knew in my heart it was going to be amazing. He sent me an email and he was asking me for like all these things, like stats and stuff. Like, tell me send all of your social media and all of these things. And I was like, I suddenly just freaked. I was like, oh, and I was afraid of public speaking before Clubhouse, like voice shaking, tears running down my face, afraid of public speaking, right? So I freaked out for like 5-7 days, till the point that Sheila recognized something had happened, because he had CC'd her on, Sheila Seppi. He had CC'd her on the email, and she's like, hey, let's just have a conversation. And I'm like, okay, we'll do a 30-minute conversation. It was 3 hours. We bonded. But that first event, I was freaking out for 3 weeks leading into it. Freaking out. Like, I would get calm, and then I would have anxiety, and then I was pushing myself. And this is where anxiety has come up in my world, right? I don't live in anxiety all the time, but it's because I have tools in my toolkit that generally help me not to. For that, I was stepping through some massive fears of being seen, persecution trauma, all of these things that I've been working on for years, right? This acceptance, it was requiring a deeper level of self-acceptance, self-love, compassion, and so many other things from me to myself to even get to the first one. I feel like I did a great job, right? That was a boost. But there has been one with Neil where I totally felt like I flopped. right? And I don't know if anyone else does, but and at the same time, that was a big fear too, right? And working through that fear, that thing happened, and now I'm so confident on these because I'm like, well, the worst one's already happened, so none of these other ones are gonna meet up to that, so it'll be amazing. And it helped me, to just let that fear go, right? The fear of what if I get up and I can't keep my thoughts in order? What if I get up and I can't, nothing comes to my mind and I'm just standing there, sitting here on stage with nothing to say, which is like totally not like me. But these what ifs, we have to play them out in some way where we get to empower ourselves and taking those steps into the next now moment and the next now moment and the next now moment through the fear, letting the fear just be a wall that you're moving through, right? That's where we get to move into the future that we know is possible for ourselves, or that even, some people can't even imagine that future for themselves. And there's a lot of things we can't imagine how amazing it can be, right? So hopefully that helped. Nicole, I love you. Nicole is one of our Ascension Catalyst family members. I see many of you here today. Anyone else? Let me see. Oh, thank you, Pearl. That's beautiful. That was a beautiful comment. Let the fear be a wall that you're moving through is what Neil just quoted. Yeah. And Alan. Yeah. So you're just moving through it, right? And the wall doesn't, just because it's a wall doesn't mean it has to be super solid, even though it feels like it is, right? We all know that everything around us is mostly space, right? So, yeah. Ice Sphere says, teach your children anger is not power. Fear of anger is your own death. Interesting. I feel like anger is important as a human on Earth, but I also feel like we can be angry responsibly. Like I was really angry as a late teenager, early 20-year-old. I was also really loving, right? I was like, my Scorpio and Venus are both, my Venus and Mars are both in Scorpio. You guys can imagine what that means if you know anything about astrology. It's like I love you super intensely and I get really mad at you super intensely, right? And as you get older, you learn how to harmonize, right? But for me, anger is, when I shift into anger, unless it's like that righteous anger feeling where I feel like there's injustice happening to a person or an animal or another being or a creature or a planet, and even then, I feel like anger is an indication of other things. For me, anger is usually an indication of hurt feelings that have not been expressed. It's usually an indication of not asserting my boundaries. It's usually an indication of allowing people in my world who do not give me the same love and respect and treatment as I treat others, right? And vice versa, right? So it can be symbolic of so many different things for me, right? So death is a degree of separation from God. I don't feel like that at all. I feel like death is just a transition into many different things. As a person that communicates with people that are no longer in a body and have been my whole life, I don't really consider them dead. They're just not in physicality anymore. They're in a different layer of the human earth experience. So yeah, hopefully this is good. Alan and Neil, do you want to come on and talk about some of this or bring stuff up? I don't know where my time is with this. Am I
Alan's not here.
Oh, okay.
Alan's not here, but yeah, I'm here. And yeah, we'll close up in a few minutes here. And I'm just receiving everything he's sharing here. I'm really loving that you are kind of taking it to the personal level and ask everybody what they're experiencing and how to move through it individually. So I just appreciate it all. And when I wrote "The Fear Is the Wall," I think that's what you said. That's what I was quoting you back. Maybe I misheard you, but just allowing that fear to be something that you need to move through, and it just goes into the overall theme of stepping into the unknown, stepping into that energy, and also the awareness that I think we drilled home a lot throughout the whole day today is that the only way we're going to get over that collective fear, that collective separation, is by creating that connection within ourselves and by confronting our own fears. And how are we going to create a different world? How are we going to create a new world full of harmony, peace and understanding is to see what parts of ourselves that we have not given compassion to, what parts of ourselves we're pushing away. And once we come with peace within ourselves, it will happen on the earth. And then, as you and I really love talking about, that's when it happens with the galactics too, you know?
And that always gets me the biggest smile. It always starts within us, right? So everything is a reflection. This is how I fully believe. Everything in my reality, whether it is within me, whether it is outside of me, whether it's another person doing whatever they're doing, whether they're interacting with me or not, whatever I'm seeing and experiencing is a direct reflection of me, right? So that means that everything is an opportunity to go within and choose. And that choice is empowering, right? And it gives us this beautiful moment of being able to step out of the unconscious trance-like state of living, that autopilot, right? And into directly creating our reality through what we're choosing, how we're choosing to be with ourselves, with others, with the planet, with what we're putting our money behind, all of these things, like everything, every little moment of the human experience is an opportunity to choose. And if that's the case, then we can all choose the things that align, the things that feel harmonious, and move through those programs that are running, that we've been playing with and playing in, choosing until the moment we stop. And that wall, I think what's important is when I always think about the moving through the wall for fear, put a door in it, open the door and walk through. Right? It gets to be easy. I always see a door in the wall. If the wall doesn't have a door, when I'm thinking about my fear, it's like a visualization I play in my mind. If it doesn't have a door, I put one in, and then I start with like a tiny little crack on the big fears, and then I just keep opening it more and more. Like create your own game with all of those guys.
Right. I was gonna go. Okay, so when you say door and creating door in the wall, I immediately think Beetlejuice.
Oh my god. I haven't seen the new one either. I need to see that
Oh,
one.
I saw it.
Is it good?
Grade A. It's good
So
quality.
fun.
So, anyways, you're saying. So I'm thinking like, if everything is a part of us, right? Everything we see is a part of us. We're all one. Yes, we're duality, but it is ultimately one speck of light experiencing itself infinitely. And when we see evil, darkness, what we perceive as evil, right? Again, taking it back to the political thing, some people think the other side's evil, the other people think the other side's evil. Who's really right? That's besides the point. And is that evil that they perceive a part of themselves that they're dubbing as darkness that they're not willing to even know is a part of themselves, right? And we've had this conversation many times that maybe all darkness is just the shadow part of ourselves that we can't accept. So it's like, how do we get to a point where we see even things that we completely inherently think that we disagree with as literally parts of ourselves that we have not accepted?
Right. Yes and yes. And yeah, I mean, there are certain things that it's not going to be easy, like child trafficking or, child abuse or, things like this, homicidal maniacs, certain things. That visceral response to judge, though, just creates more separation consciousness within ourselves and within the situation. When we can observe it and shift into how can we help it, right? What can we do to help? When compassion is our first instinct, then the world is a very different place. When our first instinct is, is violent, really, and this is a human experience, right? When our first instinct is to meet that atrocity, whatever it is, I can't think of a better word, that malevolent action or those malevolent actions with malevolence, that's just enhancing the malevolence, right? Does that make sense? Like, so, but when it's just like political, this is a big thing. Like, maybe we should do something on this now, because this is all about, to me, and I don't, you guys won't hear me talk about politics very often for this reason. I feel like it's all a
anything.
giant psyop that's been going on for decades. I feel like there is no real, like, I feel like it's a big theatrical play that some people know they're in and other people don't, within the political arena. So I feel like you're going to get what you get either way. Not that I don't vote and things like that, but at the same time, I just don't have a lot of faith in our system. I feel like I love this country. I love the freedom. I love so much about it. I feel like a lot of things are long overdue for sort of a reboot.
Transformation. Yeah, because and I think I said this on an event we've been on to before, is that these kings and queens, they were called the sovereign in the ancient days, right? And now it's like, if they were the sovereign, what were the people? Well, the people were the peasants, right? And that was the way the structure was, and the structure never really changed. They just changed their names, they just changed their titles, but it also became that. Why do they say, leader of the free world, the most powerful person in the world, right? That's just the same thing as a sovereign. And so it's really about our own sovereignty and how to reclaim that, and not looking for an external savior. We keep looking for someone to save us. And this cuts into archetypal energy of the mother-father wound, that we've been split from that. And the government, the patriarchal manifestation of government, is a daddy wound, is an abandonment issue that we have with our father, where dad keeps knocking on the door every 4 years and saying, I've come home and I brought gifts and I haven't seen you for the last 4 years, but look at me now, I have something for you and I'm going to take you to the zoo like I promised when you were 5 years old. and then he never takes you. And then a few years later comes back knocking on the door again, says the same thing again, and you're like, finally, daddy's going to save me this time. And the government is literally playing on that wound. And ultimately, I feel what's happening, I don't know if you're following me with this, but what I think is happening is we have to learn to reparent ourselves, and be our own mother and father, to put it simply.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes to everything you just said, Neil, 100%. It is very much it's the victim, villain, hero complex, right? And we're playing in it in our personal relationships, but we also do it in our larger scale. But also there's this programming that humans are creating, and if you're not paying attention to that neuro-linguistic programming that's coming through everywhere around us, right? On repeat, if you're not paying attention to the emotional manipulation that's happening to pit us against each other, and us versus them mentality that creates a stronger support within people, the feeling of wanting to support that candidate. If you're not paying attention to the psychology of it all, right? And you're just sort of, going into that experience, the mother-father wound is absolutely going to be triggered, right? In that sense of, you're going to follow the candidate you feel like is going to save, right? None of these people can save us. None of them. No one can. Our galactic family will assist us. They're supporting us now. They're doing all of these things. Galactic, cosmic, ethereal. Those versions of ourselves that are the galactic, cosmic, and ethereal beings are assisting us. They're assisting, especially people that have awakened to that connection and communication, right? We are conscious of that. My team has said, we are not here to solve Earth's problems. You guys have to do this yourself. Yes, we have technology that can help. Yes, we have these things that can help. But it's up to you to take those steps into that next level of what your civilization, so to speak, your global civilization, your global collective is going to do for your future version of what humanity is on Earth. I think is what I'm trying to say, right? It's like a tongue twister, but yeah, I feel like all of that is so important, and it all goes back to us, right? It all comes back to us, to us, to us, to us. I know there's so many people right now in the consciousness community that cannot be around lower frequencies, what they perceive as lower, I'll say, and here's my air quotes to that. I call it slower, whatever you want to call it, without having a visceral reaction and a temper tantrum and freaking out or leaving or whatever. That's a sign to me that it's time to integrate our shadow, right? It's time to go within. Why are we having such a visceral reaction to someone else who's coming in with, you know, a different vibration than us? And not to say that that won't always happen, but our reaction is what tells me that there's inner work to be done, right? Our reaction to another person where they are. Otherwise, we'll be very neutral and not affected by it, right? So, and I've been there before, like feeling like, oh my gosh, like this is a total vibe killer, right? Like coming in, but at the same time, like, how can I support and uplift? And if not, I can always just choose to exit that situation without any reaction, right? So
I love that. Our reaction tells us there's more work to be done. That's so beautifully said. You know, and the question that we asked earlier, forget what it is now, but we have some answers, so maybe I'll remember the question from the answers. Remember, gravity says, remember is just a ride. I think it was, how do we transcend the polarity with the political scheme? And AJ says, be the observer, and Lauren says, just have fun. And the solutions are there, right? And getting to that place of neutrality, the divine neutrality that we speak about so often, and knowing that the divine neutrality doesn't mean you're being docile. It means that you go to that place of non-reaction. When you don't react from an emotional trigger, you're able to make the best decision for yourself and for the collective, right? But if you come from anger, then we just do what humanity keeps doing, going from one extreme to another. Again, politics is a great example. One extreme to the other extreme. There's no middle ground. We don't see eye to eye. You can't be. We're blind to the other. And as Alan was saying, like, really seeing that we all want the same thing, and what is it? What is the need that is not being met in that person? And as we keep that in our heart, I feel we can move closer and closer to unity. Right, Bridget?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that in the core of my being.
Yeah.
Where can we find that commonality? That commonality, and embrace the differences, right? Embrace them as unique and something to be cherished and valued. And it all starts within us and how we are with ourselves. If we're not loving ourselves, we're going to be able to love someone else. If we're holding ourselves in judgment all the time, we're going to hold other people in judgment. Stop being so hard on yourself. And you'll be easier on other people, right? I mean, it's very simple, like common sense, right? But at the same time, it's deep programs. These programs run deep. And these traumas run deep.
Right. It's simple, but it's easier said than done because of the programming, right? And that programming really can keep us at that state where it's like almost, how do we love ourselves? How do we give compassion to ourselves? We've been programmed not to. And especially like myself, lack of self-worth my whole life, not feeling worthy, not feeling like no one wanted to see me, you know? And which is why, like, at Portal to Ascension next year, as you know, I'm not doing any live events, doing online only, and I'm taking 4 months off for no events. And I haven't taken 4 months off in 16 years. So it's like, and it's because I want to sit with myself on that level. And what I want to do next year, as you know, is I want to start doing more workshops where we go into this stuff.
Yeah.
And when we like hold a container for 4 or 5 months with individuals to really get to that place. And, you know, I need it. And accountability is key. When you're left to your own vices, sometimes we don't keep ourselves, we just keep falling back into them. You know what I mean? So I'm just putting that out there for everybody tuning in, that we've spoken a lot today about unity, the different tools and techniques. We spoke about how to cultivate it. And there's a lot of, we can intellectualize a lot of this. And then it could be a little challenging for us to actually make those shifts because of our life experiences and beyond. And I feel like the energy collectively and what we want to offer here at Portal to Ascension is those opportunities for us to dive deeper into it. So I'm excited for that.
I am really excited for that too. I'm excited to see how it rolls out into the world and who wants to collaborate with it.
Yeah, I know, me too.
Co-create on both sides. And you guys, like, one thing I want to leave everybody on, be what you want to experience in the world. Embody it, be it, let it anchor in. Like, choose it, choose what you want to experience. If you know, that's one of the things. And the other thing is, stop pedestaling people. Fame, and it's different to feel really excited about someone and what they're bringing to you and how they've helped you. That is beautiful, right? And feel grateful. It's time for us to stop giving our power away to other people, like beyond time. And when we put someone on a pedestal that is higher than us in our mind, they're always going to have to fall, right? And then that creates that great divide within us, because that was someone we really loved and now we have to hate them. Whatever that is, right? I don't do that, but whatever that is. So no more pedestals. None. We are all equal. We are all on the same playing field with one another. We're walking shoulder to shoulder into this. Those of us that have been activated earlier for this moment in time, just because we've been activated earlier does not mean we're better than anyone else. And I'm just, my human is tired of all of the elitism and the pedestal that's going on in the consciousness community. As someone that's here for unity, like we have to stop, right? It's time. The 144,000, if you want to be part of the 144,000, be it. I personally feel it's a frequency. But there's all of these things that we do to play in the separation consciousness. And the more we play in the separation consciousness, the longer and more drawn out all of this is, for the person that asked about that earlier. But also, the more we have to work through, the more we have to keep working through, the more we have to keep working through, right? Just set yourself free. There's no one that's better than you, even if they might be more knowledgeable in something, even if they've had more practice at something. The way people become really good at something in this world, unless they're just naturally adept at that one thing or whatever it is they practice, right? They practice over and over and over until they're adept at it because it was fun for them or it brought them joy or whatever the thing was. So yeah, those are the messages I feel like really wanted to come through at the very end of this. Is
thank you.
Be sovereign. Take your power back. Claim that safety. That safety is within you. Doesn't matter what's going on around you, unless you're in like a war, country that's in the middle of war, and even then, the safety response is within you, right? And I haven't been in that experience. I can't really speak to that. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but what I've found in intense situations is that centered stillness is within me, right? And obviously, don't put yourself in dangerous situations intentionally. And sometimes things happen, right? And we all know that pain happens in this world, but what we do during it and after is what really counts. Like, how do we come out of this? How do we allow ourselves to move through whatever that experience is, right? And obviously, I'm not speaking across the board of everything. Probably shouldn't have said anything about war-torn countries, because I've never been in that situation. But I have friends that are. But yeah, I just feel like what we do in that moment within us, that says everything about us, right? No more suffering. We don't have to do that anymore. We can choose something different and take the power back. Claim it. It's time.
Aho. Thank you, Bridget. I love you. And everybody out there, Bridget does amazing work, and she, as I shared in the beginning, she's been my guide. She's assisted me in uncovering memories. I've been in this world for 23 years, and I knew what I was doing. I knew why I'm here. Of course, I've known for a long time, even since I was a child, but I never had those memories. And with working with Bridget for the last 3 years now, I would say the majority of the memories have come back from the experiences Bridget has facilitated for me. And then after that, just on my own, actually, if anything, Bridget, I think more than like the tangible experiences of the memories that came back, is working with you has allowed me to trust my own self to in my waking life, to know what I'm experiencing rather than doubting that it's something mystical. You know,
that is so powerful.
Yeah,
that's one of my goals, though, is to help us remember we can trust ourselves.
Yeah.
And we overcomplicate that so much, when really it gets to be a whole lot easier than we make it.
Yeah. So where can people, are you taking sessions still? Can people work with you?
Yeah. I did just get a reading with my friend April Curry. If you guys know, some people here will know Akashic April. And my team came through with some surprising stuff, and I'm like, what? With where I'm going next, and I'm like, you know me, I always have to feel into it and see how aligned I am with it. But I will put everything in the chat. But you can find me at BridgetReneeHoliday.com. Currently today and tomorrow, because tomorrow is actually an 11. I have some discount codes that I'm offering on my sessions that you can enjoy, and I will put that in the chat as soon as I think I already did earlier. Actually, I'll just copy this out. But you can definitely work with me in that way, and they're really good prices. Because I perceived the edge this last year to like lower my prices instead of go up, which is what most people do. And I'm really enjoying that. It's actually been a whole lot of fun. And I know not everyone is where, you know, they can afford stuff like that. So this is actually a really good way.
Yes.
To get with me. And yeah, I love quantum hypnotherapy, you guys. If you want to do that, I'm all about it. Neil knows, it just opens your doors to your soul knowingness and who you are now and how it pertains to this life and all the things. And then once you open that door through these types of sessions, more information. I told Neil, like his first one, I was like, just be prepared because it's just going to keep coming. And
the last one was just insane. Like, whoa. And then the ending when we connected with Source and what Source was saying, like that was just like I could literally feel the energy shift in that moment that Source was coming through. Yeah, so beautiful.
That's a whole other story for itself. Divorce.
Yeah, that's another day.
Whole other.
All right, Bridget, I love you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay,
I'll put stuff in the chat.
All right. And there we have it, folks. We don't quite have it yet. We're still going to close out here, but wow. Beautiful day, 8 hours, 24 minutes, 49 seconds in, and so much amazing information and awareness. I just want to firstly just thank all the speakers for being here today, just to give them a shout out. Laura Eisenhower, Raquel Spring, Beck Milonis, Geraldine Orozco, Brooklyn Rain, Alan Steinfeld, Jody Sirota, Phil Gruber, Bridget Renee Holiday, and Jan Satar. If you guys want to connect with any of these speakers, then go to portaltoascension.org, presenters, type in their first name, click enter, and you'll have their page, you'll have the social media icons, you'll have their websites, you'll have all the events that they've ever done on Portal to Ascension, and you can check them out there and tune them into them more. Now, in closing here, you know, it's almost 2 a.m. here in Spain. It's 1:30 in the morning, and I am literally drifting right now, but we need to bring this home. So what I want to do is, and please stick around, guys. If you're still on, this is the last 5-10 minutes. This is where we do the real work because we collected a lot of frequency here. We're going to go ahead and put it into the earth together. And then in closing, I'm going to put on some cool portal videos because it is portal day. And I'm going to play 3 songs. Debut, Portal to Ascension, MC Resonance, Beck Milonis, and Flo Karuna's hip-hop songs that I'm going to play for you guys, okay? And I'm really excited for that because it just got finished like a few days ago, so I'm releasing it here. So let's go ahead and begin. Well, let me take a little stretch first. All right. So how are we going to do this? Let's just go ahead and just become as comfortable as possible. And I'm going to remove my face and we're going to put on this epic portal. Just become comfortable. Close your eyes if you like, or you can stare in the portal. Just breathe normally. With each inhale, your breath gets a little deeper than the last inhale. Just a little deeper in. After all of the awareness that we've experienced today, all the awareness that is being shared around the entire planet, we're going to bask in that energy. And our bodies are vehicles, frequency vehicles. We are the beacons, we are the antennas, we are the satellites, we are the crystals. And the way to ascension, the way to this reality that we're creating is through our emotional selves and by feeling fully, as we've shared so much today, what it means to be human. So as we feel what it means to be human, take a moment and feel your body. Have you been sitting for a while? Is your back a little sore? Do you feel a sense of excitement and energy in your body? Is your mind reeling from something that you heard today? Do you feel a sense of peace? What is the emotional state? And also, what is the physical state of your being? Can you feel the oxygen going in and out of your body? Can you feel the blood pumping through your veins, through your heart? Can you feel the clothes on your body and the air gently going across your skin? What is the sensation that you feel? What are all the sensations that you feel that make us human? And just sit with that for a moment as you literally go within, feeling sensations within your own body. How deep inside of your own being can you go? Can you feel the pulsating of the subatomic particles? Can you feel your cells moving around? Can you feel the divine creation, the grand design of the human template and what it means to be human? We're going to go ahead and take a few breaths now, 3 breaths again, in just a moment. And as we do this, firstly, I want you to envision the planet with all these beacons of light from individuals across the planet, all the people who connected today, whether they meditated, listened to an event, was a part of an event, all around the planet, millions and millions of souls, as these light bodies with this frequency beaming out of the cosmos. And now step outside of the planet and observe the planet with all these specks of light around the entire planet, not from buildings, not from structures, not from anything besides the light of the actual people on the planet that are setting the collective intention. The harmony that they're creating, the intention that they have, the unification that they desire and they want and they know is possible. And see this light shooting out into the cosmos. This is the beacon, this is the code, this is the frequency that we're sending out to all other beings that can see the light that Earth is shining. And as we sit and we observe, we see that humanity is ready. Within the chaos, we know that this is just another step, another part of the growing pains. But ultimately, we all want the same thing: connection, love, harmony, security, safety. We have so much more in common with each other. And now is the time for us to really realize this. On the next exhale, we will begin one of 3 deep breaths. Exhale, inhale, deeply breathing in, and let it out through the heart. As you're doing this, imagine yourself outside the planet, observing the planet and floating outside the planet, breathing in and out as you observe the lights emanating from the planet of all the millions of people from today. Deep breath in. Exhale out. Observing all the lights and the beacon being sent out into the cosmos. Deep breath in again. Exhale out through the heart. Continue to breathe deeply as the dragons come through. Ia konania siniato anaka. Ia no anazia ko matana iana o. Iana ka no oana iana sinaka o ni ana. Ia no anazina mokana iana a. Ia no wana ianta kia lata wana kia. Insana oa. Ia roa makanta ina o. Ina ha. Kinta homa tana i. Isa na kumbala tiana kawaranta tiana ukanana. Unita na muana tiana. O maatma nati noti na kaya na o. O maatma. O maatma. O maatma. Om Bhurbhava Swaha Tatsarvitarvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhava Swaha Tatsarvitarvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. One more deep inhale, connecting to the collective consciousness. On this exhale, use your bodies as a vehicle to transport all this awareness into the earth now. Transport all the awareness that we've received all over the planet today into the ground, into the ley lines, into Mother Earth, permeating through all the grids on Earth, to all of the planet, to all the trees, to all the mountains, to all the sites, to all the buildings, to all the cities, to all the villages, to all the jungles, to all the animals, to all the insects, and to all the human beings. And as we send this frequency around the planet of all the merits and all the information that we have received today, we send this frequency to everyone. And we send an extra blessing of love to those that exist in a world of confusion, those that exist in a world of disconnection, separation, hate, judgment, those that perpetuate wars, those that create atrocities with lack of awareness and due to their disconnection and due to their own pains that are continuously perpetuated and inflicted on others. We send love to not only those that we align with, but we most definitely send love to those that we feel that we may not. And take one inhale for one deep Om. Om, everybody. Deep inhale. Om. Creating harmony in the earth now. 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 May all beings be free. May all beings live in harmony. May all beings be happy. All right, everybody. Go ahead and open your eyes if you're still here with me. All right. Take a moment just to check in with you guys, and then I'm going to play some music and we'll call it a day. Go ahead and return to your bodies. Come back to this present moment. Just want to check out your comments here. We've been on a journey together. It is 8 hours and 40 minutes in, and I took 40 minutes for my lunch break. So I literally worked a full work hour shift with a 40-minute lunch break today, which is crazy how it works, huh? Beautiful, amazing day. Much love to you all. Go ahead and put your energy into the field here as we close out. Very inspiring day. Thank you, Joanne. It's going to let the comments come in. Keep the comments coming in. I'm going to go ahead and play music. So this is how we're going to roll, okay? I'm going to have some more portal videos because I downloaded some cool stuff. We're going to play them. The first one is with Flo and myself, and it's called Akashic Records. And I'll give you one guess on what it's about. It's about the Akashic Records. And we're going to, we just made this song 2 weeks ago. This one's a little hardcore rap, right? But hardcore rap in a cool way. It's not like grimy or anything. It's just like rapid fire rap. And then I'm going to play Springtime that I made with Beck. And then I'm going to play the song we started out with, what I made with Beck as well. And so this one is called Akashic Records. And in case you can't hear the beginning, it says Old Soul, Old Soul. And it's literally about Flo and I going and visiting the Akashic Records and what we see in the Akashic Records. And so I think it's pretty cool. So love you all. Have a beautiful, okay, how do we get the tunes? MC Resonance on YouTube is my name, and hip hop is my game. And I will be releasing the content on my Spotify. There is music there now. There's my Planet Earth album. There's like 5 other hip hop songs. But these 11 songs we just created will be there by the end of the year. So give me a follow on Spotify, everybody. And I've never asked anybody to follow me there, but do it. All right, here we are. We will start with this cool portal here, because this reminds me of a home I used to live at on a different planet. And we shall begin. And I would love to keep reading your comments as we're listening to the music here. Okay, let me line it up. All right, here we go. All right, everybody. I love and appreciate every single one of you. Here we go with Flo and Neil. Flo Karuna, aka Galactic Lion. Flo has changed his name to Galactic Lion. I go by MC Resonance, and this is Akashic Records.
Enter the Akashic Records. Enter the Akashic Records. Enter the Akashic Records. Enter the Akashic Records.
In a meditative state, I sit down and I wait for the moment I can go in. And for heaven's sake, I can go and rake in the dough in another life. Doesn't really matter, cause tonight I'm gonna visit another life. In the Akashic records you see, I see all these scenes. It's just like poetry, like a book in the library. I pick one, I pick another one. Where I'm going to, son, I go deep in. I go deep in, yes, I go deep in. I remember life when I was stressed. Deep in, I go deep in, yes, deep in. Life when I was blessed.
So much calm, I'll be healing up the trauma. Earth guardians bow to the mama. I give my bows to Akashic scrolls that teach me, that show me how to know, that give me sacred knowledge, that give me sacred gifts, that give me sacred medicine to uplift. On this MIC, can't you see? I am a quantum star seed.
I'm a star seed. I'm a tree. I'm a seed, I'm a planetary body, I'm a galaxy, I'm a sun, a solar system, never done having fun, but also lived a challenging life. The Akashic record shows me all my days and nights, all the realities that we have lived, choosing the world that I'm in, seeing myself through my own meditative eyes, seeing ourselves, we can all rise, we see ourselves.
I am a whale, I am a bird, I am a swami, I am the word, I am a priest, I am a beggar, I am a criminal, I am a rebel, I am a king of Saturn's ring. So traveler, where to begin? In the Akashic, the sound sings, past and future, the end never begins.
The end never begins because it's already here. Time doesn't exist because dimensions are where we enter the records and stare into all we have been and will be. The Orion star seed, the Lyran template of humanity, the founder race, the Elohim, an incarnated angelic being, a personified light being.
I am Andromedan, I am Palladian, I'm Illyrian, I am Titanium, I am Zoroastrian, I am Iranian, I'm awake, I'm plain mad, living my Akashic truth all day. This is real authenticity. Energy field doors open, we'll pray. Receive and download the Akashic rays and enter the Akashic. And enter the Akashic record. And enter the Akashic. And enter the Akashic record.
Deep in, I go deep in, yes. Deep in, I go deep in, yes.
And enter the Akashic record. And enter the Akashic record.
Deep within, deep in, deep within, deep in, deep within, deep within.
And enter the Akashic. And enter the Akashic record. And enter the Akashic. And enter the Akashic record.
Deep in, I go deep in, yes. Deep in, I go deep in, yes.
And enter the Akashic record. And enter the Akashic record.
All right, that was track 1. Okay, now we're gonna play Springtime. So now we had to go with the hardcore first. Got a few more hardcore songs, but we're gonna go a little chill time now. This is called Springtime with myself and Beck. Beck, who presented today. A little light language at the beginning.
Only 2 past the day of decay. Started late last year. We couldn't wait for the leaves to tear and the raindrops to clear the heavens. Make room for the sun's yellow rays to touch my location and place in California, IA. Earth's axis at the tilt for eons of biblical days. Since the day Gilgamesh suffered blue floods and plagues. I love to wake. The smell of flowers still make me feel alive. In the springtime, aroma divine. It's the springtime. I love the springtime. I love the sunshine. I love the springtime. I love the sunshine. I love the springtime. I love the sunshine. I love the springtime. The temperature's perfect. The long winter was worth it. To wait for this day, more hours, minutes, and seconds in the day. Perfect time to spray. Lyrical wordplay. Listen to my favorite MCs on the radio. Idea and Sluggo. Used to listen to Wu-Tang and Snoop in any venue or room. I see humans and flowers. they both bloom, and sometimes makes me sneeze. I witness a fresh breeze. My metaphors and similes feel these rhymes flows in rhythm. The fruit grows, the texture of the rose. There will be a day when it will all decompose and go back to the original source code. We are walking each other home. The fruit grows, the texture of the rose. There will be a day when it will all decompose and go back to the original source code. We are walking each other home. I used to envy the stream, flowing so effortlessly, as if nature carries it seamlessly from riverbank to shore, never questioning if there's more. The water continues to flow, as if I'm seeing the same scene over and over in repeat. Replenished, a life lesson in abundance, a reflection of life's blessings, intelligence of universal lessons. Sometimes you can see the stones in shallow waters we tread. At times the vast depths makes it impossible to see, only muddy and murky, the duality of this density, but not one is better than the other. The river accepts itself unconditionally, both polarities, as the water continues to flow downstream. Flow downstream, 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 flow downstream. The fruit grows, the texture of the rose. There will be a day when it will all decompose and go back to the original source code. We are walking each other home. The fruit grows, the texture of the rose. There will be a day when it will all decompose and go back to the original source code. We are walking each other home.
We're all walking each other home. All right, one last one, guys.
Sometimes people ask me what makes my soul flow. Actually, it's the question I ask myself, though, but that one's easy. It's traveling and seeing the world grow, tapping into the past of every place I go. What happened and how did they become who they are now? What historical lessons made these people so proud? Sometimes I can't avoid the noise that is too loud, the sound of beliefs that keep me down in perpetual cycles of vices and devices. Might this world be different since at birth we were told we're gifted? Lift this spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift this spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift this spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift this spirit up high. Out of the slums of the darkness, through the tunnel I will travel. I see light, a blurred line between what's wrong and what is right. What is wrong? What is right? What is good? And what's evil? An upheaval to be committed to my own healing. This anxiety I'm feeling spent lifetimes in a world that never existed. I forgot I was acting. This world of free will scripted. So give me the pen, so I can write it again, so that I can create a happy end, so my soul I can mend, so that I can find some peace, some zen. A long journey and a lot of pain. Sometimes I feel exhausted and drained, wishing for the cosmic rays to wash over me like rain. I'm done with the cycle of this game, a slave to the matrix. My brain has been wired this way. Change my perspective, my frame. Shift the channel frequency and lane. Every day is a new day. Yes, it is. It's a new day. Lift this spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift this spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift this spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift this spirit up high. To start over and click that reset button. No more fussing, time to make moves. Create my own pathway and grooves. Spit flows to these tunes. Feel and body let loose. Bring heaven down to earth. Well, that's why we're all here. We do it in our own way. It's been a hard road, but soon the traffic will clear. So we can stare with clarity, see clear. That fear is just a misunderstood, disconnected, neglected part of ourselves. We deflected from thinking that we're less than what we really are. Have you ever stared up at the night stars, wondered who you are, and why the suffering happens to humanity, to the world? Why does it have to be so hard? In this game of duality, we get to experience both. It still exists when we die, transcend and become a ghost of a memory of a life once lived, clocking in experiences to the central sun. No need to escape or run, joy, anger, lust, and fun. We felt it all. Are we done? Are we done yet? One day we will soon wake up, son, and realize we're all a part of the one. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Lift this spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift this spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift this spirit up high. Lift it up. Lift this spirit up high.
Give reverence to the cosmos, to the stars, to the dragon beings, to the Pleiadian star system that we see right now, to all benevolent in creation, for the upliftment and enlightenment of humanity, so we may step forward into a greater understanding of who we truly are and really embody the next chapter in humanity's story. And so it is. Love you all. Have a beautiful rest of your day. See you next time. Bye-bye.